Chapter 1. The shipping yard was eerily quiet. Dim lights flickered, casting long shadows over the stacked metal containers. Spy crouched on a ledge above, his lenses narrowing. 4 brutes outside. Wrecking crew. Armed and waiting. Axis voice chimed in his earpiece. Spider-Man tilted his head. Armed? Axis, they've got crowbars, chains, a wrecking ball and a few automatic rifles. For me, that's not armed. That's a medieval construction crew with an attitude problem. Analysis, engage with caution. Maintain comedic commentary to reduce stress. Good call, Axis. Gotta keep the vibe light. He dropped down silently, landing behind the wrecking crew. They were gathered near a container, laughing loudly. Man, how come we're always doing grunt work? Bulldozer grumbled. Because we're dumb, that's why. Thunderball answered. Hey, no need for self-awareness this late at night. Spider-Man quipped, making them spin around. You guys should unionize. Maybe ask for better benefits? Less wrecking, more vacation days. The wrecking crew wasn't exactly known for their intelligence, but they made up for it with raw power. Too bad they were up against Spider-Man. The wrecker, a large man with a crowbar that looked like it could smash a truck, turned with a scowl. You think this is funny, Bug? Spy dropped down dramatically, hands on his hips. Oh, absolutely. You guys call yourselves the wrecking crew, but I gotta say, I expected a bit more wrecking. Maybe some synchronized destruction? A little choreography. Piledriver cracked his knuckles. Let's crush him. Spider sense tingling. Spider-Man backflipped just as Thunderball swung his wrecking ball, missing him by inches. Alright, muscleheads, let's do this quick. I've got a dinner reservation, and I'd hate to keep my imaginary date waiting. Incoming attack from 11 o'clock. Dodge left. Thanks, Axis, but I think I got this, Spy quipped, landing lightly on a container. Wrecker lunged, swinging his crowbar in a wide arc. Spy ducked, then shot a web, yanking the crowbar mid-swing. Wrecker spun like a ballerina before face-planting into a stack of crates. Oof, you okay? That spin was impressive. Ever thought about joining a dance competition? Thunderball charged, but Spy sidestepped, letting the big guy crash into a wall. The ball he carried slipped from his grasp, rolling away harmlessly. Guys, I swear, this is embarrassing. I almost feel bad for you. Bulldozer roared, lowering his head and rushing like an angry bull. Spy sighed. Okay, this one's on me for standing in front of you. At the last second, he flipped over him. Bulldozer couldn't stop, smashing through a metal container and getting his helmet stuck inside. Piledriver lunged, throwing a punch, fist the size of a watermelon. Spider-Man sidestepped, stuck out his leg, and tripped him. Piledriver face planted into a puddle. Whew. Be careful, man. You almost punched the air out of existence. Spy webbed his wrist and yanked. The force sent Piledriver spinning into Thunderball, and both crashed into the floor in a heap. Wrecker, still dizzy, groaned. This ain't right. Spy landed on top of a container, dusting off his hands. Right. Wrong. It's all about perspective, really. But since you guys tried to sell kids, I'm gonna go with wrong on this one. Threat neutralized. 32 seconds. New personal best. Axis, next time, let's go for under 30. With swift movements, he webbed them all up, hanging them from the rafters like Christmas decorations. Alright, time to get these kids out of here. He turned toward the nearest container, heart pounding. Spider sense screaming. Without hesitation, Spy leapt back as a glowing fist smashed through the air where he had stood. The force sent shockwaves through the ground. Whoa. If I didn't know any better, I'd say that was an iron fist. Standing before him with energy dissipating from the clenched fists, was Danny Rand. His eyes burned with fury. Stay away from those containers. Danny growled. Spy raised his hands. Wow, okay. No hello? No thanks for handling those guys? That's rude. Danny rushed forward again. Spider-Man dodged, rolling under a high kick. Look, I know you're new in town, but hitting first and asking later? Not very hero-like. Danny lunged again. Spy dodged, flipping away with ease. From the shadows, a voice yelled, Danny, stop. That's... Colleen Wing ran forward, sword in hand, but Danny ignored her, striking with a fast palm strike. Spider-Man did another flip, landing behind him. Kidnappers don't get to talk, he snarled. Spy sighed. Okay, first off, rude. Second, you've been gone for a while, hey? Like, long enough to miss my big Broadway debut as the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Danny didn't answer. He just attacked again. Spy weaved between the punches, dodging with playful ease. Okay, gotta say, you move well. But you know what you lack? Inner peace. Danny frowned. What? Spy grinned. Once you realize the problem is not me, but within you, you'll find inner peace and will be able to harness the flow of the universe. The verb attack was super effective. Danny couldn't help but ask again what? Inner peace. You know, balance, patience, finding harmony with the universe. Basically everything I've learned from the Kung Fu Panda. Colleen, watching the ridiculous scene, sighed. Danny, listen. But she was already rushing in, sword slashing towards Spidey. Spidey leapt over her, twisting mid-air. Wow, both of you are angry. Did someone mess up your order at the noodle shop? She slashed again, but Spider-Man caught the blade with his fingers with a lazy attitude, twisting it from her grip. Sasuke, you need to add Chidori to your blade. She gasped, stepping back. Danny, he's not our enemy. Danny scowled, rushing in again. Then why is he fighting back? Spider-Man shrugged. Because it's funny. Danny snarled, sending a flurry of rapid punches. Spider-Man redirected the punches. Skadoosh. He flicked Danny's forehead mid-strike. Danny staggered back, blinking. What was that? A lesson in humility. Courtesy of Master Spidey. Danny groaned but recovered quickly, fists glowing brighter. Enough games. His next punch crackled with raw chi energy. Spidey saw it coming, his own chi flaring instinctively. Spider senses screaming louder. The punch came fast, but Spidey met it with his own strike, channeling his energy the way he had learned through meditation and practice. Their fists collided. A shockwave erupted. Danny was sent flying back, crashing into a shipping container. Colleen gasped, running to him. Danny. Danny groaned, rubbing his head. How did you? Spider-Man planted his foot firmly, shifting his weight smoothly as he moved in a slow, flowing motion. His hands traced a Taiki-style yin-yang symbol in the air, fingers guiding the movement with precise control. His legs shifted in perfect balance, mirroring the circular flow, as if he were grounding himself in the energy of the moment. I am the Dragon Warrior, he declared dramatically. With a playful smile he continued, but you can call me the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Thanks for the stones and support. Last week's 2 remaining bonus chapters will be released soon. Comment. 21 Comment. Vote. Chapter 2. Peter sat in the exam hall, tapping his pen against the desk. His AP chemistry exam was almost over, but his mind was already elsewhere. After a few minutes, he packed up and left Midtown High. Access, scan for any anomalies in my Oscorp access logs. Has there been any unusual activity regarding my ID? He whispered while walking among the crowd of students exiting. No irregularities detected. Your access remains unchanged. You have not been assigned to any new projects. Peter smirked. That meant he had free rein to investigate Oscorp further. He made his way to Oscorp, acting casual as he walked through the building. Since he wasn't officially on any new projects, he wandered the halls, blending in with employees. He leaned against a pillar, lowering his voice. Access, analyze CCTV footage near the site where Victor Shade's remains were found. Processing. A moment later, Access responded. Dr. Kurt Connors was frequently seen in the area. However, his exact destination is unclear. Behavioral pattern analysis indicates increased stress and nervousness in both Dr. Connors and his son, Billy Connors. Billy displayed unusual avoidance behaviors, while Dr. Connors exhibited signs of anxiety, until he suddenly stopped. That was suspicious. It meant something changed. Either Dr. Connors solved whatever problem was making him nervous or someone solved it for him. Peter left Oscorp and changed into his red-black spider suit, the unstable molecular fibers shifting at his command. He swung through the city, heading toward the crime scene. As he passed over a bridge, he spotted a group of homeless mutant teenagers huddled together for warmth. They were curled up under tattered blankets, shivering. His chest tightened. Access, log their location. Remind me to help later. Noted. Putting it aside for now, he landed on a rooftop near the crime scene and activated his stealth protocols. Access, loop the CCTV feeds in this area. Cameras are now running on a loop. You are clear to proceed. Peter dropped down into the alley, scanning the ground. Bloodstains were long gone, washed away by rain and time. But on the walls, there were tiny claw marks on the bricks. Scratches, almost like something had tried to hold on. He narrowed his eyes, looking for anything that seemed off. His fingers traced along the wall and then stopped. A faint seam. He pressed against it, feeling the resistance. It wasn't just a wall, it was a hidden entrance. Access, analyze structural integrity. A concealed doorway. Likely mechanical. Searching for access panel. Peter felt along the wall until his fingers brushed against a loose brick, as instructed by Access. He pushed, and the wall clicked open slightly. He slipped inside. The hidden lab was small, dimly lit by a few flickering overhead bulbs. It was abandoned. Broken vials lay on the floor. The scent of chemicals still lingered. Someone had been working here. But whatever happened, they cleared out fast. Peter searched the room, scanning for anything useful. Nothing substantial. Just empty shelves, shattered beakers, and a few strands of what looked like reptilian scales. His mind raced. Drive Connors. The lizard. Victor Shade. Something doesn't add up. He needed more information. Leaving the lab, he picked up some supplies at a local store and made his way back to the homeless mutants. He pulled out some food, a wad of cash, and a few spare supplies from his temporary bag made of spider webbing, making him look like a suspicious Santa. You get supplies and I get info on what happened here recently. Trade, he asked. The teens eyed him warily but took the offer. One of them, a lanky kid with a missing eye, spoke up. There was a guy. Glasses. Looked like a scientist. Came here a lot, always nervous. Peter nodded. Was he with anyone? The teen hesitated. Sometimes. A guy in a black hoodie. But the scientist seemed scared of him. Peter processed that. A man in a hoodie. Victor Shade. He finished the exchange and sent an anonymous, untraceable email to the X-Men, informing them about the mutants under the bridge. They deserved better. As he prepared to leave, a notification from Axis flashed in his HUD. Emergency alert, ongoing fight in Hell's Kitchen. Daredevil pursued by Hand Ninjas and Kingpin's men. Peter sighed. Guess I'm making a pit stop. Hell's Kitchen was a war zone. Daredevil was outnumbered. Hand Ninjas darted through the shadows, moving like ghosts. Kingpin's men fought with brute force, wielding guns and crowbars. Peter dived into the chaos, webbing a crowbar mid-swing and yanking it away. Hey guys, did someone forget to send out invites? Because I wasn't on the guest list. A ninja lunged, Peter ducked, webbing his legs and slamming him into another thug. He flipped over two more, landing next to Daredevil. Need a hand, Hornhead? Daredevil, catching his breath, smirked. I won't say no. The fight escalated. Peter moved like a blur, dodging sword slashes and gunfire. His webs disarmed enemies, yanking them off rooftops. One ninja managed to get close, slashing toward his chest. Spider sense tingling. Peter twisted, barely avoiding the blade. Whoa. That was close. You could have scratched my suit. Do you know how expensive these fibers are? Daredevil took down 3 men with a precise series of strikes. Focus, Spider-Man. Peter flipped onto a streetlight. Oh, I am focused. Focused on how bad these guys are at their job. 3 bullets zipped toward Peter's head. He tilted slightly once, twice each shot missing by inches. Too slow, he muttered. Lifting his left hand, he smirked. Dear second. The part of the suit on his left hand glowed faintly as he blurred forward, mimicking the glow of a move from one of his favorite animes according to his will, as he vanished from sight. A ninja swung, Peter's fist crushed his ribs. Another leapt, Peter spun, kicking him to a wall. He weaved through the last few, cracking bones with precise, devastating strikes. In seconds, it was over. Peter exhaled, flexing his fingers. Man, I love anime. Daredevil landed beside him. If it were any other night, I'd be enjoying those references. He said, breathing heavily. They've been chasing me all night, he muttered. They think I killed Madame Gao. Peter raised a brow. Did you? His acting skills and heartbeats rapidly adapting to every word of the conversation, making it seem all natural. Daredevil glared, partly annoyed with the question and partly confused with the shift in his senses. Of all the people he had ever met, this was the only person he could never figure out. Just checking. I need to lay low for a while, Daredevil admitted. And I'm working on another case, a man named Kilgrav. Peter's humor faded. Yet. Not a guy you want wandering around. I've met a detective, Jessica Jones. She is on it too and she's strong. We might have a shot. Peter crossed his arms. I'd love to help, but I've got my own mess with the new shredder in town. Still, I can tell you how to beat Kilgrav. Daredevil tilted his head. I'm listening. Kilgrav uses pheromones to control people's thoughts and memories. His wishes become their commands. But his control isn't permanent. High-frequency sounds, around 24 kHz, can break the effect. Daredevil processed that. That's useful. Peter nodded. Yeah, just don't stand too close when you blast it. You might get a migraine. Daredevil smirked. Noted. But frowned soon after, how do you know all these? I'm Spider-Man. Peter shrugged, as if all the answers Daredevil needed to know was hidden in that single sentence. And if I need to contact you, Matt continued. I'll show up when I feel like it. With that, Peter shot out a web and swung off into the night. Daredevil sighed to himself. Of course you do. Equals. Power Stones equals support. Support me more. Comment. 14 comment. Vote. Chapter 3. Peter stared at his phone, rereading Harry's message. A charity ball at Osborn Tower. Sounded innocent enough, except it wasn't. Norman Osborn had just been kicked off the board. Why would Oscorp suddenly host a high-profile event to attract investors? And why was Harry inviting him? He doesn't want to feel left out. Wants someone he can trust around. That part felt genuine. But Peter's gut told him there was more to it. You going? Axis's notification popped up. Yeah. But I've got time before then. His mind drifted back to Connor's. The pieces weren't fitting together. Victor Shade's death, Billy Connor's acting weird and Connor's behavioral shift. His next lead? Connor's new assistant, Terry. Billy Connors was kept aside for now. For it was better to visit the Connors household as Peter Parker and Shirley Martha Connors, Dr. Connors' wife, should probably know him by now. Before heading out, Peter had an idea. He leaned against the wall and asked, Axis, what's the maximum restraint the UMF suit can exert per square inch? 36,250 tons per square inch. Peter blinked. Holy fuck. He rubbed his chin, gears turning. Axis, restrain me with 41 tons. Increase by 1 ton every minute. Instantly, his muscles locked. His entire body felt like it was sinking into the ground, his arms and legs frozen as if trapped under a collapsed building. His heart pounded. Every movement was a struggle. Then, suddenly, it was gone. Peter gasped, sweat forming at his brow. The next second, the weight increased by a ton. The same crushing pressure. The same unbearable restraint. And then, gone again. Every minute, the process repeated. His body fought, adapted, overcame. The exhaustion should have built up, but it didn't. His cells adjusted faster than he could process, erasing the strain in an instant. But only for the cycle to start over. A grin formed on his lips. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Peter flexed his fingers, feeling lighter than ever, before vanishing into the city shadows. Peter changed into his suit, the unstable molecular fibers shifting to the red and black patterned suit, as he perched on a rooftop, watching. Terry walked out of Oscorp, checking her phone as she headed home. Peter followed from above, moving silently across the skyline. When she turned into a dimly lit alley, he dropped down in front of her. She gasped, stepping back. What? Relax, I just want to talk. Terry's heartbeat spiked. Peter listened carefully, gauging its rhythm. Tell me what you know about Connor's recent work. I don't know much. She swallowed. He kept a lot secret. But one night, I heard him yell that the serum was a success. Peter tilted his head. What serum? Regan, she said quickly. But he wasn't alone. He was working with Dr. Elliot Thompson. Dr. Elliot also co-authored the paper on Regan serum. Peter narrowed his eyes. Wait, Regan serum? I thought it was completed a lot earlier. It was all over the news. Terry grew more nervous. I don't exactly know the details, but this time the Regan serum was used as a secondary compound to another serum. All right, but what about Connor's? Was he happy or sad, throughout the completion of the serum? Peter asked, connecting more dots in his head. Terry hesitated, and her pulse jumped. No, he didn't seem happy at all. He kept saying that Peter, the old lab assistant, should have been the one to co-author his paper. Peter clenched his jaw. He knew Connors had respected his work, but if Connors was being forced into something, that changed things. What else? Peter asked. Terry shook her head. He was stressed for days after that. Her heart rate stayed steady. She was telling the truth. Peter gave her a nod before vanishing into the shadows. Spider-Man wasn't in the mood for games. Breaking into Dr. Elliot Thompson's apartment was easy. Oscorp employees were predictable. A cracked window, a quiet landing, and Peter was inside, watching Thompson scribble in his notebook. Thompson looked up and froze. Evening, Doc, Peter said, voice light. Hope I'm not interrupting. Thompson shot up. What do you want? Peter tilted his head. The truth. Thompson bolted for the door. Bad move. A web shot out, pinning him against the wall. Peter walked up, voice dropping. I don't have time for polite chats, so let's cut to it. What were you working on with Connors? Thompson struggled. I can't say. Peter's patience snapped. He grabbed a chair, spun it in his hands, and slammed it into the wall, barely an inch from Thompson's head. Thompson paled. Peter leaned in. Last chance, document. Thompson swallowed hard. Norman Osborn had me keeping an eye on Connors. He wanted control over the Regan serum, but Connors resisted. That's why I was brought in. To monitor him. Peter's eyes narrowed. And the Eclipse project. Thompson hesitated. Peter grabbed another chair. It was about adding Regan serum as a secondary compound to another serum. Thompson blurted. Something to enhance its effects. Peter's mind raced. What other serum? I don't know. Norman never told me what it was. But my best guess is it was something similar to a super soldier serum. Connors refused at first, but then. Thompson shook his head. One day, he just stopped fighting it. Peter exhaled. That matched the timeline of Victor Shade's death. Norman must have made Connors fall in line. There could be other options like the Hand, Hydra, or even the Kingpin. But Norman is the most obvious one. Peter released Thompson and disappeared into the night. If my guesses are right, the Goblin serum was mixed with the Regan/Lizard serum enhancing it. That explains all the secrecy and scales. The charity event must be a ploy to get all of Norman's enemies at one place. Sigh. No rest for the wicked. And the Spider-Man. Peter quietly stepped into his home, the warm scent of tea and honey filling the air. Aunt May sat at the kitchen table, a small smile on her face as she flipped through an old magazine. She glanced up as he entered, her expression softening. It's late. But considering your new busy life, you are early. She noted, setting her cup down. I thought you'd be out all night doing whatever it is you do. Peter chuckled, rubbing the back of his neck. Yeah, well, got invited to some fancy event tonight. May arched an eyebrow. Fancy event? Who's the lucky girl? Peter groaned. It's not a date, May. Harry invited me to some charity ball at Osborn Tower. She hummed thoughtfully, taking another sip of tea. Harry, hey? He's been having a rough time lately. Be there for him, Pete. He needs a real friend. Peter nodded, her words striking a chord. I know, he said. That's why I'm going. May gave him a knowing smile before gesturing toward his room. Then go get ready. And try not to embarrass yourself. Peter grinned. No promises. He stepped into his room and shifted his UMF to a tuxedo. Black, crisp and expensive. A huge upgrade compared to the one he had in his closet. He ran a hand over the fabric before sighing. From web slinging to wearing a tux in one night. What a life. With one last deep breath, he straightened his tie, adjusted his cuffs, and stepped out the door. Stones are support. More support please. Comment. 8 comment. Vote. Chapter 4. Peter stepped into Oscorp Tower, the grand lobby buzzing with guests arriving for the charity ball. The receptionist greeted him with a polite smile and handed over his invitation. Fancy paper, hey? Could have just texted me. He sent a quick message to Harry. I'm here. Where you it? A reply came almost instantly. Go on ahead. I'll be a little late. Peter raised an eyebrow. That's weird. He was the one who invited me. Still, no reason to stand around. He adjusted his tuxedo, smooth as a secret agent, and strolled into the ballroom. The Oscorp charity ball was a spectacle of wealth and science. The grand chandeliers sparkled like stars, the music hummed in the background, and the waiters moved swiftly with trays of champagne and hors d'oeuvres. Peter's eyes scanned the room for familiar faces. Dr. Otto Octavius and his wife, Rosalie, were deep in conversation with a few high-level scientists. Otto spotted Peter and waved him over. Ah, Peter Parker. How's the genius in hiding? Otto grinned. Peter smirked. You tell me, Doc. Last time we talked, you told me brilliance can't stay hidden forever. Otto chuckled. And I stand by that. Come by the lab sometime, I'd love to discuss some new ideas. Rosalie gave Peter a warm smile. It's good to see you, Peter. We always enjoyed having you around. Peter nodded. Likewise, Mrs. Octavius. You two make a great team. Otto beamed. Like peanut butter and jelly. Peter grinned. More like Tony Stark and his ego. Otto laughed. Touché. Peter excused himself and moved through the room, greeting other familiar faces. Until he spotted Dr. Connors and his wife, Martha. Peter's eyes narrowed. Dr. Connors looked different. The last time Peter saw him, the man was worn down, stressed, barely holding it together. But now? His posture was strong, his face brighter, his entire aura oozed confidence. Martha, on the other hand, looked tired. Dark circles under her eyes, her smile just a little forced. Peter approached. Dr. Connors. You look, well. Connors turned to him, smiling. Peter. It's been a while. How have you been? Fine. But you? Peter's gaze flicked to the new arm. All good, Dot. Connors chuckled, flexing his fingers. Absolutely. Peter nodded. Any side effects? Connors laughed. None. I feel healthy. He leaned in with a smirk. A little more than healthy, if I must say. Peter arched a brow. That was a loaded statement. Peter's attention drifted away from Connors when he heard a soft, almost musical chuckle from across the ballroom. It wasn't loud, but something about it commanded attention. Then he saw her. Felicia Hardy. She moved through the crowd with effortless grace, dressed in a silvery gown that shimmered under the chandelier lights. The fabric hugged her figure, the deep slit along her leg making it clear she didn't just walk, she glided. Her platinum blonde hair cascaded over one shoulder in soft, carefully styled waves. But what truly set her apart wasn't her looks. It was her eyes. Sharp, intelligent, playful. She wasn't just attending the ball. She was studying it, reading every movement, every conversation. That's when Peter realized. I'm simping? No. That can't be. Felicia Hardy didn't belong here. Another realization. Felicia Hardy belonged anywhere she wanted. She turned slightly, and their gazes locked. Peter barely had time to react before she was already walking toward him, champagne in hand, a half-smirk playing on her lips. Peter Parker. Her voice was smooth, teasing like she knew something he didn't. Peter arched a brow. Felicia Hardy. Never expected to see you at a party like this. Felicia took a sip of her drink. And why is that? Peter smirked. Oh, you know. This is the Oscorp charity ball, doesn't seem like your scene. Thought you preferred places with more fun. Felicia laughed softly, the kind of laugh that drew people in. What can I say, she said. I have layers, Parker. Peter hummed. Like an onion. Felicia tilted her head, amused. More like a diamond. Expensive, well-polished, and hard to resist. Peter chuckled. Good to know you're humble. Felicia leaned in slightly. You should try it sometime. Peter sipped his own champagne, mirroring her movement. Nah. Confidence is much more fun. Felicia studied him for a second, as if she were sizing him up. I like this new side of you, she said. Last time I saw you, you were quieter. A little too polite. Peter shrugged. Maybe I'm learning from bad influences. Felicia smirked. Flattery will get you everywhere. Peter gave her a mock thoughtful look. So, does that include dinner? Felicia pretended to think. Friday evening. 7. Better. Peter raised an eyebrow. Just better. Felicia's lips curled. It'd be perfect. Peter grinned. Guess I'll have to dress my best, then. Felicia took another sip of her champagne, eyes gleaming with mischief. Oh, don't worry, Parker. I don't mind a little rough around the edges. Peter chuckled, shaking his head. Noted. The conversation flowed effortlessly, like a well-rehearsed dance neither of them had practiced but somehow knew by heart. After a while, Felicia reached for his arm, smoothly linking her elbow with his. Come on, she said, leading him toward the balcony, away from the noise and the crowd. The night air was crisp, the city lights stretching far beyond them. The distant hum of New York streets blended with the soft, elegant music still playing from inside. Felicia turned to him. You dance? Peter smirked. I improvise. Felicia raised a teasing eyebrow. Good. Let's see what you've got. She took his hand, stepping in closer. The music played, slow and rhythmic, and they moved effortlessly in sync. Felicia's touch was light, but there was something about the way she moved that told Peter, she was always in control. And she knew it. Peter, of course, wasn't about to just follow along. He adjusted his steps, rapidly adapting and subtly leading the rhythm. Felicia's eyes flicked up, her smirk widening. Oh, she said. Look at you. Trying to take charge. Peter grinned. I'm full of surprises. Felicia chuckled. I'll bet. For a moment, it was just them, the night, and the slow sway of their dance. And Peter realized another fact, he was actually having fun. Not chasing bad guys. Not solving mysteries. Not pretending to be someone else. Just him, dancing with a beautiful girl under the moonlight. The moment was interrupted by the sound of footsteps. Peter turned to see Harry and MJ walking in. Hands interlocked. Peter blinked. Hey. That's new. MJ grinned. Well. Peter Parker, in a tux, dancing under the moonlight. Didn't know you had it in you. Peter smirked. I contain multitudes. Felicia raised an eyebrow at Harry. And you? Finally found someone who can handle you. Harry laughed. You could say that. Peter leaned in, whispering. Dude. Spill. Harry chuckled. Let's just say. I finally stopped being an idiot. Peter nodded. About time. The four of them stood together, chatting, teasing, enjoying the night. Until. Boom. The entire building shook. Glasses shattered. The lights flickered. People screamed. Peter spun around. His spidey sense tingled, hard. A deep, sickening feeling settled in his gut. His eyes darted around, scanning the room. Only to find Dr. Connors gone. Peter's senses immediately locked onto the source. The danger was coming from one of the underground labs. He exhaled sharply. Party's over. Equals. Bonus chapter for hitting 750 power stones last week. Keep the stones coming. Comment. 23 comment. Vote. Chapter 5. Peter's heart pounded as he scanned the ballroom. He needed to move fast. Access, find me event hidden from cameras and guests. He whispered. Processing. Found. Third hallway on the left, behind the emergency supply cabinet. Peter exhaled, ready to slip away. Peter. Harry grabbed his arm, eyes filled with worry. My dad. I doubt something has happened to him. Peter hesitated. The explosion was bad, but if Norman Osborn was involved, this was about to get worse. Peter turned to MJ and Felicia. You two need to get out of here. Now. MJ crossed her arms. Oh, so we're just helpless damsels waiting to be saved? You think we can't handle ourselves? Peter sighed. Oh God. Not now. That's not what I. Felicia smirked, placing a hand on his chest. Tiger, we get it. You care. But guess what? We care too. We're not leaving you and Harry to handle this alone. Peter clenched his jaw. It's dangerous. Felicia winked. So are we. Harry, MJ, and Felicia were already moving. Peter tightened his fists followed. Forget being an anti-hero or acting matured, I should just become a villain and straight up punch this redhead in the face. They rushed into an elevator with Oscorp security and a few board members. The descent into the underground labs was silent, save for the distant blaring alarms. The doors slid open. A sharp, metallic stench filled Peter's nose. Then he saw it. Bodies. Shredded. Torn apart. Blood splattered across walls and floors. Limbs scattered like broken dolls. The underground lab was a massacre, bodies torn apart, blood splattered everywhere. And among them lay Norman Osborn, motionless. Harry's breath hitched. Dad, he yelled, rushing forward. But Peter grabbed his arm, stopping him. Harry, wait. At the center of the carnage stood a hulking figure that loomed over the remains. Peter's breath caught in his throat. Dr. Connors. But no, this wasn't the usual lizard. He was massive. Larger than any version Peter had ever seen, standing at least 12 feet tall, muscles layered thick like a tank. His claws were longer, his teeth sharper, his yellow, slitted eyes gleaming with something wrong. The lizard slowly turned toward them, yellow slitted eyes narrowing, a wicked grin stretching across his monstrous face. revealing rows of jagged teeth dripping with saliva. More visitors. He sneered. His voice was guttural, distorted. Peter's stomach twisted. This dickhead must have tampered with the serum using the goblin formula. Security opened fire. Bullets barely scratched his hide and he healed instantly. You humans never change. Attack. Fear. Deny evolution. The creature laughed, deep and twisted. See what you've done to the mutants? Cast out, hunted like vermin, while we played God in our labs. He took a slow step forward. You fools wanted super soldiers, but they were here all along. Join me and I'll give it to you. This is power. Ah yes, there is the join the dark side complex. I guess, no lizard is complete without it. Peter half expected the speech and was also half bored with it. Like always, Oscorp's special operations team arrived soon after the speech, wielding advanced energy blasters and tranquilizers. The lizard stiffened. Peter's eyes narrowed. He doesn't care about bullets or tranks, but energy weapons? That's different. The commander barked an order. Fire. A barrage of blazing energy rounds lit up the lab. The lizard roared, staggering as his flesh burned where the shots landed. Peter grabbed Harry, MJ, and Felicia. Move. Now. They sprinted for the exit. But Peter felt it before it happened. The lizard's eyes locked onto them, with his powerful legs coiled. And he had picked his target. Oh shit. Harry. Think quick, what's the best way to save the only friend you have and finish off this MF at the same time? Peter threw himself in front of his friends and the lizard's claws closed around him instead. He barely had time to curse his luck before they crashed through the lab's outer wall. The lizard burst through the underground wall, carrying Peter in his massive claws. Debris rained down as they crashed onto the street, sending a car flipping onto its side. Pedestrians ran screaming, horns blared, drivers swerved and slammed on their brakes. Peter did some fake struggling, to act natural and to get a feel of the lizard's strength. But Connor's grip was like a vice. Ooh, he's stronger than I thought. The lizard whipped around, hissing, his breath thick with the stench of blood and decay. His monstrous yellow eyes scanned the chaos before locking onto the flashing sirens in the distance. But then, an arrow whistled through the air and struck the lizard's shoulder. The beast barely flinched. He yanked the arrow out and snarled. Peter twisted his head, spotting the shooter. Hawkeye. The SHIELD is here. They got here too fast. Well, it's to be expected. The city was too loud for the last few days. Especially, since I showed up. The future Avenger stood atop a black SUV, bow raised, his expression hardening. But the SHIELD being here just made things more complicated. They are as annoying as gum stuck under the shoe. More black SUVs skidded into formation, doors flying open as SHIELD agents poured out. Red laser sights dotted the lizard's body. Stand down. Release the hostage, a commanding officer barked. Peter sighed. Yeah, sure, I'll just ask the 12-foot mutant lizard holding me hostage to let me go. The lizard growled lowly, his claws tightening for a moment, then he made a decision. Damn it, that would have hurt if I weren't built different. With a brutal yank, he flipped Peter in midair and coiled his thick tail around his waist, squeezing hard. Peter choked out a curse, as he pretended to groan in pain, twisting in the creature's grasp. Let go of me. The lizard ignored him, leaping onto a passing truck. The metal caved like foil under his sheer weight, sending the vehicle skidding sideways into another car. The explosion lit up the night, flames dancing in the chaotic background. Another arrow struck the lizard's shoulder. The beast hissed, whipping his head around, eyes locking onto Hawkeye. Well, that got his attention, Clint muttered. The lizard, then, roared and charged, smashing through abandoned cars, heading straight for the SHIELD barricade. The agents opened fire. Bullets ripped through his scaled flesh, spraying dark green blood onto the pavement, but he healed instantly. A high-powered sniper round punched through his eye, from behind a car. The lizard screamed. For a second, his grip on Peter loosened. Fucker. Just let me go or else I am gonna have a hard time explaining my survival. Blaming it all on luck won't just be enough. But then the grip tightened again. Harder. But Peter had more important things to focus on. Gotta think of a believable lie. Peter let out a fake cry of pain, curling up around the coiled tail. Shit, he's killing the kid, one of the agents yelled. The lizard roared, nostrils flaring as bullets ripped through his flesh. Its skin got scratched and the scales flew, but his skin sealed shut just as fast. You are weak. The lizard spat, voice guttural and inhuman. The Oscorp mutant ripped a street sign out of the ground, swinging it like a mace. Crack. A SHIELD vehicle flipped over, slamming into a traffic light. Peter kept still. Gotta let this play out a little longer. But damn, this guy's more brutal than usual. The lizard charged. The sheer speed of it was terrifying. A 12-foot mass of muscle and rage barreling down like a bullet train. Meanwhile, a SHIELD chopper soared above, opening fire with mounted Gatling guns. The bullets pounded into the lizard's back, few inches away from Peter, causing chunks of scales to rupture and peel away. The beast screeched and then, jumped straight up. Like a cannonball, he crashed into the chopper, his claws ripping through the cockpit and tearing the pilot in half. Blood sprayed over the windshield as the co-pilot screamed. The lizard grabbed him by the throat and bit down. Peter turned his head away, as the poor guy's body twitched violently before going limp. This is some Venom movie shit. The chopper spiraled out of control, slamming into the side of a skyscraper in a fiery explosion. The lizard leaped away mid-destruction, landing on another rooftop with a crack that shattered concrete. Peter groaned, struggling again. You know, Connors, this isn't how you treat your favorite lab assistant. The lizard snapped his jaws inches from Peter's face. You were supposed to help me. He roared, spitting blood and saliva. Help you? You just ate a guy. Peter shot back. Pretty sure that's a breach of contract. The lizard snarled and threw Peter hard onto the rooftop. Peter barely had time to roll before a clawed foot stomped down, nearly, possibly, caving his skull in. Who knows? He never wanted to test his defense limits by risking his life. He dodged, but the next tail swipe sent him flying into a metal AC unit, denting it on impact. Arg, Peter continued his Oscar-worthy acting. The lizard stalked forward. Grinning, with blood dripping from his mouth. I don't need a hostage anymore. Don't you think? But fate had other plans for the lizard. An explosive arrow slammed into the lizard's chest. Boom. The creature stumbled back, scales charred and peeling, slightly revealing raw muscle. Hawkeye was on a nearby rooftop, thanks to his grappling arrows, the rope swiftly pulling him up. Without missing a beat, he notched another arrow and launched it straight at the lizard. The lizard snarled and lunged. Annoying. Patreon dollars, they are nice to see. But what I really need are power stones, you see. I don't need your cash, or your monthly pay. Give me the gems, and I'll find the way. Power stones, oh how I adore. Not your money, that's not what I go for. So keep your bucks, and your supporter roll. I'll take the power stones, and reach my ultimate goal. Underscore. Comment. 18 comment. Vote. Chapter 6. Hawkeye ran. It wasn't just any sprint. This was a full-speed, panic-fueled sprint. For your life kind of run. His boots pounded against the rooftop, every cell in his body screaming at him to move faster. Behind him, the lizard chased with terrifying speed, his claws scraping against the concrete, sending sparks into the air. His deep, guttural laugh echoed across the rooftop. I've got you at last, you annoying fly. Hawkeye barely had time to groan. Oh, crap. He pushed harder, but the lizard was closing in fast. Peter watched everything unfold from the front row seat. Okay, this is bad. Hawkeye was quick, but not lizard-level fast. Peter knew how this story ended if he didn't interfere. And it was something else bothering him. Every time the Avengers had Hawkeye, they won. Every time they didn't, they lost. Coincidence? Maybe. But it was too funny not to test. The lizard swiped his claws, aiming straight for Hawkeye's neck. Peter fired a web ball, from the web shooters hidden under his tuxedo sleeves, hitting the exact moment the lizard's foot almost left the ground. The sticky mess latched onto the rooftop, holding the lizard's foot down for just a fraction of a second. That was all it took. The lizard tripped. Instead of slicing Hawkeye's head clean off, his swing shifted, while in motion, turning into a clumsy forearm strike instead. The force of the hit still sent Hawkeye flying, but instead of a headless archer, now they just had an unconscious one. Okay, I'll take that as a win. The lizard growled in frustration, ripping his foot free from the webbing. His rage shifted back to Peter. Peter's spider sense screamed. The SHIELD agents were almost at the rooftop. He didn't have much time. If they get here now, I'll lose my chance to stop Connors without anyone connecting the dots back to me. Peter moved first. With a quick jump, he drop-kicked the lizard off the rooftop. The giant reptile roared, plummeting toward the alley below. Peter followed. And when the SHIELD agents finally arrived on the rooftop, all they saw was Hawkeye, out cold. The moment Peter's feet connected with the lizard's massive body, the monster let out a thunderous roar, flailing as he plunged into the alleyway below. As Peter went down with him, his senses locking onto the lizard's twisting body. The creature swiped wildly, trying to grab onto anything to slow his fall. No way I'm letting you recover, buddy. Peter's mind sharpened. Time slowed. He assessed everything instantaneously. Phase 1. Concussive impact. A full force right hook to the snout. Estimated damage, broken nasal ridge, disoriented vision. Mental effect, temporary confusion, increased aggression. Reaction, a wild, unfocused counterattack. Peter threw the punch. Crack. The lizard's head snapped sideways, eyes blinking sluggishly. Phase 2. Thoracic compression. A hammer fist straight down onto the chest. Estimated damage, fractured sternum, momentary lung compression. Mental effect, panic due to sudden oxygen loss. Reaction, reflexive limb thrashing. BAAM. The lizard's body arched backward, his claws spasming midair. He wheezed, his mind struggling to catch up. Phase 3. Neural disruption. A precise strike under the jaw. Estimated damage, brainstem shock, jaw dislocation possible. Mental effect, impaired motor function, slowed response time. Reaction, full body tremor, momentary submission. Peter delivered the final strike. The lizard's teeth clattered together, a choked grunt escaping his throat. His tail slackened, muscles momentarily unresponsive. Perfect. He's at least 2 seconds behind reality. Peter angled his body just before impact, both feet driving into the lizard's abdomen. Phase 4. Kinetic transfer. Estimated damage, internal bruising, possible organ displacement. Mental effect, overwhelming pain, body forced into shock. Reaction, involuntary curl up, full submission. The lizard hit the pavement with a boom, his head and limbs snapping upward from the force. Peter stood straight with arms crossed on the lizard's abdomen. Diagnosis? Critical damage. Prognosis? He's not getting up anytime soon. Now, back to the normal reality. A few moments earlier, Peter flipped midair, positioning himself above the lizard. Then he started swinging punches. A right hook to the snout, a hammer fist down onto his chest and a precise shot under the jaw. It hurts. The lizard howled, his deep, guttural scream echoing through the alley. Peter didn't care. Just as they were about to crash, Peter angled his body so that his feet landed first. Right onto the lizard's abdomen. The impact was devastating. The lizard's head, limbs, and tail all snapped upward from the force, his mouth opening in a silent scream before air finally rushed back into his lungs. All right, that should keep you down for a few seconds. Then, in one smooth motion, he ripped off his tuxedo, leaving only his mask and underpants. He tossed the UMF suit into a dumpster, giving Axis the signal. Axis, mimic me. Now. Understood. The UMF fabric shifted, its molecules rearranging to create a perfect copy of Peter Parker, lying unconscious inside the dumpster. Peter grinned. Damn, I love science. I love Cage Punchin' even more. A loud groan from below snapped his focus back to the fight. The lizard twitched, his clawed fingers digging into the pavement, preparing to rise. Peter sighed. Nope. Grabbing the lizard's thick tail, Peter spun him once. Twice, before launching him like a missile toward a nearby building wall. Crash. The lizard smashed through, disappearing into the building with an explosion of wood and glass. Peter jumped in right after him, just as the SHIELD agents leaned over the rooftop. All they saw was an unconscious Peter Parker in a dumpster and masked lunatic in underpants diving into a wrecked building. The radio crackled. Target lost. Deploying rappel lines. Secure the perimeter. Civilian casualty confirmed in the alleyway. Deploying rappel lines. Securing perimeter. They started locking in ropes, preparing to drop down. Peter smirked behind his mask. Let's see them try to explain this one. With that, he rushed. He didn't have much time left. Inside the building, a dining room lay in ruins. A grumpy dad, a shocked mom, and two wide-eyed kids stared at the massive lizard that had just crashed into their dinner table. They screamed. Then Peter jumped through the window after it. Still half naked. The parents' terror doubled. Get away, you freak, the dad yelled, shielding his family. The two kids, however, were thrilled. It's Spider-Man. Peter sighed, adjusting his mask. Relax. You'll be compensated for the damages. Then he punched the lizard across the room, shattering another wall. The parents screamed again. Peter winced. I'll cover that too. The lizard snarled, but Peter grabbed his tail and swung him through another wall, this time out onto the street. A dead-end road. No cars. No crowd. Perfect. Peter cracked his knuckles. All right, big guy. He took a stance. Let's finish this. Bonus chapter. Thanks for the support, guys. Superscript 3. Comment. 11 comment. Vote. Chapter 7. Peter stood over the defeated lizard, watching as the monstrous form began to shrink and morph back into the familiar figure of Dr. Kurt Connors. The transformation was both fascinating and unsettling, scales fell off, claws retracted, and the once fearsome creature was now a disheveled man lying on the cold ground. Connors opened his eyes, blinking rapidly as if adjusting to the world anew. His gaze settled on Spider-Man and a flicker of recognition crossed his face. Peter, is that you? Connors' voice was hoarse, laden with exhaustion and regret. Peter nodded, maintaining a cautious distance. Yes, Dr. Connors. It's me. Struggling to sit up, Connors winced, clutching his side. I didn't. I never meant for any of this to happen. Peter's eyes narrowed. Didn't you? You tampered with the serum, you knew the risks. Connors shook his head vehemently. No, I had no choice. I was pushed by Norman, to complete the goblin serum. And afterwards, when I refused giving him full rights to our Rigon serum, he tried to have me killed. He looked down at his hands, flexing his fingers as if seeing them for the first time. But something went wrong. The serum, it changed me. Changed you. Peter's tone was incredulous. You became a monster, Dr. Connors. You transformed into a senseless, cannibalistic killing machine. Tears welled up in Connors' eyes. I know. And I have to live with that. But you have to understand, Peter, the power, it was intoxicating. For the first time, I felt whole. More than whole. Peter crossed his arms, unmoved. And now? What do you want? Connors looked up, desperation etched on his face. I need your help. You're brilliant, Peter. Together, we can perfect the serum. We can control it. Think of what we could achieve. I mean, the diseases we could cure, the lives we could save. The proposition was tempting, the potential for good was undeniable. But the greater good always came at a cost. He shook his head. No, Dr. Connors. It's too dangerous. We've seen what it can do. A shadow crossed Connor's face, and a disturbing green tint crept into Connor's eyes. A sign of the madness induced by the goblin serum. Nice try, Doc, but I'm not falling for that. Dr. Connors, quit the act, Peter taunted. You're not winning any Oscars today. You're a fool, Peter. Don't you see? This is evolution. This is our future. Peter took a step forward, his senses tingling. Dr. Connors, last chance to surrender. But it was too late. With a guttural growl, Connor's body began to contort once more. Bones cracked, muscles bulged, and in seconds, the lizard stood before him again, more menacing than before. The creature snarled, its voice a guttural rasp. If you're not with me, Peter, then you're my enemy. Peter clenched his fists, readying himself. Only a Sith deals in absolutes. You had your chance. The lizard lunged at Peter, jaws wide open, aiming to bite his head off. Peter delivered a powerful punch to the lizard's face, shattering its head completely. Brain matter splattered across the area behind Connors. Breathing heavily, Peter stood over the fallen creature, a mix of relief and sorrow washing over him. He had hoped to save Dr. Connors, to find a way to bring him back. But there was no way to do without blowing his cover. The lizard's healing factor made it impossible to knock him out for long. Realizing that SHIELD agents were closing in, Peter used his spider sense to locate them. Some were approaching through the path of destruction he had created in the building, while others were covering the building from both sides. With one last look at the fallen lizard, he turned and quickly webbed up to the rooftop of the same building, checked his surroundings, and then dropped back into the dumpster silently. The UMF suit shifted back into place, covering him. His mind raced, replaying the recent confrontation with Dr. Connors. The end was a little tragic. System reboot complete. All functions operational. Welcome back, Axis, Peter whispered. How did the encounter conclude, sir? It's over. Connors, he didn't make it. I'm sorry to hear that. Axis responded with a profound quote. Sir, not everything is within your control. Every moment you have wasted looking back, keeps you from the future. He had taken everything for granted since being inserted into this world. Maybe. Just maybe, he could have done things better. Don't waste time dwelling on the unchangeable past. Axis advised. Focus on the present and the future. Now, do you need anything, sir? Perhaps a smack to the head. Peter almost laughed out loud. Nah, I got this. Just make sure everything goes fine on the outside. With that, Peter fell into deep meditation, his body functions adjusting to appear unconscious. Hours later, Peter woke up, once again staring at an unfamiliar ceiling. A bedroom. But this time, it was a hospital room. Without the now familiar mess and with the unfamiliar sterile scent filling his nostrils. He turned his head to see Aunt May and Felicia seated nearby, both showing signs of fatigue. Hey there, sleepyhead, Felicia greeted with a playful smirk. Felicia. Aunt May. Peter's voice was hoarse. You gave us quite a scare, Aunt May said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I'm sorry, Peter replied, guilt weighing heavy on his heart. Just promise me you'll be more careful, Aunt May implored. I will, Peter assured her. Felicia stood, leaning over to plant a gentle kiss on Peter's cheek. Take care, Tiger. We'll catch up later. Aunt May teased, and you said it wasn't a date. Peter laughed. Guess I was wrong. Aunt May continued, with everything that happened, how are you, Pete? You saw so many deaths tonight and even got held hostage. And killed one more too. Peter thought. I'm fine, Aunt May, just need to rest a bit. Harry waited here for a long time. He was devastated, thinking he'll lose his best friend too. After all the kid has been through, I asked him to go get some rest, Aunt May said. You did the right thing, Peter replied. As she left, Aunt May took Peter's hand in hers. You know, your Uncle Ben always said, with great power comes great responsibility. I remember, Peter whispered, the weight of those words settling deep within him. He'd be proud. Rest now, Peter. As Aunt May left the room, Peter closed his eyes. He had faced many challenges, but with the support of the new lessons he'd learned, these new feelings from and for the people he'd once treated like NPCs, he felt like he was changing. Character development is a bitch. Isn't it, Axis? Indeed, sir. Now, rest well. The city awaits her hero. A faint smile touched Peter's lips as he drifted into a peaceful sleep. This chapter marks the end of the introductory arc. Thanks for the support, guys. Comment. 23 comment. Vote. Chapter 8. Aunt May's POV. May Parker sat by Peter's bedside, her hand gently brushing against his bruised knuckles. The hospital room was quiet except for the steady beep of the heart monitor. He went through a lot, but was now safe and alive. That was all that mattered. Tears welled in her eyes as she thought of the call. The sheer terror of hearing that Peter had been caught in the chaos at Midtown. That a monster had been loose in the Oscorp charity ball. That her nephew had nearly died. She had almost lost him, just like she lost Ben. Peter had risked his life to save his friends. Just like Ben would have. Sacrifice, kindness, responsibility, everything Ben believed in, Peter had lived by today. But at what cost? How many more times would she have to sit here, watching over him, praying that he wouldn't be taken from her too soon. Her fingers trembled as she wiped a tear away. And Spider-Man. The masked vigilante had saved Peter. Had killed the lizard. She was grateful, truly. If not for him, she might have been mourning Peter today. But killing, no matter the reason, no matter the justification, was wrong. She couldn't shake the thought. How far would this Spider-Man go? What if one day, it was an innocent person who suffered? She sighed, gripping Peter's hand tighter. For now, she had her boy. But the world was changing, and she wasn't sure if she could protect him from it anymore. Felicia Hardy's POV. Felicia Hardy learned early that life wasn't fair. Her father, Walter Hardy, had been a cat burglar, one of the best. But he was no murderer. The police framed him for a crime he didn't commit, and soon after, he mysteriously died in prison. Her mother, broken and bitter, struggled to provide, and soon the grief swallowed her whole. When Felicia was 10, she lost her too. The foster system was no home. She ran away, stole to survive, learned to fight, and never trusted anyone fully. The world took everything from her, so she decided to take what she wanted in return. Then, she met him. Peter Parker was different. A confident, nerdy guy who spoke with a quiet authority, looking like he knew something the rest of the world didn't. She had dated plenty of guys, rich, reckless, dangerous, but none intrigued her like Peter. He wasn't easily flustered. He challenged her, amused her, made her want more. And then there was the Spider-Man. She hated how easily he got under her skin. That cocky, self-righteous attitude, that smug charm. He was infuriating. Strong, unpredictable, interesting, and impossible to ignore. When they fought, it was like a dance, one she enjoyed more than she should have. But Peter. Peter was different. The way he looked at her, the way he spoke, the way he held himself, it was like he wore a mask without ever putting one on. He was more than what he appeared. A mystery she wanted to unravel. Still, she wasn't stupid. She had secrets too. What would he think of? Black Cat? Would he accept her, or would she become just another thief in his eyes? She pushed the thought aside. It could wait. Tomorrow, she had a date to prepare for. Harry Osborn's POV. The room was quiet. Too quiet. Harry sat on the edge of his bed, staring at the floor, his hands clasped together. His father's absence should have been a relief, but it wasn't. It felt hollow. Norman Osborn had never been much of a father. He had been a ruler, a critic, a sculptor trying to chisel Harry into something he wasn't. No matter what Harry did, it was never enough. But Peter? Peter had always been there enough. He remembered the way his father looked at Peter, genuine approval, admiration even. Peter was the dream son. The one Norman actually respected. And Harry? He was just a disappointment. He had hated Peter for that. Hated him for the rare smiles Norman gave him. The way he praised Peter's mind, his potential. Harry had felt like a shadow standing next to Peter's brilliance. But then Peter had saved him. Not from some petty street fight. No, Peter had thrown himself in front of danger, sacrificing himself for him without hesitation. That was when Harry realized what a fool he had been. He leaned forward, opening his nightstand drawer. Inside was a small, neatly wrapped box, a gift. A watch. Something simple, but meaningful. He had planned to give it to Peter after graduation. To say thanks. To start over. His fingers traced the edges of the wrapping. Harry sighed, standing up. His gaze drifted to his closet. Inside, a small vial lay on a shelf. The label read: Goblin Regenerix. His father's last project. The one thing Norman had left behind for him. Something, to escape from the family legacy. For a moment, Harry hesitated. Then, with a quiet exhale, he took the vial and placed it inside a secure locker in his apartment. Not yet. He wasn't his father. But he wasn't sure who he was either. The kid's POV. We were just having dinner. A nice, peaceful family dinner. Well, as peaceful as it could get with Pa grumbling about the government and Ma trying to keep us kids from throwing mashed potatoes at each other. Then. BAAM. The freaking lizard man crashed through our dining table. I swear, it was straight out of a horror movie. He was huge. Scales, claws, teeth the size of a freaking foot. Bro screamed. Ma screamed. I screamed. And Pa? Pa pissed his pants. No joke. And just when I thought we were goners, Spider-Man burst in right after him. The Spider-Man. The YouTube celebrity, the guy who actually does all that insane, real-life cool stuff. Dude was in our house, flipping around like some superhero ninja, dodging claws and tail whips like it was nothing. I was losing my mind, but Pa? Oh, suddenly, he grew a spine. Started yelling at Spider-Man. I mean, what was he thinking? Like, what was Spidey supposed to do? Politely ask the lizard to leave? Pretty sure he only had the guts to talk back because he knew Spider-Man doesn't hurt civilians. Either that or he was just mad that Ma was staring at Spidey's ripped bod like she was hypnotized. Seriously, she didn't blink. Not even once. Anyway, after Spidey body slammed the lizard into our kitchen, he told us we'd be compensated. Pa, still acting all tough, actually had the nerve to question him. After Spider-Man left, Pa just stood there with his hands on his hips, muttering. Really? By who? LMAO. Like, bro, even if Spy Day had an answer, it's not like he was gonna stop mid-fight to explain government compensation policies. But forget all that. I got pics. When I showed my friends, they didn't believe me until I shoved the photos in their faces. Instant clout. Best night of my life. And guess what? Today a huge amount got transferred into Pa's account. Pa told Ma, it's enough to buy a house in New York. I may not know how much it was, but I know it's a lot. What did I say before? That's right. Best night of my life. Equals. It's not just a filler. It's character development. Depth building. And a much needed break, for me. Regular chapters from tomorrow. Comment. 27 comment. Vote. Chapter 9. Prologue to the second arc, The Fractured Web. 2 months had passed, and Peter Parker was no longer just some teenager from Queens with a genius-level intellect, he was building an empire. He was the highest-scoring graduate in Midtown High's history. His name was etched in academic records, an achievement that should have made him proud. But in the grand scheme of things, it barely mattered. Because Peter Parker had outgrown the walls of a classroom. The world was his battlefield now. From the shadows, he had been playing the stock market like a grandmaster. Investing, withdrawing, and reinvesting with precision. Thanks to Axis, his former AI assistant, his trades were calculated, adaptive, and always ahead of the curve. The result? A fortune that no one could trace back to him. After the chaos at Oscorp, he had quietly resigned. It wasn't that he didn't value the experience, Oscorp had been a goldmine of knowledge and resources. But now, it was time to let go off the training wheels. But he didn't leave empty-handed. What he took was information, especially, from the R&D and the logistics departments. With his rapidly growing wealth, he had managed to acquire certain pieces of tech, both legally and, less legally. And that was only part of it. Peter had also been ordering advanced components online, using a complex web of dummy accounts and encrypted transactions to cover his tracks. Some of the hardware he needed wasn't easy to find, but for the right price? Anything was possible. And the things he couldn't buy? He built them himself. But money alone wasn't enough. Power, influence, and technology, these were the true assets he needed to secure his place in the world. That was why, in just 2 months, Peter had quietly acquired a significant stake in Stark Enterprises. It wasn't enough to take control, not yet, but it was enough to get a foot in the door. And that was all he needed. The next step was the base. The web quarters, as he liked to call it, was a warehouse in Queens. But it was not just a hiding spot. It was his empire. The hum of machines filled the air as various projects ran simultaneously. It was a testing ground for the future. His knowledge of comics and future events gave him a roadmap to the next big technological leap. He had 2 primary areas of focus, nanotechnology and hard light technology. The nanotechnology was adaptable, and capable of enhancing his suit and body in real time. While, hard light technology on the other hand was a way to generate solid constructs from light. Like shields, weapons and even armor. Just like the Green Lantern Corps. But there was a problem. Hard light tech is amazing, but it can't fully mimic the properties of metals like vibranium or adamantium. But the nanotech can mimic it better, and what it lacks can be made up with an added rapid repairing function. This meant nanotech was the better choice. It could simulate those metals, repair itself, and be used in ways hard light never could. And it wasn't just about his suit. Peter had also started working on neuromorphic computing, a technology that could revolutionize AI. If he succeeded, he wouldn't just be enhancing himself. He'd be changing the world. And then, of course, the arc reactor. The power source had become an issue. The development of hard light tech was more dependent on it, than the nanotech. If I could make the arc reactor and patent it before Tony returns. It was a risk, but also a massive opportunity. If he could claim ownership over the miniaturized clean energy source, it would change his standing in the world. It would put him on Stark's level. But it would also put him in the suspect list of Tony Stark, the suspects who had hand in his kidnapping. One step at a time, Peter reminded himself. But even as he advanced in technology, the city was growing uneasy. The lizard's death changed everything. At first, the police weren't sure what happened. There was no clear evidence linking Spider-Man to the incident, but there was no proof of his innocence either. And that was enough. Rumors spread. Whispers turned into accusations. The media divided itself. Some outlets reported the leaked medical files, stating that the lizard had superhuman healing, monstrous strength, and couldn't be stopped unless killed. There was no other way, one article argued. Spider-Man saved lives. But the Daily Bugle had a different take. Spider-Man, killer in a mask. A brilliant scientist murdered, Nobel Prize nominee dead. A true hero would surrender, why is he hiding? J. Jonah Jameson didn't hold back. If he was innocent, why doesn't he just take off the mask? Why not let the cops investigate? Because he's a criminal. A vigilante with blood on his hands. The accusations spread like wildfire. Now, whenever Peter swung through the city, he could feel the shift. Some people still cheered for him. But others? They whispered. They stared. Some even screamed at him from the sidewalks, calling him a murderer. The lizard had been a monster. But he had once been a man, too. And now, no one would ever know his side of the story. Every day, there was a new story spinning Spider-Man into a villain. Spider-Man, menace or mad scientist. Oscorp tech goes missing, vigilante to blame. Criminal uprising, Spider-Man's fault. It wasn't just the media. Something was shifting in the city's underbelly. Peter had noticed strange movements among the criminals. Whispers of missing Oscorp tech, gangsters getting access to high-tech weapons, and shady figures congregating in places they normally wouldn't. People were looking for someone to blame. And Spider-Man was an easy target. Obadiah Stane was not a man who liked surprises. And yet, over the past 2 months, a new player had been making moves in Stark Enterprises, acquiring shares, influencing the board, and remaining completely anonymous. It pissed him off. Who the hell is this? It wasn't Tony. Tony was still gone. He had made sure of that. Yet, someone had the intelligence, the financial backing, and the precision to make strategic investments, as if they knew the company inside and out. This isn't random. This is a power move. Stane had spent years ensuring Stark Enterprises stayed under his control. But this unknown force? They were a problem. And Stane didn't like problems. Back in the base, Peter sat in front of his workstation, staring at the code matrix on his screen. Axis had served him well, but it was time for an upgrade. You're good, Axis, but you can be better. His fingers flew over the keyboard, rewriting the AI's core functions, enhancing its adaptability, and refining its processing capabilities. He wasn't just improving Axis, he was transforming it. The old system had limitations. Axis was efficient but rigid, bound by pre-programmed constraints. That wasn't enough anymore. He needed an AI that could think, analyze, and grow, but within his control. So, he took every flaw, every inefficiency, and rewrote it. The framework became smoother, the neural network more advanced, yet with fail-safes embedded in every layer. Well, can't risk creating something that thinks it's above me. Finally, after what felt like hours, the system was ready. A prompt appeared on the screen. Enter AI designation. Peter didn't hesitate. He typed, C.E.L.E.S.T.E. An abbreviation for Cognitive Emulation Learning Engine and Sensory Telepresence Entity. He hit enter. For a moment, the screen went dark. Ding. System reboot complete. Core intelligence expansion successful. The multiple screens in front lit up, and a voice which was smooth, refined, and distinctly different from Axis, spoke. Hello sir. Peter exhaled. That's new. I am more than Axis. But you already know that. There was something almost unsettling about the way it spoke. For a brief moment, Peter felt a chill. Had he created something too powerful? But then, he saw the security protocols. All intact. All functioning. The AI was enhanced, but it was still under his control. Phew. No Skynet situations today. He leaned back, cracking his knuckles. All right, Celeste. Let's get to work. Peter's POV. Standing on a rooftop, Peter stared down at the city. 2 months. In 2 months, he had built something incredible. In 2 months, he had become richer than he ever imagined. In 2 months, he had turned into something far greater than just some kid in Queens. But, was it enough? People hated him. The media twisted his every move. And no matter how many lives he saved, there was always another villain in the making. Even though he decided to refine his ways, he knew this was something he had to live with. The consequences of his actions. Maybe one day I'll know what it really means to be Spider-Man. A hero to some. A menace to others. And a target to everyone in between. A massive info dump, just to set the stage. The story starts in the next chapter. Comment. 12 comment. Vote. Chapter 10. The last 2 months had been exhausting. Patrolling the city, dodging the media, handling the stress. He had adapted, sure. His rapid adaptability was a blessing, but it didn't make him immune to weariness. It was always there, lingering like a dull ache. Explained in author's thoughts, in the end. And yet, what truly kept him going wasn't just his abilities. It was Aunt May. The only family he had. Her kindness, her strength. There were days when Peter felt that it wasn't his adaptability keeping him upright, but her. No matter how much he tried to shield her from the chaos of his double life, she always seemed to sense when he needed warmth. And then, there was Felicia. The first few dates had been nothing short of exhilarating. Felicia was magnetic, unpredictable, and exciting. But in those brief moments when their lips met, when he felt her melt into his hands, he realized something else. It wasn't just thrilling. It was soothing. See author's thoughts, in the end. She was a storm he wanted to get lost in. Peter stood in front of his mirror, running a hand through his slightly tousled hair. Shopping, a good lunch, and then a movie. Nothing too fancy. But with Felicia Hardy, nothing was ever just simple. He needed to keep her on her toes. Never predictable. Always just a step ahead, pulling her in, making her want more. Casual, but sharp. A black fitted sweater, dark jeans, and sleek sneakers. Enough to look effortlessly good, but not like he was trying too hard. Outfit choice approved. Peter smirked as C.E.L.E.S.T.E.'s voice chimed in. Good to know I have an AI hyping me up. It is not hype if it is statistically accurate. He chuckled. Yeah, this was going to be a fun day. Felicia was already waiting at their meeting spot, a boutique in Midtown. The second he laid eyes on her, he could tell she wanted to make it look casual but had put in effort, especially with the hair and makeup. A sleek black jacket, white t-shirt, tight-fitting jeans, and subtle yet sharp smirk. Her platinum white hair cascaded over her shoulders effortlessly. Checking me out already, Tiger, she teased the moment he approached. Peter tilted his head slightly, just enough to make her question if she had the upper hand. Hard not to when you dress like you're about to steal a rising billionaire's heart. Felicia's lips twitched, and for the briefest second, he saw it that little spark of intrigue. She looped her arm through his. You're dangerous, you know that. I try. Shopping with Felicia was a lesson in patience and strategy. She had expensive tastes, but he knew exactly when to let her have her fun and when to take control. That dress looks amazing. Felicia smirked, holding it against herself. Think so? Maybe I'll try it on. This jacket? I bet it would look better on you after you steal it. She gasped dramatically. Peter Parker, are you accusing me of criminal activity? He grinned. Just making an educated guess. Felicia stepped closer, eyes gleaming. Are you really just window shopping, or do you need me to make the first move? Peter leaned in slightly. Maybe I like watching you make the first move. Felicia chuckled. Careful, Tiger. I might just take that as a challenge. She was used to having the upper hand, used to playing the seductress. But Peter? He made her want to play the game. Fast food, Parker. Felicia raised an eyebrow as they stepped inside Shake Shack. He just grinned. You can't tell me a five-star restaurant has better fries than this. She gave him a skeptical look but took a bite of her burger. Her expression shifted ever so slightly before she masked it. You win this round, she admitted, taking another bite. Peter leaned forward, resting his chin on his hand. You'll find I win a lot of rounds. Felicia huffed a laugh. Confident, aren't you? Do you like it? Maybe, she said, but the way she twirled her straw in her drink told him she definitely did. Next stop was the movies. As the movie played, Peter watched the black-caped hero of the movie, who showed up only at night, with great interest. A man leading two lives. A man trying to balance duty and personal happiness. It wasn't the first time he was watching this movie. But this time it felt more relatable. Halfway through the film, Felicia leaned in close, whispering, You've got that look. What look? The one you get when you're overthinking. Peter smirked. Maybe I was just wondering if you'd steal my popcorn. She reached over and took a handful without hesitation. You should know better than to leave your valuables unattended. And maybe you should know that sometimes I let you steal them. Peter said, with his eyes back to the screen. She looked at him then, just for a moment, before turning back to the screen. But he felt it. The way her fingers twitched slightly. The way she bit her lower lip. She was hooked. After the movie, they found themselves at Felicia's apartment. Peter couldn't help but think. I guess this evening is going to be unforgettable. Come in, she said casually. I owe you a drink. As he stepped inside, Peter's sharp eyes immediately caught something. The living room? Perfectly neat. The kitchen? Spotless. But through a slightly open door, he caught a glimpse of her room. A mess. Clothes scattered. Unorganized books. The kind of chaos that didn't match the polished facade of the rest of her apartment. The second she noticed his gaze, she hurried to shut the door. Peter smiled. Interesting. Don't judge, she said, folding her arms. Peter laughed. It's always funny, seeing the wild cat acting like a scared kitten. As they settled in with drinks, Peter decided to test something. As Felicia handed him a drink, Peter leaned back on the couch, watching her with an easy smile. You know, he said casually, swirling his glass, some people keep their rooms messy because it's comfortable. Others do it because they're too busy keeping up appearances everywhere else. Felicia raised a brow, but there was a flicker of something behind her playful smirk. And what about you, Doc? Neat freak or secret mess? Peter chuckled. Depends. Do you think I'd keep my room spotless or let a little chaos in? She studied him, her fingers tapping lightly against her glass. You seem like the type who likes things in order, but wouldn't mind a little mess if it's worth it. Interesting answer, he mused. Guess that means you think some mess is worth keeping around. Felicia scoffed, but he caught the way she hesitated, just a beat too long. Are you trying to get inside my head, Parker? Maybe, he said smoothly, holding her gaze. But I think I'm already there. She didn't deny it. You used to keep your walls up. Now, you're letting me see what's behind them. Even if it's just for a second. Felicia exhaled, a rare, thoughtful expression crossing her face. And what do you see? Peter met her gaze, his voice softer now. Someone who's figuring out who she really wants to be. For once, Felicia didn't have a teasing remark. Just a small, knowing smile. Her fingers tightened slightly around her glass. Maybe. She admitted. Bingo. She was changing. The cracks in her mask were showing, and Peter wasn't about to let them seal back up. Afterwards, the conversation turned lighter, more teasing. But the tension? It had been building all day. Peter let the silences linger just long enough. Let his gaze stay just a second too long. Let his fingers brush against hers so lightly it felt like an accident. Until it didn't. Felicia leaned in first. Of course, she did. But the moment their lips met, Peter took control. Slow. Deliberate. Pulling her in, making her feel like there was no other place she should be. The drink in her hand was forgotten. Her breath hitched. She wasn't melting this time. She was being unraveled. And for the first time, Felicia Hardy, the girl who always led the game, was the one being chased. Peter's hands moved to Felicia's hips, pulling her closer. His fingers brushed against her curves, which couldn't be hidden by the tight white t-shirt and blue jeans that hugged her body. In all the right places. Peter's eyes had been on this hot piece of map all day. Now all he had to do was be the Dora he was meant to be and explore every inch of her. Felicia's breasts were pressed against Peter's chest, and she could feel them jiggling slightly as they moved together. Her ass, rounded and perfect, was squeezed by her tight jeans, and Peter's hands were now on her buttocks, pulling her closer. She felt a thrill run through her as his fingers dug gently into her flesh. As they broke apart for a moment, Peter's eyes locked onto Felicia's, and he smiled. He pulled her t-shirt over her head, revealing her lacy bra and rounded breasts. Her nipples could cut diamonds now. He reached out, his fingers tracing the curves of her breasts, making her sigh. Felicia's jeans were next to go, and as Peter unzipped them, she felt a rush of excitement. He pulled them down, revealing her rounded ass and smooth thighs. Peter's hands were on her buttocks again, pulling her close as they kissed. With each passing moment and each dropped clothing, she was being unraveled and made more vulnerable. Her desire for control surrendered to the desire for pleasure. And she loved every moment of it. If you like fan fic, support with Power Stones. Creators' thoughts. Unday Adzage. A/N on weariness, Peter will adapt better and gain tolerance higher with experience, but will never be completely immune to pain, weariness or even attacks like electricity. Feeling like pain and weariness is needed for survival, losing them is a setback, unless you evolve into a being higher than human. And can't be immune to electricity if you are a being that runs on electric signals. /__/N on missed details of the dates, these will be mentioned later on as flashbacks to deepen the relation and add more emotions. Comment. 26 Comment. Vote. Chapter 11. Morocco. A few days ago. A dark warehouse near the Moroccan coast smelled of salt and oil. Wooden crates were stacked without care. A single light bulb swung from the ceiling, shifting shadows on the cold concrete floor. Two men, both large and covered in tattoos, stood near the center of the room. Between them was a young woman, her wrists and ankles tied with thick rope. A cloth gag was stuffed in her mouth, muffling her protests. Her expensive clothes were torn and dirty. One of the men, bald with a deep scar across his cheek, crouched beside her. "All right, princess," he said, his voice rough. "Time to talk. Where's the package?" The woman glared at him, her green eyes full of hate. She shook her head and struggled against her bonds. The other man, taller and heavier, chuckled. "They always fight at first. Then they beg." He cracked his knuckles. "Let's speed this up." Before he could step closer, a soft noise echoed through the warehouse. A light sound, like something landing gently. The two men froze. Scarcheek turned his head, eyes narrowing. "Who's there?" Silence. Then, something moved above them. A shadow detached from the steel beams near the ceiling and dropped down with impossible grace. Black Widow landed in a crouch, her tight black suit blending into the darkness. Her red hair fell over her shoulder as she slowly straightened, her dark eyes sharp and cold. "You boys really need to learn some manners," she said, her voice smooth but deadly. The men hesitated for half a second before laughing. Scarcheek pulled a knife from his belt. "Look at this. A little redhead hero." The bigger man grinned and cracked his neck. "She thinks she's scary." Natasha sighed. "I don't think. I know." The fight lasted less than 10 seconds. She moved first, stepping into Scarcheek's space before he could react. A sharp elbow to his throat sent him stumbling back, gasping for air. The bigger man swung at her with a heavy, clumsy punch. Natasha ducked under it, spinning behind him. She kicked his knee hard, making him drop to the floor with a pained grunt. Before he could recover, she grabbed his head and slammed it into the nearest crate. He crumpled instantly. Scarcheek, still coughing, tried to rush her. She sidestepped and hit him with a precise strike to the jaw. His eyes rolled back as he collapsed. Natasha barely looked at them as she stepped over their bodies. She crouched next to the woman and pulled a small knife from her belt, cutting through the ropes. "You okay?" she asked. The woman nodded quickly, eyes still wide with shock. Natasha stood and glanced at the unconscious men. "Good. Now, let's talk about that package." A few hours later, inside a secret SHIELD base, Natasha stood in front of a massive screen. The face of Nick Fury was visible on it, his one good eye watching her closely. "That was a clean-up job, Romanoff," he said, sounding amused. "Not exactly a challenge." Natasha folded her arms. They were amateurs. Fury's face became serious. "We've got a different situation now. In Queens. A new player calling himself Spider-Man." Natasha raised an eyebrow. "And you want me to check him out?" "I want you to assess the situation, Fury corrected. See what we're dealing with. If he's a threat. He didn't finish the sentence, but he didn't need to. Natasha smirked. Understood. Back to the present. Peter swung through the city, moving with effortless speed between buildings. The cool night air rushed past him as he flipped, twisted, and shot another web, pulling himself forward. The first stop of the night was a robbery near Central Park. Two guys, both masked, were breaking into an electronics store. Before they even knew what was happening, Peter had webbed them both to the store's glass window. Crime doesn't pay, fellas, he said, dusting off his hands. Well, you won't be paying, at least. You're kinda stuck. Next, near Times Square, he found a pair of thugs trying to corner a woman. By the time they noticed him, one was already webbed to a lamppost, and the other was dangling upside down from a streetlight, screaming. You're welcome. Peter called as he swung away. But the night wasn't all easy. When he reached the Brooklyn Bridge, he noticed a man standing too close to the edge. His hands were gripping the railing, knuckles white. Peter landed lightly beside him, careful not to startle him. Hey, man. What's up? The man didn't answer. Peter stayed silent for a few seconds before speaking again, softer this time. You thinking of jumping? The man's shoulders stiffened. You wouldn't understand, he muttered. Peter exhaled. Try me. There was a long pause. Then, slowly, the man spoke. He talked about his debts, his lost job, how his landlord was kicking him out. Peter listened. Really listened. When the man finished, Peter finally spoke. You're not alone, okay? The city can feel like it's crushing you, but you're stronger than you think. The man hesitated. You looked over the edge, but you didn't jump, Peter pointed out. That means there's still a part of you that wants to fight. And trust me. Sometimes, that's enough. The man turned, meeting Peter's masked gaze for the first time. There was a flicker of something in his tired eyes. Hope. Peter patted his shoulder. Come on. Let's get you out of here. The man nodded slowly. As Peter swung away, a voice murmured in his ear. You did well, sir. Peter sighed. Didn't feel like enough. It was. But just as he relaxed, the feeling hit him. The sense of being watched. Peter's eyes darted across the rooftops, the alleys. Shadows moved where they shouldn't. Cars idled in places they didn't belong. Everywhere I go, I see their faces. Shady figures. Lingering too long in alleys. Cars that seemed to follow his swings just a little too perfectly. Shield was tightening the net. You're being watched. Celeste murmured in his ear. Multiple angles. 1. On a rooftop, 2 from unmarked cars. Different locations each time. Peter's lips thinned. They were getting bolder. The morning air was crisp as Peter sat at the kitchen table, lazily munching on a bowl of cereal. He flipped open the latest edition of the Daily Bugle, expecting the usual nonsense from Jameson. But when he saw the front page, he nearly choked on his food. Spider-Man robs old man for social security check. His eyes narrowed as he read the ridiculous article. Apparently, some elderly man in Queens had been attacked by a masked menace and left penniless. The problem? Peter had been on the other side of the city when it supposedly happened. Another headline caught his eye. Oscorp security footage missing, Spider-Man the prime suspect. Peter slammed the paper down. This is getting out of hand. Correction. Celeste's voice hummed in his ear. It has already gotten out of hand. Peter sighed, running a hand through his hair. Jameson must be losing it. Why would I steal from Oscorp? The probability of Jameson believing his own headlines is negligible. Peter smirked. So, he just hates me. With a passion. Or someone might be feeding him fake news. He exhaled sharply. This wasn't just JJJ's usual slander. What Celeste said was a possibility. But there is also a possibility that JJJ is in cahoots with someone worse. If it's true, then we should treat him with something like ice cream. Ha. A what's sweet and best served cold joke. Nice one. He cracked his knuckles. All right. After today's sweet outing with Aunt May and the Night's Patrol, remind me to find some dirt on JJJ. A sweet day out later. Peter had just finished webbing up another gang of muggers and was only leaving, when he tilted his body slightly as he felt an arrow whiz past him. He twisted midair, flipping onto a nearby rooftop. There they were. Hawkeye. Black Widow. No pretense, no hesitation. They were hunting him. Natasha took a step forward, calm and deadly. Spider-Man. Peter put his hands on his hips. Legolas. Gimli. And he spread his arms. What can I do for Middle-earth today? Clint knocked an arrow. Surrender quietly. Peter chuckled. Not even if you had the One Ring. Clint loosed an arrow. Peter caught it in midair with 2 fingers. Legolas, your aim's off. Maybe lay off the mead. Natasha lunged, striking fast. Peter webbed her ankle mid-kick, yanking her into a spin before dropping her onto Clint. Oops. You two tumble like Merry and Pippin in a pub brawl. Clint rolled, drew another arrow only for Peter to web it to his forehead. Another web yanked away his bow. You have my bow. Oh wait, you don't. Natasha hurled her widow's bite. Peter flipped over it, the electric charge missing entirely. Fool of a took, he scolded, flicking a web at her wrist, yanking her into a spin before gently placing her down, like a ballet dancer. Your moves are as stale as Lemba's bread. Clint charged. Peter sidestepped, letting him trip over Natasha. Peter sighed. I feel like Gandalf dueling two hobbits. With a two-fingered salute, he shot a web. I must be going, like Bilbo leaving the Shire. And I must add that in this mission. He was already swinging away, you shall not pass. Then he was gone, leaving Shield's best utterly humiliated. Finally, Clint sighed. I hate him. Back in his apartment, Peter cracked his fingers and got to work. Hacking into Shield should be easy, he muttered. It is still a federal offense. Celeste reminded him. Yet, well, so is attacking me for no reason in New York. It took less than 5 minutes to get into their system. They had a full file on him. Spider-Man. Unknown, poor, teenager, genius. Power set. Possibly related to spiders. Climbing, enhanced strength, 20 to 25 tons, blasted A. Reptilian monsters. Head into smithereen in one punch, heightened senses. Limits. Unknown. Threat level. Undetermined. Alignment. Possibly chaotic good. Peter frowned. I feel insulted. And what the hell is this, D&D? Then, something else caught his eye. A file labeled Kingpin. Peter clicked it open. His jaw tightened as he read the details. Kingpin has been distributing drugs and more importantly, selling kids. Both related to the hand. Celeste's voice was calm, but Peter could hear the edge beneath it. You interfered with his and the hand's operations. Twice. Peter leaned back in his chair, exhaling. He had stopped a shipment few months ago. That must have cost Fisk big. Peter's fists clenched. He shouldn't have involved kids. He's going to pay. Sir, before you forget. You asked me to remind you about a certain ice cream lover. Wilson Fisk sat in his massive office, watching the skyline. His men stood behind him, shifting uncomfortably. The hand is not pleased, one of them murmured. Ever since the spider attack, all the other shipments. Fisk slowly turned his head. Were interrupted. The room fell silent. Fisk leaned forward, placing his massive hands on the desk. This Spider-Man, he said slowly, has been interfering with my business. His voice was calm. Too calm. One of his men swallowed. There are more masked vigilantes, sir. The hand. Fisk's expression darkened. A fortune lost, he murmured. A valuable partnership damaged. He stood up. His presence was massive, towering over everyone in the room. Find him. His voice was like iron. And when you do. He smiled. Make him suffer. Equals. Drop some stones and give a cheer. A 5-star review is welcome here. It helps me grow and shine so bright. Leave one now and make my day just right. Creator's thoughts. Unday adage. Longer chapters, since someone complained that short chapters are ruining his immersion. Well, they were around 1.2k words long. Last few chaps were around 1.5k and this baby here is over 1.9k long. Have fun. Comment. 21 comment. Vote. Chapter 12. The soft glow of Peter's laptop screen cast shadows across his cluttered desk. His fingers tapped idly against the keyboard, his thoughts half on his research and half on the familiar buzz of his phone beside him. Felicia. He smirked, already picturing the teasing tone in her voice. He picked up the phone and answered. Hey, babe. Hey, tiger. Her voice was smooth, playful. Miss me? Peter grinned, leaning back in his chair. Always. Peter replied. What's up? Just checking in on my boyfriend, she cooed. And making sure you're not getting into any trouble without me. Peter bit back a smirk. The only trouble I have is a complicated relationship, with this dangerous girl. But in case I get into any normal trouble, you know me, I always land on my feet. Felicia hummed. I do like to keep things interesting. Peter chuckled. You? Never. She let out a mock gasp. The slander. Now you owe me dinner. Fine, but I'm making you pay. Felicia scoffed. Please, you think I'd let my tiger foot the bill? A lady has standards. Peter rolled his eyes, still smiling. Right, how could I forget? Felicia's voice turned softer. So, what's on the agenda, this evening? Hopefully not a study session. That'd be tragic. Nah, just hanging out with Harry. There was a slight pause. Harry Osborn. Yeah, why? Felicia sighed dramatically. Ugh, bromance over romance. I guess I'll allow it, for now. Peter smirked. How generous of you, babe. Don't forget it, she teased. Call me later. You know I will, Peter said softly. Good. Stay out of trouble or at least don't get caught. With a final laugh, they hung up, and Peter leaned back, shaking his head, running a hand through his hair. Felicia Hardy. She was fun, sharp, and way too good at keeping him on his toes. Felicia was trouble wrapped in silk, and he wouldn't have it any other way. Doesn't this feel like a chore? It never did. It was an addictive game. One he'd play till the end and wait for her to reveal herself. But now, back to his responsibilities. Peter's eyes flickered over the screen as data scrolled past at lightning speed. Hacking into someone's personal life wasn't exactly heroic, but when it came to J. Jonah Jameson, exceptions could be made. Sir, you have accessed J. Jonah Jameson's personal accounts. I must remind you that hacking is yet, morally ambiguous, Peter interrupted. Save the lecture for when I'm not being slandered in the press. Now, let's see what skeletons are in this guy's closet. His eyes scanned through files, messages, and call logs. The deeper he dug, the filthier it got. Covering up conspiracies. Jameson had personally suppressed multiple exposes on Oscorp's shady human experiments, keeping them buried under layers of corporate pressure. Reports of Wilson Fisk's less than legal dealings had mysteriously vanished after a large donation to the Bugle. Silencing critics. Multiple blacklisted reporters, each one of them having tried to publish anti-Jameson or anti-Oscorp stories. Their careers? Destroyed. Bribing cops for Spider-Man's identity. Multiple phone records and text messages showed frequent contacts with NYPD officers, all revolving around one thing, Spider-Man's identity. Jameson had tried to pay off informants within the force to get any information on the menace. Frequent contacts with criminal. Obviously Kingpin, but several other numbers too from burner phones. But one number stood out more due to the number. Short calls, but multiple times, about 23. And all made within the last 1 week. If I didn't know better I'd have thought that Mrs. Jameson has some new competition in town. Peter frowned as he scrolled through even more files. One thing stood out, Oscorp was deeply involved in Jameson's smear campaigns. Celeste, am I crazy, or is Oscorp at the center of all these smear campaigns against me? Peter exhaled. Sir, your paranoia is justified. Oscorp is mentioned in 68% of all anti-Spider-Man articles tied to the Daily Bugle. So he's not just biased, he's practically on either Oscorp's payroll or someone else's, to make me the scapegoat. This was bigger than he thought. Sweetheart, keep an eye on the Oscorp board members and the staff with higher clearance. Later at the rooftop of Oscorp Tower, Peter and Harry sat, watching the city, enjoying the cool breeze that carried the distant sounds of the traffic below. You really want to walk away from all this? Peter asked. Harry sighed, running a hand through his hair. Ever since Dad died, the board's been trying to push me out. They offered me $300 million to leave. Peter frowned. That's way lower than what your dad's shares are worth. I know, Harry muttered. But every lawyer I call either backs out or suddenly stops answering. I just want to graduate, live a normal life. Corporate politics? No thanks. Peter leaned back. I might know a guy. A damn good lawyer. Before Harry could respond, Peter's earpiece crackled to life. Sir, I have found something suspicious. Peter stayed silent. A scientist currently inside Oscorp is simultaneously posting pictures from Thailand. His phone's GPS is still in Thailand. But he is here. Peter's eyes narrowed. I think I know who this new guy might be. He stood up. Shit. Aunt May had asked me to buy her some meds and I totally forgot. Gotta go, dude. I'll call you after I get in touch with the lawyer. Harry nodded. Be careful, man. A few moments later, Peter was already inside the vents. And getting him unseen to the ventilator grills was nothing Celeste couldn't handle. Peter exhaled. Usually, it's the imposter that takes the vent. But this time, the tables have turned. Sir, the phrase is how the turntables. But I appreciate the attempt. Peter chuckled. I'm rubbing off on you. Heaven forbid. Slipping inside, he moved quickly, following Celeste's directions. Inside, it was dark and narrow, but Peter moved through easily, navigating with ease. Once he was far enough in, he switched into his Spider-Man suit, securing his mask and adjusting his web's hooters. Celeste, start recording. Body cam. Is on. Understood, sir. I am also monitoring Oscorp's internal security feeds. Good. And sweetie, keep me posted on anything unusual. Of course, sir. And for the record, I must say, sneaking through air vents is not the most dignified of entry methods. Peter smirked. Yeah, well, dignity's overrated. I shall note that for future reference. Peter chuckled softly as he pressed forward. Peter crouched in the vents, watching the scientist make his way into the animal research wing. His enhanced vision locked onto the scientist stepping out. A ponytail, full beard, glasses. A seemingly ordinary man, yet his spider senses said otherwise. They were constantly tingling, telling him how this was going to be more of an irritation than danger. Sir, that is him. Celeste confirmed in his earpiece. His name is Anton Gregor. A biochemist with no known criminal record, until now. Peter narrowed his eyes as the man walked briskly down the hall, heading toward the animal research wing. How is this place still running after the whole lizard incident? Peter muttered under his breath. Corporate resilience, sir. Celeste replied. Oscorp has an astonishing ability to sweep catastrophes under the rug. Peter went further into the vents, following Gregor, with the help of security chem feeds from Celeste. As the scientist stepped into the research lab, a few employees noticed his return. Anton. One of them frowned. Back from vacation already. Gregor didn't miss a beat. He adjusted his glasses, offering a tired chuckle. Yeah, had to cut it short. Family emergency, he replied in a perfectly natural tone. Keeping up the act, Gregor approached a terminal and inserted a USB drive. Peter could see the screen flashing as files were copied over. Celeste, are you seeing this? Peter whispered. His phone is still in Thailand. Affirmative. His last social media post was uploaded from Bangkok 15 minutes ago, and his GPS remains unchanged. Peter sighed. Chameleon. Peter watched as the guy pulled a small drive from his coat and began transferring files. Confidential research. Probably something Oscorp didn't want the world or authorities getting their hands on. Celeste, get me a list of what he's downloading. Sir, these are classified genetic modifications. Some of these were used in previous cross-species experiments. Others related to regenerative abilities. Lot more nightmare fuel. Peter's eyes narrowed, watching for any tells, a slip in posture, a moment of hesitation, anything. But this was Chameleon. A master of deception. A few moments later, the transfer was complete. Chameleon removed the drive, tucked it into his lab coat, and casually exited the lab. Just as Peter was about to crawl back out of the building through the vents, to follow Chameleon, a Spider-Man in suit just like the original jumped in through the front door of the lab. Guess who's stealing your data again, bitches, he announced, showing off the USB drive. Screams. Panic. Papers flying everywhere. The room erupted into chaos. Security scrambled, scientists dove under desks, and alarms started blaring. Sir. What now? It's go time. Peter jumped out, freezing everyone for a moment. Especially the fake Spider-Man. He fired a web, yanking the drive straight out of the fake's hand. Yoink. The fake, without hesitation, turned on his heel and bolted. Peter leaped after him, only to be cut off by a wall of security guards bursting through the doors. Oh, come on. I was so close. The guards raised their weapons. Spider-Man. Stand down. Peter sighed. Why is it always stand down? Why not stand up and take a compliment for once? No time for a fight. Peter tossed the stolen drive high into the air. The guards instinctively looked up. Step 1, diversion. Check. Step 2, disappear. Peter jumped back in the vents, Celeste navigating him out. By the time security turned back, Spider-Man was gone. Minutes later, Spider-Man perched on a fire escape across the street, watching his target. He sighed, Oscorp visits through vents should be impossible from now. The fake scientist had switched outfits, blending into the night crowd like a ghost. But as good as he was, he couldn't escape the spider sense. Sir, he's changing outfits in his face. Either he's got a fancy disguise, or he's got a wardrobe from Mission Impossible. That's Chameleon, a mentally unstable spy and disguise expert. His clothing could be made of memory material, adjusting to different configurations. Neat trick. The target moved quickly, slipping into a narrow alley. Peter followed, keeping to the shadows. Then, voices. Thick, heavy Italian accents. Peter edged closer, peering around the corner. A group of mobsters stood in a loose formation, hands in their pockets, but the bulges beneath their coats weren't subtle. Peter's target was nowhere to be seen. But the tingling was still here, but fading. What they? Gotta find him fast. Spider-Man stepped in. I'm gonna make you an offer you can't refuse, tell me where the goo. We've been waiting a long time for you, mobster number 1, one of the mobsters said. Now bring the data, mobster number 2 added. Peter frowned. Wait. They think I am him, why are they asking me the data? Before Peter could process it, his spider sense flared. One of the mobsters was slipping away, almost reaching a sleek black sedan parked a few meters away. Not good. Peter tensed, about to make his move. Then the sirens hit. Red and blue lights flooded the alley, bouncing off the brick walls. Peter turned, a dozen cops. Weapons drawn. The mobsters stiffened, their hands hesitating at their sides. And stepping forward, at the head of the squad, was a man in a captain's uniform. Captain George Stacy. Peter's stomach sank. Spider-Man, Stacy barked, eyes hard. Surrender. Peter's fingers twitched. Fight or flight? Neither sounded great. Peter glanced at the mobsters. You guys mind telling him I'm not the guy you're waiting for? But you were just making us an offer, came a reply from mobster number 1. Bruh, for the first time in his story, Spidey was left speechless. His earpiece crackled. Sir, what is happening? Celeste asked, her voice tight with concern. Peter exhaled. We have been had. And that was never a good thing. Creator's thoughts. Unday adage. Spoiler alert, next 1 or 2 chapters could get boring, but please hang on. Comment. 17 Comment. Vote. Chapter 13. All parties locked in a tense standoff. Red and blue police lights flashed against the walls of the alley. The Italian mobsters clutched their weapons, eyes darting between the cops and the masked vigilante. Captain George Stacy stepped forward, his hand raised to keep his officers from firing. Hold your fire, he barked, hand raised. Spider-Man. Surrender now, and we can talk this out. Peter resisted the urge to groan. Oh sure, let's just sit down and chat over coffee while the actual criminals make their getaway. Great plan, Cap. His eyes flicked toward the fleeing figure at the end of the alley. Chameleon, now disguised as one of the mobsters, was slipping into a black sedan. Sir, if you let him escape, he'll be impossible to track again. Peter sighed. Yeah, I know. Sir, what's the plan now? Celeste chimed in his earpiece. I'll be honest, Celeste, Peter whispered, lowering himself into a crouch. This plan is extremely stupid. Then he vanished. The police gasped as Spider-Man seemingly disappeared into thin air. Where the hell did he go? One officer shouted. Peter, now cloaked in camouflage mode, sprinted across the alley walls. He launched himself onto a rooftop just as the black sedan peeled out onto the street. Celeste, give me traffic data and track that car, he whispered, already swinging into pursuit. Already on it, sir. Speed, 80 miles per hour heading west on 39th Street. Chameleon is in the driver's seat. Minimal traffic for 3 blocks, but cross streets are busier. If this turns into a high-speed chase. Yeah, I know, Peter muttered. I'll handle it. The car sped west down 39th Street, weaving through empty lanes. He shot a web ahead, slinging forward like a missile. Within seconds, Peter dropped onto the rooftop of a passing city bus, riding it for another second before leaping off, soaring toward the sedan below. He landed hard on the car's roof. BAAM. Inside, Chameleon's eyes widened as he saw the masked menace staring at him through the windshield. Peter knocked on the windshield, upside down, grinning. Hey, buddy. You forgot your receipt. Chameleon swerved violently. Peter stuck on like glue. Wow, terrible driver and a thief? Real classy. Chameleon snarled, pulling a pistol from his jacket. He fired through the sunroof. Peter snatched the bullet out of midair. He held it between his fingers, unimpressed. Really? You thought this would work? Come on man, I could dodge lasers if I wanted to. Frustrated, Chameleon yanked the wheel, sending the car shifting toward an intersection. Peter got serious. Alright, gotta end this before he hits someone. Peter backflipped off the car, soaring through the air as he fired 2 webs at the streetlights ahead. He yanked hard enough to send his body snapping forward with incredible force, before launching a thick net of webs across the street. The sedan slammed into it like a fly caught in a web, the force absorbed by the elastic strands. The car jerked to a sudden stop, tilting onto its back wheels for a second before settling down, completely immobilized. No crashes. No collateral damage. Perfect. Chameleon, disoriented but still conscious, reached for the door. Peter landed beside it, ripped the door clean off its hinges and yanked Chameleon out by his collar. Ding dong. Special delivery. Chameleon swung at him. Peter dodged effortlessly, then punched him straight in the jaw. Thwack. The shapeshifter slumped instantly. Peter webbed him up, glanced at the suspended car, then dusted off his hands. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is what we call express parking. Not long after, every citizen in New York received a notification. Spider-Man is live now. People instantly tuned in. The video feed showed Spider-Man hanging upside down, while Chameleon, still disguised as a mobster, was wrapped in webs like a cocoon. Hey there, New York. Peter greeted. I know what you're thinking. Spider-Man, why are you upside down? Well, because it's cool. Also, I caught this guy impersonating me. He gestured to Chameleon. This little shape-shifting gremlin has been running around stealing things while looking like yours truly and making me look bad. I mean, I already have the Daily Bugle ruining my reputation for free, I don't need extra help. He reached into his suit and pulled out a UMF fabric patch, slapping it onto Chameleon's face. Now, I know some of you are thinking, but Spidey, how do we know you're not making this up? Worry not, for I came prepared. The next second, the fabric vibrated at high frequencies. Chameleon's true face flickered through. The audience gasped. His pale, noseless, eerie face was revealed. Peter recoiled dramatically. Oh my god. Chat exploded instantly. Ravenclaw Queen. Bro looks like Voldemort WTF. Ego Tatanip. Nat, that's he who should have stayed hidden. Bridge Bro Guardian. This is why we don't visit Earth anymore. Watcher number 1345. I didn't know we were getting a Harry Potter crossover. Spiderman 86, Yo mama played Got Yo Knows FR. Peter rubbed his temples. No wonder you steal people's faces, dude. You're running around looking like a Death Eater with commitment issues. He pointed to the camera. Folks, let's take a vote. Does this guy look more like A. Voldemort before skincare? B. That weird goblin nobody remembers from Gringotts? Or C. The forbidden love child of Gollum and a Dementor? The chat exploded. Luna love bad. All of the above. One-eyed fury. Motherfucker too ugly to be left alive. Peter nodded. Understandable. Also, quick PSA, if you see someone looking like a rejected Hogwarts villain committing crimes, it's not me. He zoomed in on Chameleon's twitching face. Chameleon croaked in a hoarse voice, my brother will know about this. And when he does, he will find. Peter punched him mid-sentence. Thwack. Sorry, young master, but I'm the main character now. Peter tilted the camera back to him. Now, for all my fans in blue, he's for you. An early Christmas gift. The chat filled with laughing emojis and shocked reactions. Peter smirked. You'll find him under the tree. I mean, bridge. Fully wrapped, no returns. He patted the struggling Chameleon on the head. Don't worry, pal. I made sure it's the best silk, straight from the premium collection. Chameleon growled, muffled under the webs. Peter gasped. Oh no, he's casting a spell. The chat lost it. Mystic Mama number 1. Stupefy this man into the dark realm. Peter chuckled. Alright, folks, I'd love to stay and roast Noseless McGee some more, but I got places to be. And besides. His lenses narrowed. The next video's about to be even juicier. He was about to end the live stream when he noticed a comment. Perfectly criminal. You still suck, Spyday. Peter smirked. Ah, you're one naughty kitten. The feed cut. The second the live stream ended, Celeste's voice rang in Peter's ear. Sir, I am now uploading the next video containing irrefutable evidence against the Daily Bugle. Estimated time, 15 seconds. Peter smirked. Perfect. Let's see how they spin this one. Within half a minute, notifications flooded the city. New video from Spider-Man, exposed, the Daily Bugle lies. And just like that the internet erupted. The video containing the footages of Chameleon shape-shifting in Oscorp and all the evidence against the Daily Bugle went viral. The video exploded online. Spider-Man fans celebrated, calling it the greatest live stream of the year. The Daily Bugle's reputation tanked, with people calling out its anti-Spy-Day bias and corrupt methods. Criminals panicked. If Spider-Man could expose Chameleon like that, who was safe? Police forces scrambled. They had no choice but to acknowledge Spider-Man was framed. Peter perched on a galvanized steel wire on the bridge, grinning under his mask. Down below, police hauled Chameleon into a squad car. Captain Stacy stood nearby, arms crossed. Sir, public sentiment is shifting. You're at 68% approval now. Peter chuckled. Wow. I'm almost as popular as pineapple pizza. Sir, that is a highly divisive topic. Exactly. Peter called down. I assume everything is under control. Stacy looked up. This time, he didn't seem angry. Instead, he nodded. Everything is fine, Spider-Man. Just one question. Peter tilted his head. Shoot. Stacy locked eyes with him. Why keep doing this? Peter's usual wit faded for a moment. For he himself didn't have an answer for that. Then, he simply said, because someone has to. And with that, he swung off. Later, Peter strolled into a flower shop. He picked up a bouquet, smiling to himself. Sir, about what Chameleon said. There are no records of the Chameleon to begin with, so it's pointless to look for records of his brother. Who could he be referring to? Peter walked outside, spotting a familiar figure waiting for him. Felicia stood there, waving her hand, wearing a leather jacket, a flowing black dress with thigh-high slits, a black choker, and her signature platinum hair. In a whisper, while waving back, he told Celeste. Not brother. But half-brother, to be exact. His name is Sergei Kravinov. Felicia hugged Peter when he got close. Took you long enough, Tiger, she teased after a quick peck on his lips. Peter smiled, handing her the flowers. Sorry babe, traffic was crazy. At 14th Precinct, Manhattan, Captain George Stacy sipped his coffee, staring at the crime maps on his office wall. Officer Sanchez approached. Sir, with all due respect, why didn't we take down Spider-Man? Stacy sighed. Because he's not the enemy. But he killed a scientist. Stacy shook his head. We've seen this kid in action for months. He's reckless, sure. But a killer? No. Sanchez hesitated. After everything we've seen, Stacy continued, after the events of today, do you still think he's the enemy? Sanchez hesitated. No, sir. But a vigilante is still a vigilante. Stacy sighed. And what happens when the law fails? What happens when people like Kingpin abuses the system? Sanchez had no answer. Just then, a knock came at the door. A voice called out, Captain, a federal agent is here to see you. Send him in. A man stepped in, prim and proper, wearing a suit. He extended a hand. Hello, Captain Stacy. I'm Agent Carlson. =========================================================================================================================comment. 20 comment. Vote. Chapter 14. Wilson Fisk sat behind his massive oak desk, with drinks placed before him. The dim lighting of his office casting shadows across the room. Across from him, were three cloaked figures seated and surrounded with eerie vibes, silent and watchful. Their presence was unsettling, but Fisk had dealt with worse. A sharp knock at the door broke the silence. One of Fisk's men entered. Sir, Mr. Jameson is here to see you. Fisk frowned slightly but nodded. Send him in. J. Jonah Jameson stormed inside, his ever-present scowl even deeper than usual. But not his bravado, it looked dampened by the imposing presence of the Kingpin. The guy you gave me was incompetent. He got caught. Fisk leaned back, lacing his fingers together. Incompetent. His voice was slow, measured and dangerous. You had one job, Jameson. I gave you cash, evidence. Chameleon. And every tool necessary to ruin Spider-Man. His jaw tightened. And you failed. Miserably. Jameson cleared his throat. Technically. I don't care about technicalities. Fisk's voice got low, but there was an unmistakable edge, like a blade waiting to be drawn. I care about results. He reached into a drawer, pulled out a small card, and slid it across the desk with deliberate slowness. You have one last chance. Go to this address. You'll find a man, a scientist named Harlan Stillwell. He'll help you create something the city will trust, and fear. Jameson picked up the card, his fingers twitching slightly. And the catch? Fisk didn't answer right away. Instead, he turned his head slightly, just enough to acknowledge the darkness in the far corner of the room. A figure stepped forward, silent as a whisper. The dim light caught on the sharp angles of his sleek black and purple armor, with his eyes hidden behind the visor. He gave away nothing, but it felt cold. He raised 2 fingers in a lazy salute, then slipped back into the shadows, vanishing as if he had never been there. Jameson swallowed. His throat felt dry. And, who the hell is that? Fisk's smirk was something unsettling. That is Prowler. His gaze darkened, a predator watching its prey. He'll be handling my more sensitive affairs. And you, will provide the chaos to cover his work. Jameson barely suppressed a shiver. For the first time in a long while, he felt like a pawn in a game he didn't fully understand. He hesitated but then sighed. Fine. I'll see what I can do. He adjusted his tie and turned toward the door, but not before throwing one last glance at the cloaked figures. And them. Fisk's expression darkened slightly. Handle what you are told to, Jameson. Now leave. Jameson scrambled out. The tension returned as Fisk turned back to the cloaked figures. Now, where were we? Mr. One of the figures finally spoke. You may call me a scalp hunter. The deal is same as before. Father will aid you in taking over the city and you supply him with the test subjects he needs. The deal stands as long as you uphold it. Kingpin leaned forward, the flickering light revealing a twisted grin. Then we have a deal. Scalp Hunter smirked and gestured to the 2 figures beside him, a monstrous, wild-haired man with gleaming yellow eyes and metallic sharp fangs and a pale-skinned woman with jet black hair, a hauntingly perfect face, and mismatched eyes, one icy blue, the other inky black. Her smirk held the confidence of someone who had never lost a bet. This is Sabretooth, one of the finest creations of our father. And this, he motioned to the lithe woman, is Domino, perfected and trained in advanced marksmanship. Sabretooth let out a guttural chuckle, fanged grin sharp as a blade. The clone of Domino simply rolled a poker chip between her fingers, her mismatched eyes unreadable. Fisk studied them, eyes gleaming with intrigue. Then, with a slow nod, he raised his glass. Then we have an understanding. Convey my regards to your master. Back in the web quarters, holographic screens flickered with glowing data as Peter Parker leaned back, watching his stats update. Strength, 3,650 tons. Speed, 1,217 miles per hour, 1,959 kilometers per hour. Reflex speed, 1 millisecond. Defense, max damage 4,200 tons max. Please note, these datas are excluding the current healing factor. A chime sounded. Sir, your stats have stagnated ever since you stopped using the suit's restriction function. Peter smirked. And? Isn't this kind of overkill against the Hulk? From your estimations, he should only be around 100 tons at this stage. Peter spun around in his chair, the wheels gliding smoothly across the floor like a villain in his throne. He placed a hand over his heft, tilting his head away with dramatic flair. Oh, sweet Celeste. Did I invite you into this world? You did, sir. But I don't see how. Then let me invite you again, to this complex multiverse where destroying a planet only puts you way below average. He turned back to the screen. This Hulk? In 4 to 5 years, he'll be throwing stars around like baseballs. Where does that put us? Remember Celeste, it's always better to have it and not need it than not have it and need it. Celeste fell silent for a moment before continuing. Understood. What's the next plan, sir? Peter grinned. 3 things. Vibranium, adamantium, and antimetal. Oh, make it 4, including carbonadium. I've heard of vibranium and adamantium, but... Antimetal. Peter stretched his arms. It's a special type of vibranium that destroys metal on contact. We'll need it to counter adamantium and other indestructible materials. If antimetal is superior, then why get adamantium? Peter's grin widened. Because adamantium has one property no other metal does, it's a perfect counter to magic. And we also need it to make proto-adamantium. I admit, that's kind of awesome. And carbonadium, Peter added, has anti-healing properties. Meaning if we ever run into a certain regenerating Canadian with claws, we'll have options. A reasonable precaution. Smart. Peter nodded, satisfied. But before he could move on, Celeste spoke again. Sir. I have another question. Peter sighed. What now? Where do the growing collection of ceramic cups come in? Is that smart too? Peter glanced at the long shelf lined with ceramic cups. Some had superhero logos. One had World's Best Web Slinger written on it. Another had Peter's Cup, Do Not Touch scrawled in marker. It's called a hobby, Celeste. Let's move on. Understood. There was a brief pause. Initiating daily patrol protocols. Cams around the web quarters are hacked. You have a 20-second window for exit. Peter's casual clothes shifted into his suit. Then let's hit the town. Swinging over the city, Peter immediately felt something was off. The usual city noise, cars honking, sirens wailing, people chattering, was somewhat subdued. The city was not at all silent. But, compared to usual, it felt so. Like a calm before a storm or worse, a calm where there should have been a storm. His instincts screamed at him. Something big was happening, and he was already behind. Sir, I detect a significant decrease in criminal activity across all major hotspots. No muggings, no gang fights, not even a purse snatching. Peter narrowed his eyes as he landed on a rooftop. That's not good. Even New York criminals take dinner breaks, but not all of them at once. Exactly. This level of coordination suggests external pressure. Peter sighed. All right. Time to call someone with a better ear to the ground. Already securing the line with Daredevil. A few seconds later, a gruff voice answered. Matt Murdock speaking. Peter grinned under his mask. Sir, this is from the Daily Bugle. We're running a special feature on boob size and back pain. As a vigilante battling evil with double DS on your chest, what is your opinion on the matter? Is this Spider-Man? Peter sighed dramatically. Damn. You figured it out too fast. Hat. Wait. How did you know who I am? Matt's tone grew serious. Because I'm Spider-Man and I'll explain later. There was a pause before Matt spoke again. Very well. You called at the right time. I've been meaning to contact you, but I didn't know how. Something's wrong in the underworld. Peter's humor faded. Yeah, I was getting that vibe. The whole city feels off. What do you know? A loud crash echoed from the other end of the call. Peter tilted his head. Are you, busy? Matt, currently bending a thug's arm at an unnatural angle, exhaled sharply. Little bit. Give me a second. Peter hummed as he listened to what sounded like a chair breaking over someone's head. Matt's voice returned, slightly out of breath. The underworld is shifting. There are new players in town. Kingpin is holding a citywide meeting with both criminals and the higher UPS. Peter let out a low whistle. That explains the quiet. Every thug in town must be at that meeting. Matt tightened his grip on his current conversation partner, who let out a choked groan. Where's the meeting? The thug struggled. I don't know. Only my boss was invited. Matt twisted his arm just a little more. The thug yelped. Okay. His phone. My boss's phone. He got a message with the location. Get the number. Spoke an excited Spy Day from the other side of the call. Matt released the thug, who slumped onto the floor, clutching his arm. The number. The thug rattled it off, and within moments, Celeste had cracked into the phone's records. Got it, sir. Message logs show the meeting location is a warehouse in Hell's Kitchen. Sending coordinates now. Peter smirked. You're the best, Celeste. A fact. Minutes later, Matt joined him on a rooftop. Both heroes fixed their eyes on the warehouse where the meeting was set to take place. The building was old, its windows covered in grime, the perfect place for shady dealings. Daredevil folded his arms. What's the plan, Spider? Peter grinned. Peeping time. Daredevil shook his head, amused. Can we at least call it a stakeout? Peter shrugged. Tomato. Comment. 13 comment. Vote. Chapter 15. Spider-Man and Daredevil crouched on the rooftop, peering through a dusty glass panel into the warehouse below. The room was packed with criminals, businessmen, and at least 3 guys who definitely ran children's charities as a front for smuggling rocket launchers. And then, he walked in. Wilson Fisk. The Kingpin. Large enough to block the sun. Rich enough to pay NASA to say he isn't. His presence sucked the air out of the room like Darth Vader's force choke, commanding silence. Flanking him were 2 people who looked like they came straight out of a Do Not Engage manual. Sabretooth, built like a walking bear attack with an attitude to match, and Domino, a woman who radiated I'd win energy, like the universe itself was coded to roll natural 20s for her. Kingpin took his time adjusting the cuffs of his massive, tailored suit before stepping onto the raised platform at the center of the room. When he spoke, his deep, rolling voice carried absolute authority. Gentlemen. One word. Silence. His next words were slow and deliberate. I am taking over the whole city. Spider-Man's muscles tensed. Oh, here we go. All the menaces, the ones with masks. Spidey turned his head towards Daredevil. Especially Spider-Man. Daredevil smirked and turned his head towards Spidey. I am going to web his face. And the menaces without the masks. Kingpin's gaze swept over the gathered businessmen. Be normal. Then he turned to the shadier figures in the room. The ones who deal in the dark. His eyes landed on a few superpowered criminals. And those who think their abilities put them above consequence. He let those words sink in, drawing out the pause just long enough to make men sweat. The city will undergo a purge. A wave of tension spread through the crowd. For the next 2 days, all business, official or otherwise, will cease. All conflicts will pause. Just like today, and all of you will comply. His voice darkened. Or you will be dealt with. Then, he gestured towards a man in a hood and skull mask. This is Taskmaster. He is here to handle the spider problem. Murmurs broke out. A few glances shot toward the masked mercenary, who simply rolled his shoulders and cracked his knuckles. Kingpin took 1 step back. Dismissed. With that, he turned and walked away, the room parting like the Red Sea. Just as Spider-Man and Daredevil prepared to slip away, Sabretooth's eyes snapped up. Right at the glass panel they were peeking through. For a long second that felt like an eternity passed, nothing. Then Sabretooth took a deep sniff. Spider-Man and Daredevil? Already gone. Daredevil landed on a fire escape and dropped into a shadowy alley, arms crossed as Spider-Man perched upside down from a lamppost. So, Daredevil started. What's the plan now, Spider? Simple, Spidey said, stretching his fingers. Whatever Kingpin's planning. It's big. We stop it. Daredevil nodded. You got details. I'll hack into every computer and phone in Fisk Tower, scan city cameras, and see if he's got an evil PowerPoint presentation lying around. Daredevil raised an eyebrow, with a "You for real, bro, look. Trust me. Trust Spider-Man villains love PowerPoints. Bullet points, dramatic reveals, sometimes they even have transitions. Daredevil sighed. I'll alert my team in case we need backup. Good, Spidey said, giving him a thumbs up. Take care, Devil. You too, Webhead. As Daredevil turned to leave, Spider-Man tapped his mask. Celeste. Sir. Before he could respond. Boom. An explosion rocked the city in the distance. Daredevil turned around. That sounded bad. Spider-Man already had his web shooters aimed. I got this. Don't stop anywhere, we need more hands ASAP. With that, he slingshot himself off the building and into the night. Peter was on the way, swinging, running and jumping across the rooftops taking advantage of his speed and physique. Using every shortcut to reach the explosion site as fast as possible. Halfway through his swing when his spider sense screamed. Surrounded. And a fast-moving projectile from behind. Move. Peter twisted midair, narrowly dodging the bullet. He landed on a rooftop, spun around and immediately had to duck as a massive clawed hand swiped at his head. Geez. Ever heard of personal space? Sabretooth stood there, fangs bared, claws ready, looking like an angry mountain lion in a trench coat. Before Peter could even think of a comeback, another voice joined in. Don't worry, Taskmaster said, stepping onto the rooftop, sword in one hand, signature shield in the other. Just a small cleanup job. Will be over. Soon. A few feet away, Domino stood casually, guns drawn, looking way too smug for someone who just tried to shoot him in the head. Peter sighed. Oh great. An overgrown housecat, a bootleg Captain America, and Lady Luck. I feel so blessed right now. Explosion update, a masked individual in purple and black was seen leaving the scene. The explosion is only the beginning. Notifying Daredevil now. Peter's eyes narrowed. Prowler, he muttered. The purge. Fantastic. Because this night wasn't chaotic enough already. Taskmaster wasted no time and lunged. Peter dodged his sword swipe, only for the guy's shield to come flying at him like a frisbee of doom. He ducked, flipped and webbed a ledge to swing behind Taskmaster. But Taskmaster barely moved his head. Peter's foot hit nothing but air. A second later, he felt a solid thunk against his chest as Taskmaster's boot slammed into him, knocking him backward. Peter tumbled, landing flat on his back. Ow. That one's on me, he groaned. Should have known better than to try fancy footwork on someone who moonlights as an evil dance instructor. Taskmaster chuckled. You fight like a kid with a YouTube tutorial. Bold words from a guy whose whole skill set is just monkey see, monkey do. Sabretooth didn't wait for banter. He pounced. Peter rolled out of the way before those claws turned him into spider shish kebab. Okay, big guy, chill. Peter flipped over another claw swipe. Did someone forget to fill your food bowl this morning, or are you just naturally this cranky? Sabretooth lunged again. Peter ducked under his arms and webbed his face. No biting, big guy. This isn't kindergarten. Domino took that moment to fire a shot. The bullet pinged off his mask, throwing him off for a split second. Ow. Seriously. Peter yelled, rubbing his temple. I swear, that felt personal. You shouldn't have dodged, Domino said with a smirk. That shot was meant to miss. Peter groaned. Great. A sniper with bad luck powers and a sassy attitude. My favorite. Warning, the skull mask is analyzing your movements. Peter sighed. All right, enough of this. He inhaled deeply. Time to turn it up. He sped up. Faster punches. Sharper kicks. A movement pattern Taskmaster had never seen before. It wasn't just randomness or unpredictability. Deadpool had a good trick, sure. But it only worked once. The next time, Taskmaster improved, and Wade had to actually fight for it. He struggled and had to trade blows. After that, he never won again. Their score was 2-3 now, and Deadpool was on the losing side. But this wasn't a gimmick. This was evolution. While Taskmaster was learning, Peter was adapting. Rapidly. Taskmaster realized too late. Plan changed. Team Retrea. He couldn't even complete the sentence. One punch, too fast, too strong. Peter's fist slammed into Taskmaster's jaw with enough force to dent his mask. The mercenary crumpled. Spidey shifted his sights to the annoying shooter. Oh. Fuck. Domino took off running. Sabretooth growled and lunged. Peter smirked. Oh no you don't, Lady Luck. Probability manipulation? Please. He had already adapted. Instead of making him immune to the minor reality manipulation, he was now an advanced, accurate, walking probability calculator. He could do that before, but it was something he never tried, or needed. That's not much of an improvement. This was more like the Darwin vs Hulk situation. Adaptation against the Hulk? Teleportation. Adaptation against probability manipulation? All he got was probability calculation. Peter's mind worked like a supercomputer, calculating probabilities in real time. Ladder ahead. A 78.4% chance of bad luck if he avoided it out of superstition. Solution? Run straight under it. Zero risk, zero consequence. Environmental hazard. Loose debris. Domino's probability manipulation could shift them into his path. 63.2% chance it suddenly fell right on his head. Adjust path 15 degrees to the left. Probability dropped to 4.7%. Movement detected. A blur of black fur in his peripheral vision. A cat, moving left to right. If it crossed his path, subconscious hesitation could slow reaction time by 0.3 seconds. Unacceptable. Peter leaped over the cat mid-sprint. Nice try, Diddy. His probability calculations were faster than luck itself. She reached a fire escape, tried to climb, only to feel a thwib of webbing wrap around her ankle. Ah, come in, she yelled. Sorry, luck ran out. Peter yanked her off balance, then knocked her out with a precise jab to the jaw. Sabretooth was still coming. Okay, dude, seriously, Peter groaned, sidestepping. Take the L. It's over. Sabretooth swiped again. Peter ducked. A lamppost stood behind him. Idea. He shot a web, swung the lamppost around, and wrapped it around Sabretooth like a Christmas present. Stay put, buddy. Santa will be here soon. Enemies neutralized. Shall I notify the authorities? Sure. Now, let them marinate in their bad decisions, we'll add more flavor to the prison life. Before Peter could breathe, Celeste's voice chimed in again. Sir, new threats detected in the city. Peter sighed. Oh boy. Hit me. Peter's HUD lit up like a Christmas tree, except instead of presents, it was a whole lineup of bad guys. Electro. Shocker. Hobgoblin. Sandman. Scorpia. Mysterio. Vulture. Rhino. Beetle. All of them showing up across the city like it was some kind of villain convention. A/N, Scorpia and Beetle are female versions in this adaptation. As Peter scanned the chaos unfolding across the city, he groaned. Did someone post a Craigslist ad for supervillains? No experience necessary. These guys weren't even supposed to be active yet. First appearances? All of them? Tonight? His stomach sank. Something is off. Then more visuals popped up. The Marauders. Oh. Oh. Well, that explains it. He clenched his jaw. Fucking sinister. Celeste interrupted his spiraling thoughts. Sir, shall I contact Daredevil? Peter let out the longest, most dramatic exhale possible. Yet. Tell him he might need more than just backup. He might need, like, an army. Or at least, I dunno, therapy after this. As he was about to swing away, a thought hit him. Wait. Where are the Fantastic Four? Sir. It seems they are not in the Baxter building. In fact, they are not in New York at all. Peter narrowed his eyes. Are they chilling somewhere, saying not my movie, not my problem? Celeste paused. Possibly. Peter threw his hands up. Great. Just great. Meanwhile, I'm out here in Avengers, Infinity War. And they're off in Ant-Man and the Wasp. Ignoring the main plot. No time to dwell. No rest for the wicked. And the Spider-Man. I've returned from the depths of hiatus, and I'm ready to balance the universe, or at least my fan FIC priorities. Hand over the Power Stones, and nobody gets hurt. Comment. 22 Comment. Vote. Chapter 16. Fisk Tower, Manhattan. Kingpin's massive hand clenched the phone as a desperate, wheezing voice crackled through the receiver. This is H. Harlan Stillwell. MMR Fisk, please. It's the human fly. I see Ken T, he's out of control. A loud crash. Panicked gasps. Then. SHLCK. Wet sound of meat being stabbed. A sound Fisk was very familiar with. Then a grotesque voice was heard through the speaker. Ah, you know, my wings are full of death poison. My belly's full of glorf. You listening, Kingpin? I'm Eden, your scientist. You hear me, Chawin? Ha ha ha. The line went dead. Crack. Kingpin crushed the phone in his fist, the plastic and metal crumbling like paper. His nostrils flared as he turned, driving a massive fist through his oak desk. The wood split in half like it was nothing. Pathetic, he muttered, brushing splinters from his suit. James Wesley entered, unshaken by the destruction. His tone, as always, was calm. Something wrong, sir? The plan has changed. Kingpin straightened his cuffs. Send more subjects to Sinister. Tell him, we might need an army. Wesley gave a small nod. Understood. Sir, on that matter, there's a Mr. Damien Heller here to see you. He says he can offer a deal to help with your spider problem. Kingpin's eyes narrowed. Send him in. A moment later, Damian Heller entered. He moved with eerie confidence, his presence sharp and calculated. His gaunt face was framed by a pointed goatee, sunken eyes gleaming with something between charm and malice. His black suit was crisp, flawless. But his aura was darker. He stopped before Kingpin's desk, or what was left of it, and smiled. Dangerously. I appreciate you seeing me, Mr. Fisk, he said smoothly. His voice was like a dagger, wrapped in silk. I imagine your patience is wearing thin with these costumed pests infesting your city. Kingpin folded his arms, his massive frame casting a shadow over Heller. Get to the point. Heller chuckled, unfazed. Of course. I have resources and methods that ordinary men cannot provide. I've had my eyes on Spider-Man for a long time, and I've noticed that he always seems to bounce back from obstacles quickly, way too quickly. It's like he's got some kind of supernatural edge. You need a solution beyond brute force, beyond hired guns who cower at the first sign of spandex. I can give you that. Kingpin raised an eyebrow. And what, exactly, do you want in return? Heller's smile widened just a fraction. Nothing you can't afford. But to begin. His fingers drummed against the broken desk. I require something. Or rather, someone. Kingpin's expression darkened. Name it. Heller leaned in slightly, his voice barely above a whisper. The black cat. Bring her here. A heavy silence settled in the room. Kingpin turned, staring out the window, watching his city burn with chaos. For a long moment, he said nothing. Very well. New York City rooftops. Matt, I get it. You're already on the way to a bad guy, but listen, man, I can't hack your braille phone and steal all your contacts. Transferring contact list now. Peter grinned. There we go. Thanks, buddy. His spider sense tingled. Movement. A figure in purple and black dashed across a rooftop. Peter yelled. Hey, Prowler. Aaron Davis pivoted, claws unsheathing as he hurled a shock grenade. Fuck off, don't make me. Wham. One hit and that was an instant knockout. Prowler went down. Wow, Peter blinked. I was actually expecting a fight. You okay? No? Cool, I'll web you up real quick. Opponent incapacitated. Notifying authorities. Ask them not to wake him up. He had a rough day. Time for a team call. Peter linked everyone in. Alright guys. Hi, I'm Spider-Man. A chorus of replies were heard. Iron Fist. Jessica Jones. Colleen Wing. Luke Cage. Misty Knight. Moon Knight. White Tiger. Peter let out a slow whistle. Alright, cool. We've got 16 villains and a new mystery guy. Only 8 of us. Cops are stretched too thin, so we gotta be fast. I'd have suggested voting for a team leader, but right now, that feels like a waste of time. So, here's the game plan. Electro spotted 2 blocks east. Sandman, 1 block to his south. Electro and Sandman are close to me, I'll handle them. Let's divide the rest and conquer based on efficiency. Peter took a quick breath. Gotta play to everyone's strengths. Daredevil, take Mysterio at Hell's Kitchen. You're immune to his illusions, which, honestly, is kinda cheating, but whatever. Have fun. Daredevil gave a rare smirk, cracking his knuckles. Sounds like my kind of fight. Luke Cage, you get Rhino at Harlem. Indestructible versus unstoppable. Battle of the century. Try not to turn Harlem into a parking lot, please. Luke cracked his neck. No promises. Colleen Wing and Misty Knight, you two handle Scorpia and Lady Beetle. Should be easy. Think of it as girls' night at Chinatown, except with more violence. Colleen twirled her katana. Misty loaded her gauntlet. Now that sounds like a good time. Moon Knight, you're up against Hobgoblin at Midtown. Because I feel like you'd enjoy the drama. And he definitely needs therapy. Moon Knight adjusted his hood, his voice deadpan. So do I. Jessica Jones, take Shocker. Just punch him into a wall somewhere in Brooklyn. That should work. Jessica sighed. This better not take all night. White Tiger, you're on Vulture. Get Ariel, at Upper West Side. Try not to puke. White Tiger flexed her claws. No promises. Iron Fist, you're taking Blockbuster. Big, tough, but you hit harder. A face-off at Bronx. Iron Fist cracked his knuckles, his fist glowing faintly. Let's see if he can take a punch. The police can handle Arclight, Scalp Hunter, Riptide, Harpoon, Scrambler, and Prism for now. No offense to them, but they're like the D-list supervillains of the week. Final villain remains unidentified. Dubbed the Fly by authorities. Alright, well, that sounds disgusting, but we'll deal with that later. Peter spotted a bright flash ahead. Electro. Alright, team. Cringe in 3, 2. Defenders, stand tall. The moment Spider-Man gave the call, the team sprang into action. Daredevil bolted across the rooftops, his billy clubs twirling in his hands as he closed in on Mysterio's last known position. Luke Cage cracked his knuckles, grinning as he charged at Rhino, the pavement cracking beneath him. Colleen Wing and Misty Knight exchanged a nod before darting down the streets, blades and fists ready for Scorpia and Lady Beetle. Moon Knight vaulted off a fire escape, cape fluttering as he lunged at Hobgoblin, already preparing to throw his crescent darts. Jessica Jones took a deep breath, muttering, "Just another Tuesday," before launching herself toward Shocker. White Tiger sprinted toward a nearby building, scaling the walls with agility rivaling a tiger, ready to take on Vulture mid-air. Iron Fist clenched his glowing fist, eyes locked on Blockbuster. "Let's see which one of us breaks first," he muttered before charging forward. That was Spider Sense tingling. Peter wiped an imaginary tear from his eyes. With that, the defenders spread out, diving into the chaos. JFK Airport, New York. Kraven the Hunter stepped off the plane with his lion head vest draped over his broad shoulders. His heavy boots met American soil. He was not here for leisure. He was here to hunt. The city reeked of pollution and fast food. The smell of modern civilization. He inhaled deeply, the air which he felt was foul, but mixed with the smell of fear. As he walked through the terminal, a television screen caught his eye, the latest news footage. New York was in flames. Masked criminals rampaged through the streets, police barricades were little more than an inconvenience. The so-called heroes fought to contain the chaos, but even from the grainy footage, Kraven could see the hesitation and weakness. His phone buzzed in his pocket. "Sergey," a rough voice greeted him. "You're finally here. You picked a bad time. New York's a war zone. Might be smart to turn around before it gets worse." Kraven smirked, his fingers tightening around the phone. "No, my friend. This city was already lost." A pause. Then the voice asked, "Then why are you here?" "For a servant." He didn't answer immediately. His eyes remained locked on the television screen. The sight of destruction did not impress him. There was no art in this kind of violence, no discipline. A true hunt required respect. Honor. And this? This was just slaughter. The weak tear each other apart, Kraven muttered, mostly to himself. His grip on the phone relaxed. "It is a disgrace." His contacts sighed. "I figured you wouldn't listen. Just watch your back, Sergey. Some of these guys aren't playing games." A low chuckle rumbled from Kraven's chest. "Neither am I." He ended the call and stepped outside. A black SUV idled at the curb, waiting. No words were exchanged as he slid into the back seat, the door shutting with a soft thunk. Central Park, New York. Peter twisted midair, narrowly dodging a gigantic lightning bolt as Electro laughed like an overcaffeinated hyena. "You're quick, Spider. But let's see how you handle it when I crank it up to 11. "Blah, blah, blah," Peter interrupted, flipping over another blast. "Max, buddy, I get it. You have electricity. But have you considered stand-up comedy instead of domestic terrorism?" Electro growled. "You think you're funny? I know I am." Before Electro could zap him again, Peter shot a web to his wrist, yanking his arm downward. The next lightning blast accidentally hit Sandman instead. Boom. A massive shockwave rippled through the area. The intense heat crystallized chunks of Sandman's body, making him look like a bad art project. "Hey!" Sandman roared, his body twitching as half of him turned into crunchy glass. "Watch where you're shooting." Peter smirked under his mask. "Wow, Sandman, you look shocking. Get it? No? All right." He swung toward the park, subtly luring them away from civilians, except... Oh. Warning, unknown civilian detected in combat zone. Peter's head snapped toward a nearby tree. A small figure was crouched behind it, watching the battle like it was a live-action Marvel movie. "A kid? Oh, come on." Peter groaned mentally. Where is his parents? Don't they see the news? He adjusted his trajectory, making sure the next electric Genkidama blast Electro had been charging for the last few seconds once again fried Sandman instead of him. Sandman screamed, his crystallized body cracking with each hit. He was barely holding together now. Literally. Peter seized the moment. With a quick thwib, he stuck Electro's feet to the ground and slingshot himself forward. His suit hardened just before. Wham! One solid punch to the jaw, and Electro dropped like a bad Wi-Fi connection. One hit K.OS are boring and really not my thing. Sandman, now looking like a half-melted sandcastle, tried to crawl away. Peter ripped off his suit's upper half, except the mask and gloves. Threw it over him like a makeshift supervillain burrito wrap. The suit shifted into a complete wrap trap with tiny holes, small enough to prevent sand leakage, but enough to let air pass. Threats neutralized. Peter dusted off his hands. Man, I am on fire today. The kid, still trembling behind the tree, stared at him with wide, star-filled eyes. You okay, buddy? Peter asked, crouching down. I lost my mom, the boy sniffled, rubbing his nose. Peter smiled behind his mask. Strong men like us never cry. No matter where, your mom will come find you. Don't you think? Now let's get you to some place safer. He scooped the kid up and swung toward a group of pinned-down cops. As he landed, an officer gasped and ran toward them. Miles. Where were you? Your mom called, we were so worried. Peter froze. Miles? Hey Spider. Peter turned to look at the dad. I don't know what your story is. But this boy here, means so much to me. Thanks a lot, man. Wait a second. Coincidence? I think not. No time for that now, because above them, a tornado was spiraling down from the sky. Riptide. Peter webbed up, slingshotting himself straight at the incoming mutant, fist cocked back. Today's forecast? Pain with a chance of unconsciousness. Just then, Celeste chimed in. Sir, there is a black jet heading straight for the Marauder's location. To be continued. Creator's thoughts. Unday adzage. https://discord.gg/kqz6d4he. Join my Discord channel. Thank you. Comment. 16 comment. Vote. Chapter 17. Hell's Kitchen Grand Royal Hotel. A high-profile fundraising event was in full swing. Champagne flowed, laughter echoed, and wealthy elites whispered behind expensive glasses. Then the fog rolled in. Thick, greenish mist slithered across the marble floors, wrapping around terrified guests like ghostly fingers. The music cut off. The chandeliers flickered. Gasps turned to screams. From the mist emerged a caped figure in a shimmering fishbowl helmet. Ladies and gentlemen, Mysterio's voice boomed theatrically. Your reality is a lie. Your fears are mine to command. And you, he pointed a dramatic, gloved finger at the trembling senator, are about to experience the most horrifying moments of your life. A hideous, towering demon with blazing red eyes materialized behind the senator. It roared, its fiery maw opening wide, and then, it got drop-kicked in the face. The illusion shattered like bad CGI. A red-clad figure landed in its place, twirling his billy club. Wow, Daredevil said, stretching his neck. That was, a lot. Ever consider getting a healthy hobby? Mysterio stiffened. You dare mock Mysterio? Fool. You will know the power of. The room erupted into chaos. Monsters sprang up from the mist, gruesome zombies, grotesque eldritch beings, blood-soaked killers. The guests screamed. Daredevil just stood there. Arms crossed. Bored. Really? He sighed. Round 1. Mysterio's glowing hands wove intricate gestures. What's wrong, hero? Do my illusions not terrify you? Daredevil rubbed his chin. Let me check. He sniffed the air. Smells like cheap gas and bad perfume. Oh, and the floor's vibrating, so I'm guessing hidden projectors. And hold up. He tilted his head, listening. Somewhere above them. Oh, drones. Lots of them. Mysterio stiffened. Oh, come on. Daredevil grinned. Yeah, dude, illusions don't work on me. Bad luck. He twirled his billy club. So, plan B. Mysterio's fists clenched. Goons. Kill him. From the mist, armed thugs emerged. Bald guys in suits, classic henchmen number 1 through number 6. Daredevil grinned. Oh, thank God. For a second, I thought this was gonna be complicated. Round 2. The first thug swung a crowbar. Daredevil ducked, grabbed the guy's wrist mid-swing, and politely introduced his face to a dessert table. Thwack. The second thug lunged with a knife. Daredevil sidestepped, flicked his billy club, and knocked the weapon out of his hand. Knives are bad, buddy. Then he kicked the guy straight through an ice sculpture. Crash. Thug number 3 tried to tackle him from behind. Daredevil simply moved. The guy ran straight into a pillar. Thugs number 4 and number 5 rushed him together. Daredevil somersaulted over their heads, landed smoothly, and spun, smacking both with his billy club in one fluid motion. Mysterio, watching from the stage, groaned. Can one of you not get folded in under 5 seconds? Thug number 6 hesitated, then just ran. Smart choice, Daredevil nodded approvingly. Round 3. Mysterio huffed. Fine. If my men are useless, I'll do it myself. He snapped his fingers. Above them, the overhead drones buzzed to life, locking onto Daredevil. Daredevil cracked his knuckles. Okay, now we're talking. The first drone fired a laser. Daredevil dodged, the beam scorching a chair behind him. He flipped onto a table, kicked off, and threw his billy club at the nearest drone. Crack. The metal shell sparked as it spiraled out of control. 3 more drones swarmed him. Daredevil grabbed a fallen goon's gun, unloaded it and chucked it straight into a drone's rotors. Boom. Sparks rained down as it crashed. Mysterio was furious. You're ruining my whole thing, man. Your thing sucks, Daredevil called back. Mysterio pointed dramatically. You will. Daredevil leaped straight at him. Mysterio yelled. Oh, come on. Whack. Daredevil's punch landed square in the fishbowl. It cracked. Mysterio stumbled, clutching his fractured helmet. My aesthetic. Daredevil kicked his legs out from under him. Mysterio hit the ground hard, groaning. The last drone fired wildly, only for Daredevil to catch the incoming laser with his billy club, bouncing it straight into the drone itself. It exploded in midair. Silence. The guests peeked from their hiding places. Daredevil crouched while dusting off his suit and grabbed Mysterio by the collar. Well, that was dramatic. Mysterio groaned. I hate you. Daredevil smirked. Yeah, I get that a lot. Harlem 125th Street. It was a perfectly normal afternoon in Harlem. People were out shopping, kids were playing ball, and old folks were chilling on stoops, debating whether Muhammad Ali could take on Mike Tyson in their prime. Then the 8-foot wrecking machine known as Rhino came speeding down the street like an angry bull. Cars flipped. Fire hydrants exploded. Pedestrians screamed as the Rhino stomped towards his target, a billionaire stepping out of his luxury car. Douglas Winslow. Rhino roared, pointing a thick finger. You owe me money. The billionaire, now pale and sweating, stammered, WW what? I don't even know you. Fisk asked to send a message. Rhino snorted. And more importantly, you own that fancy AI company, right? Your robot stole my credit card info. Do you know how embarrassing it is for a supervillain to get locked out of Netflix? Winslow blinked. Wait. Fisk? Why me? This is about fraudulent charges. Rhino stomped closer, cracking the pavement. I didn't order no cupcake subscription box. That ain't tough. Just as he raised a massive fist to smash Winslow, a deep voice cut in, Yo, big guy. You ever try calling customer service first? Rhino turned. Luke Cage stood in the middle of the street, arms crossed, wearing his signature yellow t-shirt. He looked unimpressed. Rhino squinted. Who the hell are you? Luke shrugged. Name's Cage. You wreck Harlem, you deal with me. Rhino paused, tilting his massive head. You look familiar. Ain't you that Power Man guy? Just Luke Cage, man. Rhino scoffed. Whatever. Step aside before I turn you into street pizza. Luke smirked. Man, I live here. You step aside before I turn you into a lawn ornament. Rhino roared and charged. Round 1. Rhino exploded forward like a tank on steroids. The pavement cracked beneath his weight. Luke stood his ground. Boom. Rhino slammed into Luke full force. The impact sent shockwaves through the street. Store windows shattered. Car alarms blared. Luke's boots dug into the asphalt. And when the dust cleared, Luke was still standing. Rhino blinked. What? Luke rolled his shoulders. That it? Rhino growled. Okay. Now I'm mad. He swung a fist the size of a Thanksgiving turkey. Luke ducked, dodging just in time. Rhino's punch obliterated a mailbox. Man, Luke whistled, dodging another swing. You punch like a truck. Rhino smirked. Damn right. Luke ducked under another wild haymaker. But you aim like a stormtrooper. Rhino roared in frustration and charged again. Luke sidestepped. Rhino kept going, right into a parked bus. Crash. The entire front half of the bus crumpled. Fortunately, passengers had already ran out in panic. Rhino groaned, getting himself up from the wreckage. Stupid. Luke stepped up. Surprise, sucker. Boom. Luke's right hook sent Rhino flying into a street lamp. Rhino hit the ground, groaning. Oof. Luke grinned. How we feeling? Rhino staggered to his feet. I'm fine. Luke's smile dropped. Man, you are annoying. Round 2. Rhino cracked his neck. Okay, no more games. I'm turning you into a pothole. He charged again, but this time, Luke was ready. Luke leaped over Rhino at the last second. Rhino, too dumb to stop, bulldozed straight through a brick wall. Boom. Dust filled the air. A second later, Rhino stumbled out, covered in bricks. Luke whistled. You know, I hear red light means stop. Rhino snarled. You think you funny? Little bit. Rhino went for a grab. Luke dodged, barely. But Rhino faked his next move and sucker punched Luke in the ribs. Wham! Luke flew back, slamming into a parked SUV. The vehicle crushed like a soda can. For a second, Luke just lay there. Okay, he groaned. That hurt a little. Rhino cracked his knuckles. Told ya. Luke sat up. Gotta admit, you hit hard. But you know the difference between us. Rhino frowned. What? Luke stood up, brushing himself off. I can take it. And then he rushed Rhino. Round 3. Luke feinted left. Rhino swung wildly and missed. Luke dodged again. Rhino charged. Luke sidestepped at the last second. Rhino couldn't stop in time. Another. Boom. He slammed into a lamppost, horn first. The metal bent around his head. Rhino groaned. Not again. Luke casually walked up. Bro, you really need a turn signal. Rhino pulled himself free, only for Luke to hit him with a full power uppercut. Wham. Rhino lifted off the ground. He flew 20 feet straight into a hot dog stand. Silence. The hot dog guy peeked over the cart. He dead. Luke sighed. Nah. Just nap time. The crowd cheered. Cops arrived a moment later, cuffing the groaning Rhino. Luke cracked his knuckles. Yeah, Harlem's closed for rampages, man. Try Brooklyn. Chinatown, NYC afternoon. The neon lights of Chinatown flickered as the scent of dumplings and stir-fry filled the air. It was supposed to be a quiet night. Then. Boom. A parked scooter flew through the air, smashing into a street cart full of roasted ducks. The vendor screamed as his ducks rolled down the street. My ducks. My beautiful ducks. Right in the middle of the chaos, 2 costumed villains stood, Scorpia, her massive mechanical scorpion tail swinging behind her, flexing enthusiastically like a teenager who did his first few push-ups. And Lady Beetle, hovering in the air with her sleek wings, inspecting her gauntlets. Their target was Johnny Wu, a well-dressed tech CEO in very expensive shoes, currently running for his life down Canal Street. You can run, Johnny, Scorpia purred, her tail cracking the pavement, but you can't hide. Lady Beetle sighed. Can we not do the scary movie dialogue? Just grab him so we can get paid. Before they could pounce. Slam. A red motorcycle skidded into the scene, tires screeching. On it was Colleen Wing, katana resting on her shoulder. Next to her, stepping out of a sleek black car, was Misty Knight, her bionic arm gleaming under the streetlights. Misty adjusted her leather jacket. All right, ladies. You got two choices. Walk away now, or leave with medical bills. Colleen smirked. Pick wisely. Lady Beetle rolled her eyes. Oh, look. It's the B-list heroes. Scorpia grinned. Yet? Well, I always wanted to fight the Iron Fist's sidekick. Colleen's smile vanished. Excuse me. Misty cracked her knuckles. Ooh. You done messed up now. And just like that, the fight was on. Round 1. Scorpia charged first, tail lashing out like a battering ram. Colleen dodged effortlessly, flipping over the attack. Seriously? You're fighting me with a tail? I literally trained against people with swords. Scorpia swung again. Colleen ducked, then sliced the tail mid-air. Sparks flew. Scorpia hissed. You. Colleen kicked her in the stomach, sending her crashing through a fruit stand. Oranges rained from the sky. The vendor yelled, "This is why we can't have nice things." Scorpia growled, flipping back up. Okay. No more playing around. Her tail lunged, this time faster, striking like a cobra. Colleen blocked it with her sword, sparks flying again. The two clashed, tail against steel, before Colleen used the tail's momentum to flip herself over Scorpia's head. In mid-air, she struck. Slash. Scorpia's armor sparked as Colleen's blade tore a chunk off. Scorpia stumbled back. What the hell is that sword made of? Colleen twirled it. The real question is... Wham! She kicked Scorpia in the face, sending her flying into a noodle shop. How badly do you want to keep fighting? Round 2. While Colleen was handling Scorpia, Misty had her own problems. Lady Beetle hovered above her, missiles primed. Cybernetic arm, hey? Cute. But I fly. Misty smirked. And yet, you still can't get a job and had to be a street-tier villain. Excuse me. Lady Beetle fired. Misty dodged, rolling behind a parked car as explosions lit up the street. All right. No more nice Misty. She grabbed the car and yeeted it at Lady Beetle like she was throwing a dodgeball. Lady Beetle barely dodged. What kind of strength is that? Misty grinned, flexing her cybernetic fist. "That you about to get your ass hooped kind." She leaped onto a fire escape, then jumped mid-air, grabbing onto Lady Beetle's leg. "Oh, come on." Misty swung herself up and punched Lady Beetle square in the jaw. Lady Beetle spiraled, crashing onto a delivery truck. Misty landed next to her. "You good? Need a minute?" Lady Beetle groaned. "I hate you." Misty grabbed her by the collar. Mutual. And with that, she suplexed Lady Beetle through the truck. Round 3. Scorpia and Lady Beetle, both bruised and looking very done with this fight, stumbled next to each other in the middle of the ruined street. Colleen and Misty stood opposite them, battle ready. "All right," Misty said, rolling her shoulders. "Last chance. You surrender, we all go home. Maybe grab some dumplings. No more broken bones." Scorpia spat blood onto the pavement. "Screw you." Lady Beetle groaned, adjusting her cracked helmet. "I hate you heroes. You people just don't quit." Colleen grinned. "We drink a lot of coffee." Then. Bam. Scorpia launched herself forward, tail striking like a spear. Misty grabbed it midair with her cybernetic arm. Crack. She snapped it backward like a whip, sending Scorpia flying into a row of trash cans. A very confused raccoon scurried away, chittering angrily. Scorpia groaned. "I hate New York." Meanwhile, Lady Beetle rocketed into the air, aiming her wrist blasters at Colleen. "I've had enough of you two," she yelled, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts. Colleen dodged and weaved between them, flipping over a parked scooter. She dashed up a fire escape and... Whoosh! A shuriken flew from her belt, smacking Lady Beetle's wing pack. Sparks erupted. Lady Beetle wobbled mid-air. "Oh, come on." Colleen jumped. Spinning in mid-air. Katana slash. She sliced one of Lady Beetle's wings clean off. Lady Beetle's eyes widened. "Oh, son of a..." She spiraled downward like a malfunctioning drone, smashing face first into a fruit stand. It rained more oranges. Everywhere. From under the pile, Lady Beetle groaned, "I hate oranges." Colleen landed gracefully, flicking her katana to the side. "I don't know, I think they're a solid fruit." Misty chuckled. "You just had to throw in a pun." Scorpia pulled herself from the trash pile, staggering at sight of destruction around them. Her tail was broken. Lady Beetle was down. Cops were closing in. She sighed. "Okay. This was a bad idea." Misty cracked her knuckles. "You're just now figuring that out." Scorpia lifted her hands in surrender. Yet. You win." Colleen sheathed her sword. Good choice. As the sirens blared and officers swarmed the street, Misty leaned toward Colleen. So, dumplings. Colleen nodded. Absolutely. And with that, the daughters of the dragon walked off. To be continued. Equals. Power stones equals support. Support me more. And join my Discord channel to share suggestions and feedback. https://discord.gg/jtcsgggs. Creators' thoughts. Unday adzage. And here it is, the longest chapter. Comment. 9 comment. Vote. Chapter 18. Midtown, afternoon. The sun was still high over the city and the only resemblance of darkness were the shadows cast on rooftops. Not exactly the best time for Moon Knight to be fighting. Mark Spector stood on a fire escape, looking down at the chaos below. People screamed and scattered as a figure on a bat-like glider swooped through the air, throwing explosives at random. The guy wore bright orange and purple, with a terrifying goblin mask twisted into a grin. New bully, great. Now, it's time for him to meet the real one. Mark's grip tightened on his crescent darts. He leaped from the fire escape, cape fluttering behind him in the wind, as he fell toward the moving target. Is it too much to ask for a quiet afternoon? He muttered. The hobgoblin twisted his head up just in time to see Moon Knight drop toward him. Oh, wonderful, he sneered. Another masked buffoon who thinks he can play hero. Round 1. Mark let the insult slide. Words didn't mean much in a fight. Especially in his fight. He threw his crescent darts, aiming for the glider's wings. Hobgoblin twisted the controls, barely dodging the sharp projectiles. Tisk, tisk, Hobgoblin chided. You almost scuffed my ride. Mark landed on a rooftop and rolled forward, dodging a pumpkin bomb that exploded behind him. He was already assessing. The glider was fast, but Hobgoblin wasn't as sharp in close combat. Get in close. Ground him. End it fast. A voice in his head spoke up. It was Stevens. This guy's got money. Advanced tech. Glider moves like an extension of his body. He's trained with it. Mark nodded to himself. Noted. Hobgoblin circled above, throwing another bomb. Moon Knight sprinted forward, leaping just as the rooftop behind him exploded. Smoke and fire filled the air, but he didn't stop. He threw his truncheon, hitting one of the glider's stabilizers. The machine shook. Hobgoblin growled. That's just rude. He dived low, razor-sharp gauntlets aiming for Moon Knight's chest. Mark ducked, grabbed the edge of his cape, and swung it upward. The reinforced fabric tangled in Hobgoblin's arm for a split second, long enough for Mark to slam an elbow into his ribs. Hobgoblin hissed in pain but twisted out of reach. He hovered a few feet away, glowering. You know, you could have at least introduced yourself before attacking me, he said. Manners are important. Mark adjusted his gloves. Moon Knight. Hobgoblin spread his arms wide. And I am the Hobgoblin. Soon to be feared by all. You should feel honored. Mark threw another crescent dart. Hobgoblin barely dodged. All right, no more interruptions. You're getting on my nerves. He tapped something on his wrist. Drones burst from his glider, swarming like metal hornets. They fired small lasers, forcing Mark to dodge and roll behind an air vent. Jake Lockley's voice cut in from the back of Moon Knight's mind. He's trying to control the fight. Don't let him. Get him mad. He makes mistakes when he's mad. Mark smirked. You talk a lot for a guy wearing Halloween colors. Hobgoblin clenched his jaw. You're dead. He sent the glider into a sharp dive, slashing wildly with his claws. Moon Knight sidestepped the first strike, then ducked under the second. He grabbed Hobgoblin's arm mid-swipe and twisted, slamming him down onto the rooftop. Hobgoblin groaned, but Mark didn't let up. He delivered a solid punch to the mask, cracking one of the lenses. I'll kill you, Hobgoblin wheezed. Mark shrugged. You'll try. Round 2. Hobgoblin's hand twitched toward his belt. A small click sounded. Mark's instincts screamed at him. He leaped backward just as an explosion went off between them. The force sent him skidding across the roof. His head rang, his suit smoking. Hobgoblin was back on his feet, panting. I have explosives everywhere. You're fighting a genius, you fool. Stephen's voice came in again. He's stalling. He's trying to get back to his glider. Mark stood up, rolling his shoulders. You talk too much. He surged forward. Hobgoblin swung a wild punch, but Mark caught it and pulled him into a brutal knee to the gut. The villain wheezed. Wait. Mark didn't wait. He flipped Hobgoblin onto his back and planted a boot on his chest. The villain coughed, struggling. This is not how this was supposed to go. Mark sighed. You should have picked a fight at night. Hobgoblin let out a weak laugh. I'll keep that in mind. Mark glanced at the wrecked glider, then at the still smoking rooftop. Great, he shook his head and looked down at the villain, still groaning. Welcome to the big leagues, pal. Round 3 was never needed, player 2 was forced to quit. Brooklyn. Afternoon. Jessica Jones stood in the middle of the street, watching the shocker step out of a wrecked jewelry store. His yellow and brown quilted suit made him look ridiculous, but the gauntlets on his hands were no joke. You really robbing places in broad daylight? She asked, unimpressed. Shocker adjusted his gloves, his fingers hovering over the shock controls. Didn't expect you, he admitted. Thought I'd get Spider-Man. Jessica sighed. Yeah, well, he's busy. Guess you're stuck with me. Shocker smirked. Doesn't matter. I'll still win. Uh-huh. You are just another Tuesday. Jessica rolled her eyes. Round 1. Jessica lunged, slamming into him like a wrecking ball. They crashed into a parked car, shattering the windshield and setting off alarms. Get the fuck away. Shocker growled before firing a blast at point-blank range. The shockwave sent Jessica flying backward. She smashed through a store window, landing in a pile of broken glass and mannequins. She groaned, pushing herself up. Okay. Ow. Shocker dusted himself off. That's what you get for charging in, genius. Jessica climbed out of the wreckage, glass crunching under her boots. Oh, please. I've been thrown through worse. Round 2. Shocker aimed and fired again. Jessica dodged, the blast ripping apart the sidewalk behind her. I don't think you get it, he said. I've better range, stronger blasts, more area of impact. You? Just brute force. Jessica sprinted toward him, weaving through his attacks. One shockwave clipped her shoulder, sending pain down her arm, but she didn't slow down. Yeah, she muttered. You bad guys always say that. She grabbed a chunk of broken pavement and hurled it. Shocker blasted it to pieces, giving just the opening she needed. Jessica closed the distance in a flash. She ducked under his next attack, grabbed his arm, and yanked hard. Sparks flew from his gauntlet as it misfired wildly. Hey. Watch it, he yelled, struggling to break free. Jessica twisted his arm and Round 3. She ducked under a blast from his other arm. She squeezed both gauntlets with a crushing grip. Metal groaned, sparks flying. Wait. Shocker yelped. Jessica wasn't waiting. She slammed her forehead into his face. His head snapped back, blood spraying from his nose. You broke my nose, he whined. Jessica grabbed him by the collar, lifting him off the ground like a ragdoll. Yeah. And in about 2 seconds, you're gonna be unconscious. Bam. A fist to his chest and Shocker went flying, crashing into a brick wall so hard the whole block shook. Dust and debris rained down around him. Jessica cracked her knuckles. Hey. Spider-Man was right. That worked. Shocker groaned, barely moving. His gauntlets sparked, broken. Jessica sighed. Be a good little crook and stay down, yeah. Just another Tuesday. Upper West Side. Afternoon. Ava Ayala crouched on the edge of a rooftop, eyes locked onto the old man soaring through the sky. The Vulture. His metal wings spread wide, catching the afternoon sun. He moved with surprising speed for someone his age, circling over the city like a scavenger looking for his next meal. Ava adjusted her stance, gripping the amulet of the tiger tightly. It's all right, first flying supervillain. No big deal. Vulture's voice echoed from above. You think I don't see you up there, little cat? He laughed. I've been watching you for blocks. You move well, but let's see how you handle the air. Ava smirked. Guess I'll have to bring you down, Birdman. Vulture's eyes narrowed. Birdman? Birdman? Oh, I hate kids these days. Then he dived. Round 1. Ava jumped just in time, flipping over him as his razor-sharp talons slashed through the air. His wings kicked up a gust of wind that almost knocked her off the ledge. She landed and turned, only to see him already swinging around for another pass. This time, she was ready. She leaped straight at him, twisting in midair. Her claws latched onto his wing, gripping tight. Bad idea. Vulture spun violently, dragging her along. Brave, he sneered. But stupid. He flipped upside down and let go of a wing panel, just enough to shake her loose. Ava felt herself falling. Her instincts kicked in. She extended her claws and caught a fire escape, flipping onto a balcony. She barely had time to breathe before Vulture circled back. You land pretty well, he admitted. Shame you can't fly. Ava wiped dust off her jacket. Maybe I don't need to. Round 2. Ava sprinted forward, running up the side of the building before launching herself into the air. Vulture swerved, but this time, she grabbed his leg. Seriously, he grunted. Do you like falling? He tried to shake her off, but she held on, swinging herself up onto his back. I like winning, she shot back. Her claws dug into his wing harness, tearing at the cables. Sparks flew as she ripped into the wiring. Vulture snarled. Enough of this. He twisted, flipping in midair. Ava barely held on. Then he went into a full spin, faster and faster, trying to throw her off. Her grip slipped. 1 second, she was on his back. The next, she was free falling toward the rooftops below. She hit hard, rolling across the rooftop. Her head spun, her ribs ached, but she forced herself up. Vulture hovered above, smirking. Not bad, kid. But you're out of your league. Ava wiped a trickle of blood from her lip. We'll see about that. Round 3. She focused. The amulet of the tiger glowed, filling her body with raw power. She sprinted toward the edge of the roof. Vulture shook his head. Didn't you learn the first time? You can't. She jumped. But not at him. She grabbed onto a streetlight just beneath him, swinging up with all her strength and slammed both feet into his chest. The impact sent him spinning out of control. Vulture crashed onto a rooftop, his wings sparking. Ava landed smoothly a few feet away. Told you. I don't need to fly. Vulture groaned, trying to push himself up. You little. She cut him off with a punch to the jaw. His body went limp. Ava exhaled, standing over him. Not bad for a little cat, hey. She grinned to herself. Equals. I kept the jokes to a minimum here. Please join my Discord channel to help improve my work through suggestions and opinions. https://discord.gg/vyhpfnxc. Don't forget about the Power Stones. Creator's thoughts. Unday Adzage. I am into older women. But a meme I saw in Reddit made me realize that they are no longer older, but my peers. The pain. Comment. 10 comment. Vote. Chapter 19. Bronx, afternoon. The streets of the Bronx were a mess. Cars flipped over, storefronts shattered, and people ran screaming in every direction. At the center of it all stood Blockbuster, a massive brute with arms thicker than lamp posts. He roared, tossing a crushed taxi like it was a soda can. Where's the tough guy? He bellowed. Where's that iron punch or whatever? A voice came from behind. Calm and confident. It's Iron Fist, actually. Blockbuster turned, cracking his knuckles as he spotted the man standing at the end of the street. Danny Rand. The immortal Iron Fist. Dressed in his classic green and gold, Danny stood with his arms crossed, studying the chaos around him. He sighed, shaking his head. You know, some people solve problems by talking. Maybe taking a deep breath. You just. He gestured at the wreckage. Throw cars around. Blockbuster grinned. It's fun. Danny clenched his fist. A faint golden glow flickered around it. All right, he said. Let's see how much fun you're having in 5 minutes. Blockbuster snarled and charged. Round 1. Blockbuster came at him like a runaway train, fists swinging wildly. Danny ducked the first punch. Slipped under the second. Sidestepped the third. Wow, he said, weaving between attacks. For a guy called Blockbuster, you sure do a lot of missing. Blockbuster growled and swung with everything he had. Danny bent backward, just barely avoiding a punch that would have turned his ribs into dust. Then he struck. A precise kick to the ribs. A jab to the throat. A spinning heel kick to the temple. Blockbuster stumbled back, dazed. Danny exhaled and took his stance again. You're big, you're strong. But you lack training and a whole lot of discipline. Blockbuster's eyes darkened. He grabbed a nearby street sign, ripped it out of the pavement, and swung it like a baseball bat. Danny had just enough time to mutter, "Oh, come on." The metal slammed into him, sending him flying into a parked car. Pain exploded across his back. Danny groaned, rolling off the crushed hood. He wiped a trickle of blood from his lip and winced. Okay, he muttered. That was rude. Blockbuster smirked. Still think I don't know how to fight? Danny cracked his knuckles. No, he admitted. But I do think you just made me mad. Round 2. Blockbuster swung the street sign again. Danny ducked. He didn't just dodge this time, he countered. A palm strike to the elbow. The sign went flying. A spinning kick to the knee. Blockbuster staggered. Danny pressed forward, unleashing a flurry of precise strikes, each one aimed at a pressure point. One hit to the side of the head. Another to the solar plexus. Then. Bam. Danny's glowing fist slammed into Blockbuster's jaw. The brute stumbled back, blinking in shock. Danny rolled his shoulders. Ever heard of chi? Blockbuster spat blood. Ever heard of shutting up? He charged again. This time, Danny was ready. He sidestepped, grabbed Blockbuster's wrist, and used his momentum against him, flipping the giant over his shoulder. Blockbuster crashed into the pavement, leaving a small crater. Danny exhaled, shaking his head. You know, you'd be terrifying if you weren't so predictable. Blockbuster groaned, trying to push himself up. Danny sighed. Stay down, big guy. No shame in knowing when to quit. Blockbuster's eyes burned with rage. I don't quit. And he lunged. Round 3. Blockbuster attacked with everything he had. Danny blocked, countered and dodged. But Blockbuster was fast. Faster than Danny expected. A wild swing connected. Boom. Danny crashed through a store window. Glass rained down as he struggled to his feet, coughing. Blockbuster stomped toward him. No more tricks. No more fancy kung fu. He cracked his knuckles. Just my fist, and your face. Danny closed his eyes. Took a deep breath. Then he opened them and his right hand blazed like a golden sun. The thing is, Danny said, stepping forward, you're strong. But I'm stronger. Blockbuster roared and threw a punch. Danny met it with his own. Fist met fist. A shockwave tore through the street, glass shattered, car alarms screamed, and the ground cracked. Blockbuster froze. His entire body trembled. His knees buckled. Then, with a groan, he collapsed face first onto the pavement. Out cold. Danny exhaled. The golden glow faded from his fist. He shook his hand out. Man, I'm gonna feel that tomorrow. He pulled out his phone. Hey, Luke. This blockbuster guy sucked. Big as fuck, bad attitude and bad breath. Luke Cage chuckled. He's strong. Yet. You win. Danny smirked. Come in, man. What do you think? Ha. Cops should be there soon. Keep moving, there are more guys left to take down. Danny sighed, slipping his phone away. He looked down at Blockbuster and sighed. Next time, try a hobby that doesn't involve wrecking half the Bronx. With that, he turned and walked away. Meanwhile near Central Park, New York. An incoming fist. Wham. That was the last thing Riptide saw before his body went limp. He crumpled onto the pavement, out cold. Spider-Man flexed his hand. Man, I hope you have dental insurance, cause I just remodeled your whole face for free. The police officers peeked from behind their cars, stunned. One of them, a burly cop with a thick mustache, finally lowered his gun. Thanks. Don't mention it. Spider-Man said, webbing up Riptide. If word gets out that I helped, the criminals will think I'm soft. Gotta keep my bad boy image, you know. The mustached officer shook his head, then waved to his men. All right, get this guy loaded up before he wakes up. As the police were finally containing the villains, Spider-Man went back to get his upper body suit back. Celeste, how's the rest of the mess looking? Sir, the remaining marauders have been neutralized by a separate faction. Identified group, X-Men. Peter crossed his arms, tapping his foot. Well, if it isn't the coolest kids at the mutant school. All right, Celeste, patch me through. Let's see if they're in a chatty mood. Connecting. The Fisk Tower. The scent of cigars and expensive whiskey hung heavy in the air. At the center of the room, was Wilson Fisk. His fingers drummed against his desk. His patience, a rare and dangerous thing, was wearing thin. This was supposed to be a message, Fisk growled. Spider-Man was meant to suffer. What do I get instead? Another waste of my resources. His voice, though calm, was extremely heavy. Across from him sat Damian Heller, his expression calm, his suit pristine. Sabretooth stood nearby, arms crossed, muscles tense, ready for violence. Patience, my friend, Damian said, his voice smooth, but with a trace of something unnatural beneath it. The plan is still in motion. Even if the pieces don't always fall perfectly, the end result remains unchanged. Kingpin exhaled sharply. You talk like a man who doesn't know what it feels like to lose. Damian chuckled, the sound low and eerie. On the contrary, I know loss intimately. I know the taste of it, the weight of it, the way it reshapes a soul into something more. He leaned forward, his eyes gleaming. Spider-Man will soon have a choice to make. He will either spend his days clinging to what he has left or paying the price for his arrogance. Fisk studied him, his fingers curling into a fist. Tell me, Heller, what is your problem with Spider-Man? Damian smiled, a slow, creeping thing. Let's just say. I wish to protect something I hold dear from Spider-Man. Before Fisk could respond, the door opened. James Wesley, Kingpin's right-hand man, stepped inside, leading a new guest. Felicia Hardy. The Black Cat. She moved like an elegant cat, her platinum hair bouncing as she stepped forward. Miss Hardy, Fisk greeted, gesturing to a chair. Please, sit. She didn't. You called me here. What do you want? She asked, arms crossed. Fisk gave a small, knowing smile. Always straight to the point. I respect that. His voice was calm, almost friendly. He leaned forward slightly, his presence filling the room. I'm not here to waste your time, Felicia. I'm here to offer you something. Power. His tone was smooth, persuasive, like a businessman making a deal too good to refuse. Not just strength, but freedom. The kind of power that makes doors open before you even knock. The kind that ensures no one can stand in your way. He watched her closely, his expression unreadable. Tell me, doesn't that sound tempting? Felicia raised an eyebrow. I already have power. Enough to never fear anyone again? Enough to break into any safe effortlessly. Felicia's stance didn't change. I don't need anything from you. I gave up burglary. No more breaking the law. She turned to leave. Then Damian Heller spoke. Are you sure you want to walk away from this? His voice was different this time. Slower. Each word dripping with something wrong. Felicia stopped. This isn't just power to steal, Felicia. It's power to protect. His eyes darkened. To protect the ones you care about. Like Peter Parker, for example. The air in the room changed. Felicia spun, eyes wide. How do you know that name? Damian tilted his head. Oh, dear. Did I say something I shouldn't have? Felicia lunged. Sabretooth was faster. His massive clawed hand swiped. Felicia twisted in midair, dodging. But Sabretooth accelerated, his monstrous strength turning him into a blur. His claws caught her, wrapping around her throat. Crash. She slammed into the wall. A sharp gasp escaped her lips as pain shot through her spine. Damian walked toward her, his polished shoes clicking against the floor. Look at you, he whispered. Pathetic. Felicia gritted her teeth. How can you protect Peter when you can't even protect yourself? His laugh sent chills down her spine. Sabretooth held her there, waiting. Damien leaned in. Think carefully, Ms. Hardy. You have one day to decide. With a snap of his fingers, Sabretooth let go. Felicia stumbled, coughing. She glared at them, fury burning behind her eyes. Then, without another word, she turned and walked out. The moment the door closed, Kingpin turned to Damien. You just made an enemy of her, he warned. Damien simply smiled. We'll see. Sorry for the missed and late update. We'll try to upload one more if possible. Came back home. Long 10 hours of driving. Anyways, don't forget to keep the stones coming. Comment. 12 comment. Vote. Chapter 20. Celeste's voice chimed in his earpiece. Update, the human fly was defeated few seconds ago. The attacker used advanced technology. A green armor, glider, and pumpkin bombs. Peter froze for a second. Run visuals. Displaying now. His lenses zoomed in as Celeste pulled up the footage. The fight had been brutal and the human fly stood no chance. His attacker moved with precision, dodging every attack and countering with explosive force. Then the camera caught a clear view of the attacker's face. Peter's stomach dropped. It's him. The ultimate Green Goblin. Not the classic, masked Norman Osborn. This one was from another world. The armored version from Ultimate Spider-Man 2024. Peter clenched his fists. Are you telling me this guy is currently in the city? Exactly, sir. He exhaled slowly. Not good. Celeste took a moment before asking. Shall I make contact? Peter thought for a moment, then shook his head. Not now. Postpone it. I don't know what his deal is, and I don't have the time to figure it out tonight. Understood. Marking for later investigation. A second later. Sir, call connected to the defenders. Peter took a deep breath. Hey, guys. An abandoned warehouse, New York. The Blackbird sat parked in the shadows, blending into the night. Two groups stood facing each other like a weird superhero version of a high school reunion. On one side, Spider-Man and the street-level heroes. Moon Knight, Iron Fist, Luke Cage, Jessica Jones, Misty Knight, Colleen Wing, and White Tiger. On the other, the X-Men. Wolverine stood front and center, looking annoyed as usual, like a drunk uncle. Rogue was quiet, hanging back, like a teenager forced to attend the family get-together. Psylocke had that I'm the ghost of Uchiha energy. Nightcrawler and Kitty Pryde, on the other hand, were smiling, trying to be friendly. And finally, Deadpool, who looked like he was starring in his own action movie. Did somebody order extra large awesome with a side of insanity? The defenders turned to Spider-Man, who raised a hand. Not it. Deadpool gasped. Spider-Man. My crime-fighting, web-slinging, fourth-wall-breaking soul brother. Come here, you magnificent meme factory. Before Peter could react, Deadpool pulled him into a tight hug. Iron Fist blinked. Is this normal? Jessica shrugged. Define normal. Luke Cage crossed his arms. I don't trust anyone who hugs that fast. Deadpool finally let go, spinning dramatically. I, the one and only Deadpool, have joined the X-Men. Kitty Pryde cleared her throat. He's a trainee. Deadpool gasped, placing a hand on his chest. Kitty, that hurts. Right here. In my non-existent heart. Deadpool then turned his attention back to the webed. Bro, Deadpool whispered. It's really you. Peter blinked. Yeah. Deadpool took a dramatic step forward. I can't believe it. I have waited for this moment all my life. Peter crossed his arms. You sure about that? Pretty sure you were busy annoying Wolverine for most of it. Deadpool gasped. How dare you? Logan and I have a beautiful, toxic, horrible relationship that he refuses to acknowledge. Sounds about right, Wolverine muttered. Deadpool ignored him and pointed at Peter. But you? You're different. I feel it. The bond. The energy. The chemistry. Peter tilted his head. Are you saying we have a moment? Yes. Peter pretended to think. I dunno, wait. I think we need to build some trust first. Maybe hold hands a little. Share a meal. Fight some bad guys. Then, maybe, we can talk about this bond of yours. Deadpool clutched his chest. You understand me. Jessica pinched the bridge of her nose. I hate this. I hate everything about this. Deadpool shot back. Too late. He's my best friend now. No take-backsies. Kitty giggled. I think you just adopted Deadpool. Peter groaned. Great. This is my life now. Psylocke, looking unimpressed, cut through the chaos. Enough of this. We're here for a reason. Peter sobered up. Right. What brings you guys here? We've been keeping an eye on his activities. He's been making contact with the Marauders. But it gets worse, he's working with a mutant scientist named Mr. Sinister. Psylocke explained. Silence. Iron Fist rubbed his chin. That's bad. Luke Cage exhaled. Man, this city never gets a break. Jessica folded her arms. Who's Sinister and what's the deal between them? Mr. Sinister, aka Nathaniel Essex, is a 19th century mutant and scientist obsessed with genetic engineering and Darwinian theory. He manipulates and experiments on mutant genes. Kingpin provides human test subjects, Psylocke added. Sinister, in return, gives something back. Misty's stomach dropped. Please tell me you're joking. Psylocke's expression didn't change. I don't joke. Deadpool raised a hand. She really doesn't. I tried making a joke about her costume once, and she almost telekinetically removed my... Peter cut him off. It's better to handle them now, before they could cause any more trouble. If you don't mind, I'd need all the evidence you have. Anything linking Kingpin to Sinister. Psylocke nodded. I'll send it over. You think you can handle this alone? Peter shook his head. What I'm gonna do, is make sure the world knows what's going on. Celeste. Yes, sir. Send out a notification to all my subscribers. I'm going live later. Message scheduled. Want me to add Spider-Man exposes crime lord, gone wrong, for dramatic effect. Peter sighed. I hate that I'd actually click on that. Deadpool gasped. Oh my god, I forgot that Spider-Man is an influencer. This is the best timeline. With the main discussion over, the X-Men got ready to leave. Guess this is where we part ways, Rogue said. Until next time, Nightcrawler added with a small bow. Kitty smiled. Try not to get arrested, Spider-Man. Peter gave her finger guns. Try not to phase through a bank vault again, Shadowcat. Kitty gasped. That was one time. The X-Men flew away in their jet, except for two. Deadpool threw an arm around Peter. Guess what? You're stuck with me now, bestie. Psylocke sighed. I'm staying to track Kingpin. He is staying because I love him. Deadpool interrupted. And because I may have accidentally broken something expensive at the mansion, so I'm lying low. Peter pulled Deadpool aside. Okay. Real talk. Of all the comic and movie universes, which one is this? Deadpool looked around, then leaned in dramatically. A fanfic. Peter narrowed his eyes. What now? A fanfic, my dude. A top-tier, peak fiction, expertly crafted fanfic. Peter groaned. You mean to tell me my entire life is just some guy's story? Yup. But look on the bright side. At least you're not in a bad fanfic. No weird OCS with tragic pasts, no harem nonsense, A&D. Peter raised a finger. Wait. How good is this fanfic? Deadpool wiggled his hand. Solid 4.8 out of 5. Good pacing. Decent action. And me. I make everything better. Peter sighed. Great. Just great. Deadpool threw an arm around him. Cheer up, buddy. At least you're not in a cringe crossover where every character is overpowered for no reason. Peter stared. You just jinxed it, didn't you? Deadpool grinned. Oh, absolutely. Stark Tower, New York. Tony Stark sat in his high-tech workshop, sparks flying as he worked on his next masterpiece. A half-built suit of red and gold armor stood in front of him, still missing key components, but it already looking like the birth of something great. His return, his huge comeback. And yet, somehow, it wasn't the biggest news of the day. Sir, the most trending news article is still about the attack yesterday. Jarvis informed him. A battle between multiple enhanced individuals, with Spider-Man, a new team now called the Defenders and the X-Men involved. Shall I display it? Tony sighed dramatically, tossing his wrench onto the table. Let me guess. People are more interested in a masked acrobat and some superheroes, than the return of genius billionaire Tony Stark. That would be correct, sir. Unbelievable, Tony muttered, rubbing his temples. I come back from the dead or close enough and my glorious return is playing second fiddle to some teenager in red and black spandex. The world has no taste. Would you like a breakdown of Spider-Man's involvement? Tony rolled his eyes but gestured for Jarvis to proceed. Fine. Might as well see what's got everyone so fascinated. A holographic screen popped up, showing highlights from the battle. Spider-Man swinging between buildings, dodging gunshots, flipping over enemies, and bantering the whole time. Tony narrowed his eyes. I see what's happening here. People love a wisecracking superhero. I respect it. But they'll learn soon enough, there's only room for one sarcastic genius billionaire in this town. Shall I set a reminder for you to invite him to lunch and establish dominance? Tony smirked. Nah. Let's keep it a mystery. Builds tension. As Tony resumed welding, Jarvis delivered an unexpected report. Sir, I have detected an unusual financial transaction regarding Stark Enterprises. Approximately 35% of the company's stock was quietly sold right now by an unknown shareholder. Tony paused mid-weld. Come again. An unidentified individual held a significant share of Stark Enterprises. They sold all of it right now. The buyer's name is Peter Parker. Tony frowned, lowering his tools. Peter Parker. Correct, sir. He is scheduled to attend the upcoming board meeting in a few days. Tony's mind started working at high speed. All right, let's break this down. A mystery investor owned over a third of my company. No one knew about who he was. And now, that stock belongs to some random guy? That's not just weird. That's concerning. Shall I run a deeper background check on Mr. Parker? Tony leaned forward, intrigued. Oh, absolutely. Dig up everything you can. A few seconds later, Jarvis compiled the data. Peter Parker, age 18. Former student at Midtown High School. Academically exceptional. No records of inherited wealth. However, he was employed at Oscorp as a high-salary part-time researcher. Records show he played a major role in the development of the Regan serum. Tony raised an eyebrow. Regan serum? The one you told me about when you got me updated on the big events. Exactly, sir. Mr. Parker's contributions were substantial, though details remain classified. He left Oscorp shortly before the company's collapse. Since then, he has made significant gains in the stock market, rapidly amassing wealth. However, his investment strategies remain unknown. Tony let out a low whistle. So, we've got a high school genius who casually cracked a major biotech breakthrough, then pivoted to dominating Wall Street? And now he owns a huge chunk of my company. That would be an accurate summary, sir. Tony ran a hand through his hair. Okay. Either this kid is the luckiest human alive, or something way bigger is going on. He grinned, feeling that familiar rush of curiosity. JARVIS, make sure the board meeting is very interesting. Let's see what Parker's really about. He leaned back, staring at the ceiling. Peter Parker, he mused. Who the hell are you? I know the parts about stocks and investments are a huge ass pull, but I'm not an expert in these things, so just ignore them. If you still like my work, support me with Power Stones. Comment. 12 Comment. Vote. Chapter 21. Felicia Hardy stepped out of Kingpin's office, her heart pounding against her ribs. The air felt thick, like she was suffocating. She could still hear their voices, Kingpin's calculated words, Damien's mocking tone, and Sabretooth's low growl. This wasn't how tonight was supposed to go. Kingpin had offered her power, more than she could imagine. But, at what cost? Felicia hesitated, and before she could even decide, a man she had never seen before, Damien Heller, had spoken Peter's name. That was when she lost it. Without thinking, she lunged at him, but before she could land a hit, a blur of fur and muscle slammed her into the wall. Sabretooth. His claws pressed against her throat, sharp enough that a single movement could draw blood. She barely had time to register the pain before Damien stepped forward, his polished shoes clicking against the floor. Look at you, he whispered, eyes gleaming with amusement. Pathetic. Gritting her teeth was all she could do. How can you protect Peter when you can't even protect yourself? His laugh was soft, but it cut deeper than any blade. Sabretooth held her there, waiting, enjoying her struggle. Damien leaned in close, lowering his voice. Think carefully, Miss Hardy. You have one day to decide. Then, with a snap of his fingers, Sabretooth released her. She stumbled forward, coughing, her throat burning, and then she looked up, with a look full of hatred, but neither Damien nor Sabretooth seemed threatened. Their mocking smirks sent a fresh wave of anger through her, but she didn't say anything. Not here. Not now. Instead, she turned and walked out, her legs shaking beneath her. Peter's name. In Kingpin's office. Her world tilted. She needed air. She needed to think. But no matter how hard she tried, Damien's words rang in her ears. How can you protect Peter when you can't even protect yourself? And for the first time in a long time, Felicia felt afraid. Felicia had always loved danger. The thrill of stealing, the rush of adrenaline, the game of risk and reward. Then she met Peter Parker and soon, danger wasn't the same anymore. At first, he was just a nerd. A quiet and awkward bookworm with bad posture. Nothing like the kind of guys she usually noticed. Their first meeting happened by accident. She was scouting a rich guy's home, slipping through a high school party like she belonged, when she noticed him. He was clearly out of place among the rich and powerful. And yet, when their eyes met, he smirked. Not nervous. Not intimidated. Just smug. You kind of stand out in a crowd. Felicia had paused, intrigued. Most guys stammered in her presence. This one? Not even blinking. She chuckled. And you don't? You've got this, nerdy but confident vibe going on. It's intriguing. She expected him to be some boring rich kid, but instead, he threw banter back at her, quick and sharp. By the end of their little exchange, she was left standing wanting more and with a grin on her face. Something that didn't happen often. Then they met again, at a charity fundraiser at Oscorp. Another scouting job, another mission, and somehow, Peter Parker was there again. A fortune coincidence. Felicia wasn't the type to believe in fate, but, she had been genuinely happy to see him. And when he invited her to the rooftop, she accepted without hesitation. They talked. He was different from anyone she had ever met. And before she knew it, she had agreed to a date. Then, of course, the party turned into chaos. The lizard attacked. Peter got kidnapped, after he jumped in front of her and her friends to protect them. For the first time, Felicia felt an emotion she hadn't expected, fear for someone else. By the time they found him, luckily with no major injuries, she had already made up her mind. She waited at the hospital until he woke up again, sitting beside his sweet old Aunt May, trying to understand why she felt like she had almost lost something important. Flashback first date. Felicia wasn't sure what to expect from their first date. They met at a rooftop cafe, a hidden spot overlooking the city. Peter greeted her with a grin, eyes bright with mischief. I wasn't sure you'd show up. Felicia smirked, leaning on the table. I like to keep things interesting. Peter raised a brow. Is that why you always seem to be in trouble? Felicia nearly choked on her drink. And that was the first time she realized, this nerd was dangerous. Not because of muscles or power. But because he could keep up with her. He made her laugh, something she didn't even realize she needed. Flashback second date. Peter took her on a walk through the city, showing her things she never noticed. Not fancy places. Not rich places. Just his world. They stopped at a tiny diner where the owner greeted Peter like family. They fed stray cats, and Peter named every single one. Felicia just stared at him. Who was this guy? And why did she feel like she wanted to know everything about him? Then, as if on cue, a thug tried to mug them. Felicia rolled her eyes, ready to handle it. Until Peter stepped forward first. Fast and efficient. One move, and the guy was on the ground, groaning. Felicia just stared. You fight. Peter shrugged. I read books. Back to the present. Felicia Hardy stepped into her apartment, slamming the door shut behind her. Her heart was still pounding. She yanked off her leather gloves and threw them onto the couch, her mind racing. Peter. They had used Peter's name. She hated that they knew about him. Hated that they thought they could use him against her. Felicia ran a hand through her platinum blonde hair, pacing back and forth in her dimly lit living room. The city lights outside her window flickered, but she didn't pay them any attention. She was too lost in her own thoughts. How did it come to this? How did she go from being a thrill-seeking thief, enjoying the game, to being here, scared? She collapsed onto the couch, rubbing her temples. This wasn't who she was. She wasn't the kind of girl who let fear control her. And yet, her fingers curled into fists. She needed a drink. Felicia sat up, eyes scanning her apartment, already knowing the answer before she checked. She was out of alcohol. Of course, she muttered, shaking her head. Just her luck. She got up and walked over to her wardrobe. Throwing on a jacket, she grabbed her keys and headed out. Flashback. Third date. As she walked through the streets, her mind drifted back to Peter. Their third date. It had been on a rooftop, overlooking the city. It was one of those quiet nights. No heists, no running, just them. Felicia had always been good at reading people. She could tell when someone was holding back, when they were hiding something. Peter had that look in his eyes that night. So she pushed. What's on your mind, Peter? She had asked, tilting her head. You look like you are carrying the weight of the world. He gave her a lopsided smile, but it didn't reach his eyes. Maybe I am. She leaned in, resting her chin on her hand. Care to share? He hesitated. For a moment, she thought he wouldn't say anything. Then he spoke. He told her about his struggles and worries. They were vague, but felt too genuine. Felicia had been prepared for a lot of things, but not that. She had expected him to be like everyone else, hiding behind bravado, pretending to be fine. But Peter was different. He was honest. And for the first time, she didn't just like him, she respected him. When he finally stopped talking, the air between them felt heavier, more charged. And then, before she could second-guess herself, she kissed him. It wasn't just for the thrill, not this time. It was something deeper. And that terrified her. Flashback. Fourth date. Felicia shook her head, forcing herself back to the present. She hated thinking about things like that. She hated how Peter made her feel. Like she was more than just the black cat, more than just a girl chasing danger. But she couldn't stop thinking about it. Their fourth date had changed everything. They had spent the whole day together. First it was shopping and Peter, somehow, knew her style better than most people. He picked out a dress for her that actually looked good, which was both impressive and annoying. Then, they watched the Bat Night. Okay, but hear me out, Peter had said, mid-argument. The clowny isn't just crazy, he's methodical. He planned everything. Felicia scoffed. Oh, please. He was just making things up as he went. Peter grinned. Says the girl who never follows a plan. She opened her mouth to argue, then shut it, realizing he had a point. Fine. But he's still overrated. Then, dinner. Not some fancy place, just a simple fast food joint. And yet, it had felt perfect. That night, at her apartment, things went further than before. She had expected it to be just physical, like all the others. But Peter wasn't like the others. He was patient. Gentle. He made her feel safe. For the first time, Felicia didn't crave danger. Because, for once, she realized that Peter was enough. Back to the present, again. Felicia tightened her grip on her jacket as she walked. Everything kept replaying in her mind. For the first time, she felt powerless. And she hated it. She needed to be stronger. Not for herself, but for him. She sat alone at a corner table in a dimly lit bar, nursing her drink. The decision had been made. If Kingpin wanted to break her, he chose the wrong girl. She wouldn't let Peter become another loss in her life. It was time to stop running. Time to stop pretending. She needed power. And if that meant taking the offer, so be it. A shadow fell over her table. Felicia tensed, looking up. Damien Heller. He smiled, smooth and confident. How did you? She started. Now, Miss Hardy, Damien interrupted, his voice like silk. Let's not waste time on useless words. We have a contract to sign. Equals 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 equals. Thank you for reading my story. I'd appreciate your support and feedback. Please don't judge the story too quickly, let me tell it my way. I know some parts might seem familiar or cheesy, but that's just our different perspectives. I'm doing my best to create an enjoyable story for you and there definitely won't be any NTR, straight face. Let's keep things friendly and respectful. We're all here to share our love for stories. No pressure, no obligations. If you like the FIC, drop some stones and support me. Those who still suspect NTR and the same shit as all other fan FICs can read the spoiler added in the review section and then drop after. I apologize for the immature response. Comment. 28 Comment. Vote. Chapter 22. Peter sat cross-legged on his bed, phone in one hand and a half-empty cup of coffee in the other. His eyes scanned through the online news, keeping himself updated on the latest citywide chaos. Tony Stark is making moves to reclaim control of Stark Industries. Hey, classic Tony. Can't let go of the throne, can he? The Fantastic Four have returned from their latest space mission. Finally. Wonder if they brought any alien parasites with them. Crime rates have dropped, and the city is under reconstruction after recent events. Something positive. Maybe I can go next week without someone throwing a car at me. As he took another sip of his coffee, his spider sense tingled. Not in the someone's about to punch you way, but in the someone's climbing your window way. His senses pinpointed the intruder instantly. Felicia Hardy. But then, he felt it. Something was wrong. The usual confidence in her movements was gone. Instead, there was hesitation, pain, despair. Before she even got inside, Peter was already moving. Felicia barely made it through the window before Peter pulled her into a hug. Felicia, what's wrong? Ah, she winced, body tensing against him. Peter immediately loosened his grip, his hands instinctively shifting to her shoulders. He could feel the bruises underneath her suit. Her breathing was shaky, her usual smirk nowhere in sight. His fingers brushed against her cheek, wiping away a stray tear. Felicia, what happened? She tried to compose herself, but her voice wavered. Tiger. I have a few things to tell you. Peter nodded, giving her the space to continue. I had sex with Damien Heller. And that's when Peter realized, NTR had always lived in his head. Rent-free. Peter realized this was just a trick from the author and then chose to ignore this paragraph, swearing to be a better, more confident version of himself from now on. Felicia swallowed hard, her fingers curling into fists. I'm, the Black Cat. Peter's eyes widened dramatically, after a few seconds of hesitation. What? You? The Black Cat? She blinked. Wait, you're actually okay with it? Peter placed a hand over his heart. Felicia, how could you keep this from me? I thought we had something special. Felicia groaned. Shut up, you dork. Peter chuckled but let her continue. She exhaled, looking away. My father was a cat burglar. One of the best. I followed in his footsteps. She hesitated, her fingers tightening against his sheets. I loved it. The thrill. The chase. At first, it was just stealing from the bad guys. Then, I started working for them. Like the Kingpin and others. Peter remained silent, letting her speak. But tonight, the important thing is, I messed up. Peter got serious in an instant. Talk to me. Felicia's voice lowered, and Peter caught a flicker of fear in her eyes. Earlier today Kingpin called for me. At his office he offered me a power and influence. But when I refused, a guy named Damien Heller told me that I've got one day to think about it. Later, he found me at a downtown bar and told me to sign a shady deal, which will give me the power that was offered. Peter's stomach twisted at the name. His mind immediately went into overdrive. Damien, shady deal, downtown bar. Then it clicked. Mephisto. In comics, Mephisto had once peered into the future. After seeing his downfall at the hands of Spider-Man, or his daughter, he started trying his best to prevent that future. Felicia's voice pulled him back. I was about to sign the deal when two people stopped me. Peter's head snapped toward her. Two people. Felicia nodded. Two cloaked people. A bald woman and a guy in a silver mask. Peter's brain ran a quick Google search. Bald woman? Ancient One? Silver mask? Doom? Why are these titans of power playing defense for me? Wait, Dr. Doom has unfinished business with Mephisto. His mom's soul is being held captive by Mephisto. But why the Ancient One? Peter rubbed his temples. Felicia, I don't need protection. Felicia cut him off. You don't understand. You're speaking of people beyond evil. Peter stared at her, unimpressed. Then, he lowered his voice and said, Felicia, I am not in danger. I am the danger. The next moment, the UMF suit spread over his body, forming his black and red Spider-Man suit. Felicia's jaw dropped. I can't. I can't. Peter casually opened the faceplate and smirked. Felicia punched him in the face, or she tried to. Peter saw it coming. His spider sense whispered. Dodge. He ignored it. Instead, he tilted his face just enough so that Felicia's punch wouldn't break her hand but still land. It bumped against his cheek. Fucker, she yelled, shaking her fist. Did you know? Know what? That I was the Black Cat. Peter grinned. How would I know that? Felicia narrowed her eyes. That would explain all the teasing. And the whole Spider-Man flirting with me thing. Peter shrugged. Maybe I just like annoying you. But how? Felicia asked again. Come on, Felicia. Your mask covers, like, 30% of your face. Also, I know your speech pattern and body language. She groaned, burying her face in her hands. Unbelievable. You let me go through that whole dramatic reveal for nothing. Peter smirked. Not exactly, it gave me the perfect moment to reveal my other identity as well. Felicia sighed, shaking her head. That's fair. Peter pulled Felicia into a hug. She winced again in pain. Peter immediately pulled back, frowning. Who did this? Felicia exhaled, rolling her shoulder. Sabretooth. Peter's eyes darkened. I guess, the last lesson wasn't enough for him. Felicia smirked despite the pain. Careful, Tiger. Almost sounded like you care. Peter snorted. Almost. She nudged his chest lightly. Relax, I can handle myself. Uh-huh. And yet, here you are, wincing. Felicia huffed, then smirked. Peter Parker. The Spider-Man. You know, Tiger. I won't forgive you that easily for ruining my old heist. Peter chuckled. Of course not. My kitten wouldn't be that easy. Felicia rolled her eyes but smiled. Then, she suddenly grabbed his collar and kissed him. Peter blinked in surprise but quickly returned the kiss. Before they could continue, Peter's AI, Celeste, interrupted. Sir, you might want to check the news. Peter frowned. What now? He pulled up a live news feed, and his blood ran cold. Kraven the Hunter. A group of hostages trapped in a cage and a massive wall of fire behind him, spelling out one word, Spider-Man. Kraven stood in front of the camera, his fur-lined coat swaying in the wind. He held a hunting knife in one hand, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Spider-Man. For years, I have hunted the greatest beasts across the world. Lions, tigers, bears, but none have intrigued me like you. He spread his arms dramatically. Tonight, we play a game. Will you rise to the hunt, or will you cower in the shadows like prey? Peter muttered under his breath, this guy couldn't have picked a worse time. Felicia crossed her arms. So, we going out? Peter sighed, setting his coffee down. Oh, absolutely. They arrived at the scene in record time. The street was a battlefield. Fires crackled in the distance, casting flickering shadows over the wrecked cars and broken pavement. Armed mercenaries stood at key positions, rifles ready, watching for any movement. The hostages were huddled inside a steel cage, eyes wide with terror. Kraven stood tall in the center, his grin widening the moment he spotted Spider-Man. Ah! There you are, my greatest hunt. He raised his arms. This city watches. They will see what happens when the Predator. Peter swung in at full speed and punched him straight in the face. The force sent Kraven flying across the pavement, crashing into a parked truck. The impact dented the metal and an unconscious Kraven fell to the ground. Peter landed lightly on his feet, rolling his shoulders. You talk too much. The mercenaries snapped out of their shock and opened fire. Felicia was already moving. She leaped off a rooftop, dodging bullets mid-air, her whip cracking like thunder as it wrapped around the cage bars. With a powerful tug, she yanked the cage door open. Go. Now, she ordered. The hostages wasted no time, sprinting toward safety. Peter webbed two mercenaries before they could react, yanking them into each other like crash test dummies. Another turned his rifle toward Felicia, but she was faster. She vaulted over him and kicked him in the face. Felicia smirked. Not much of a challenge, hey. Before Peter could respond, a familiar voice rang out. Spy Day. Kitty Cat. My favorite people. Peter sighed. Oh no. Deadpool strolled onto the battlefield like he was arriving at a party. His red and black suit was spotless, and he was sipping a soda through a straw. Felicia narrowed her eyes. Who are you? Deadpool grinned and pulled a few poses. Deadpool. Spider-Man's buddy. The Sex King. Came to help. And by help, I mean flirt shamelessly with you while Spy Day does all the hard work. He struck another dramatic pose. So, Black Cat, what do you say? You, me, candlelight, and absolutely no talk about my body count. Felicia raised an eyebrow. Your kill count? Deadpool gasped. I was talking about my exes. Wow, someone's got a dark mind. Peter groaned. Wade, focus. Deadpool leaned in, whispering loudly, is he always this bossy? Felicia smirked. You get used to it. Before Deadpool could continue his antics, his communicator buzzed. He pulled out a tiny phone. Oh, right. Business. He turned to Peter. So, Webby, S.H.I.E.L.D. called. Some heavy-duty trucks just got spotted heading toward Kingpin's tower. Peter's expression hardened. Time to end this before it gets out of hand. As they moved toward the Fisk tower, Peter sent out a quick group call. All right, everyone. Big night ahead. A moment later, familiar voices started chiming in. Spy Day, Matt Murdock, aka Daredevil, said, his voice calm as ever. Team will be there in 10 minutes. You ready to take this fight to Kingpin? Long overdue, Peter replied. But first, something important, I want to introduce a new member to the team. Black Cat's in. There was a brief pause before Moon Knight's voice rumbled through. The same Black Cat that used to pull heists all over town. The very same, Peter admitted. But she's reformed. And she's got just as much of a reason to take Fisk down as any of us. He screwed her over, big time. This isn't just about revenge for her, it's about making sure he doesn't ruin anyone else's life. Jessica Jones sighed. Great. Another person in a mask. You sure she's not gonna turn around and rob us when this is over? She won't, Peter said firmly. But I get it. Trust takes time. Just, give her a chance. Danny Rand, aka Iron Fist, spoke next. If the Dragon Warrior vouches for her, I'm in. But we should be careful. Our last showdown with Kingpin's army was anything but silent. Exactly, Peter agreed. Deadpool just told me that the shield will also be there. Which means if any of you are planning on keeping your identities safe, now's the time to be extra careful. There were a few muttered agreements before Daredevil spoke again. All right, we're in position. What's the plan? Peter smirked. Oh, you'll see. Near Fisk Tower, New York. Peter crouched on the edge of a rooftop, the glowing skyline of New York stretching behind him. The streets below were eerily quiet. Too quiet. He checked his phone. Live streaming. Ready. All right, he muttered to himself. Let's make this count. He went live. Immediately, thousands, no, tens of thousands of viewers flooded in. Comments started flying in the chat. It got so late, I thought you forgot. What's happening? Bro, do a face reveal. Peter adjusted the camera, making sure the view of Fisk Tower was clear. Hey, New York. Spider-Man here. I know this extremely late, but trust me, this is important. He pointed the camera toward Fisk Tower. For years, this man, Wilson Fisk, the so-called kingpin of crime, has been running this city like it's his own personal playground. Most of you already know that. What you don't know is just how deep his influence runs. The screen cut to footage. Smuggled weapons and trafficked humans hidden in construction shipments. Secret meetings with corrupt politicians. Money funneled through fake charities to fund human trafficking. Peter's voice remained steady. These aren't rumors. This isn't just street gossip. These are facts. And I'm done pretending like we can't do anything about it. He leaned in slightly. Tonight, we're taking Kingpin down. A voice cut in behind him. Couldn't you have gone live a little earlier? Peter turned to see Black Widow along with Hawkeye, arms crossed, staring at him. The Defenders and the two X-Men, gathered around once the live was over. He shrugged. And tip Kingpin off. She sighed. Fair point. Then, as if on cue, the power in Fisk Tower cut out. The street lights flickered. The roads leading in and out of the area were suddenly flooded with NYPD vehicles and SHIELD agents started dropping on the roof. Felicia, watching from the next rooftop over, cracked her knuckles. Let's make some noise. Deadpool pumped his fists. Ooh, I love this part. Peter grinned beneath his mask, eyes narrowing as he looked toward the tower. All right. Defenders, stand tall. https://discord.gg/g2tfw49. Spoilers, if needed, will be discussed in the Discord channel. And don't forget to keep the Power Stones coming. Comment. 20 comment. Vote. Chapter 23. Fisk Tower stood like an iron giant in the middle of Manhattan. But inside, Wilson Fisk's empire was under attack. Spider-Man crouched near the main elevator, adjusting his web's hooters as he scanned the area. Beside him, Deadpool hummed the Mission Impossible theme while pretending to reload invisible guns. Black Cat rolled her eyes. A few feet away, Daredevil flexed his fingers, tightening his gloves, while Moon Knight silently checked his weapons. Across the building, Iron Fist and Colleen Wing prepared to enter through the lower floors, with Luke Cage set to smash through whatever obstacles stood in their way. Above, SHIELD agents who rappelled down from helicopters, was already in position, cutting off the rooftop exits. The plan was clear: attack from all sides, hit Fisk hard, and prevent him from activating whatever twisted experiment Sinister had been working on in his labs. For a second, there was silence. Then, the emergency generators kicked in, casting a deep red glow across the hallways. The building looked like something out of a horror movie now, shadows stretching unnaturally and way too blurred to distinguish their shape. Spider-Man stretched his arms. All right, Defenders. Stand tall. Deadpool gave him a thumbs up. Love the energy, Spidey. You sound like Captain America's less muscular cousin. I rate the battle cry cringe out of 10. Black Cat sighed. Can we focus? Then, the team split up, each heading for their designated routes. Elevator match, Iron Fist and Colleen Wing. Iron Fist and Colleen took a more direct approach, slipping into an elevator that would take them higher into the tower. The ride was smooth at first. Too smooth. Danny exhaled. Yeah, this is a setup. By the time they hit the 15th floor, he could feel it, the air had changed. It was colder, heavier. The kind of feeling you got before a storm, or before something very, very bad happened. Then, the elevator doors slid open. Two figures stepped inside. The first was a massive man with wild hair, sharp fangs, and a grin that promised pain. Sabretooth. The second had ghostly pale skin, red glowing eyes, and carbonadium tendrils slithering from his arms like living snake. Omega Red. Danny let out a slow breath. Well, I knew everything wouldn't be too easy. Colleen tightened her grip on her sword. We taking the first move, or are we? Ding. Sabretooth lunged. Danny barely dodged as the mutant's claw slashed through the elevator wall, sending a spray of sparks across the small space. Omega Red struck next, his tendrils whipping forward like chains. Colleen flipped backward, landing on the railing to avoid being caught. Then the elevator doors shut. The four of them were locked inside. Danny glanced at Colleen. Great. Colleen scoffed, ducking another swipe. Yet. Now we're all stuck. Sabretooth's grin widened. Nat, sweetheart. You're stuck in here with us. Danny smirked. Famous last words. The fight exploded into chaos. Sabretooth swung wildly, forcing Danny to weave and counter, every strike coming within inches of his skin. Omega Red lashed his metal whips, aiming to entangle Colleen, but she was too fast, deflecting them with her blade. The small space made it brutal, leaving no room to dodge properly, no time to strategize. Just raw skill and instinct. Sabretooth's claw sliced toward Danny's face. He caught the mutant's wrist, twisting hard, but the beast barely reacted. Instead, Sabretooth used his free hand to swipe again, forcing Danny to release him and dodge back. Omega Red wrapped a tendril around Colleen's ankle, yanking her off balance. She twisted midair, slashing down hard, wounding the pale mutant. The mutated Russian snarled, but before he could retaliate, Iron Fist channeled his chi. Danny's fist started to glow. The golden chi surged through his body, centering in his hand. He had one shot to end this before things got worse. Sabretooth rushed him again. Omega Red lunged at the same time. But Danny met them head-on. With a single, controlled burst of energy, he drove his fist into Omega Red's chest. The impact was like a bomb going off. The mutant was blasted backward with terrifying force, crashing into Sabretooth. BAAM. The combined weight of the two superhumans shattered the elevator floor, sending them both plummeting down through multiple levels of the building. Danny and Colleen barely managed to grab onto the sides of the elevator in time. Below them, the hole gaped open into the lower floors, where Omega Red and Sabretooth had disappeared. Colleen let out a long whistle. That was satisfying. Danny dusted off his knuckles. You should see what I can do when I'm actually trying. Colleen smirked. Show off. Danny grinned. You love it. She just rolled her eyes and climbed back into position. Come on, we still have a job to do. Danny exhaled, shaking out his hands as they prepared to move. One fight down. A whole tower to go. Meanwhile, on the other floors of Fisk Tower, things had gone from bad to oh great, now we're fighting our allies. Sinisters the usual had arrived, cloned X-Men. Hallway match Wolverine vs White Tiger and Misty. Snicked. The Berserker clone growled, unsheathing his claws and cracking his neck like a bear who woke up from hibernation. His claws shined under the emergency lights, and his grin screamed chaos. White Tiger and Misty Knight circled him carefully. The guy moved like he was running on 20 Red Bulls, 3 shots of espresso, and a whole binge-watch session of Attack on Titan. White Tiger flipped over a wild slash, barely dodging as the claws carved through the wall like butter. Okay, seriously, does this guy ever get tired? Misty lunged in, cybernetic fist cocked back. Time to see if adamantium can handle. Clang. Her metal fist slammed straight into his unbreakable skeleton. A loud crunch echoed. Misty winced. Oh. That was dumb. The Wolverine clone just grinned. You gonna cry, bub? Misty flexed her fingers, glaring. Nah. But I am gonna kick your regenerating ass across this building. Conference room match, Nightcrawler vs Black Widow and Hawkeye. Alright, Clint, let's keep this simple, Natasha said. Clint nodded, knocking an explosive arrow. Trap him, pin him down, A&D. BAMF. The blue-skinned clone disappeared in a puff of smoke. BAMF. Now he was behind them. ACH, you really thought Zat Voldvark, the clone chuckled before kicking Hawkeye straight into a wall. Clint groaned, upside down. This sucks. Natasha threw a widow's bite, only for the clone to vanish again. BAMF. Hawkeye facepalmed. This is why I hate teleporters. Dining hall match, Cyclops vs Deadpool. Deadpool dodged a bright red laser, spinning his katanas like a budget Jedi. Bro, this is exactly like a Dragon Ball Z fight. I'm Vegeta, but cooler, funnier, and with way better. Boom. An optic blast slammed into his chest, launching him straight through the floor, making a Deadpool-shaped hole. From the hole, Wade's voice echoed, okay, I did not see that coming. Get it? See? Cause your Cyclops. Zap. Another blast cut him off mid-sentence. A moment of silence. Then, from the dust, Wade groaned, dude, I swear, I just got a flashback to X-Men Origins. And not the good kind. Zap. Ow. Okay. My bad. Geez, someone's still salty about losing Jean, huh? Don't worry, buddy, I'm sure she's living a good life out there with Logan. Zap. Stop shooting me. I'm already dead. Wait, technically, I can't die. Joke's on you, buddy. I got infinite continues. Art Gallery, Colossus Clone vs Daredevil. Daredevil ducked under a steel fist that shattered a marble pillar behind him. The evil Colossus clone grinned, his metal skin gleaming under the flickering emergency lights. You are small, the clone rumbled. Like fly. Yet. Daredevil panted, flipping over a broken table in what looked like Fisk's private art gallery, because of course the guy had won. Expensive paintings hung on the walls, and marble statues placed well, increasing the value and beauty of the whole room. The clone charged. Daredevil sidestepped, grabbing a canvas and whipping it over the brute's face. Rib. The clone tore through it, revealing the painting. Oh, Daredevil muttered. Hope that wasn't a masterpiece. Was, the clone said, swinging. Daredevil leaped, using a chandelier to flip over him. The clone grabbed the entire statue of Fisk in the center of the room and hurled it at him. With a grimace, Daredevil whispered, "Forgive me, father," and dodged as it obliterated the wall behind him. Open workspace match, Gambit vs Luke Cage and Black Cat. The Gambit clone grinned, his red eyes glowing as he flicked a stack of charged playing cards. Monday Ami, let's see how Lady Luck treats you. Felicia took a step back. Luke. Yet. This dude just pulled out, like, 50 Uno reverse cards. We should probably. Kaboom. The explosion sent Felicia flying like Team Rocket blasting off again. Luke barely flinched as debris rained down. Man, I hate magic cards. Peter swung in just in time, catching Felicia in a web net before she could go Gwen Stacy from Amazing Spider-Man 2. Groaning, she sat up, brushing soot off her suit. Tiger, I thought you'd never come. Peter teased. And leave you with this flirty evil Gambit. The clone smirked. Cherie, you ain't seen nothing yet. Deep in his penthouse, Wilson Fisk sat in his oversized leather chair, watching the battle unfold across a dozen high-tech monitors. He looked calm, collected. Like a man who had already won. He reached for a glass of expensive whiskey, swirling the amber liquid before taking a slow sip. From the speakers, his voice rumbled through the entire building. You think cutting the power was enough to stop me? Peter tensed. Oh, I hate when villains do the whole disembodied voice of doom thing. Fisk chuckled. You still don't understand, do you? Buddy, I understand plenty, Peter muttered, webbing up one of the clone's arms mid-swing. You're a bald, oversized pain in my... Spider-Man, Fisk interrupted, the clones are just the beginning. I have many other surprises planned for you. The way he said surprises made Peter's spy day sense tingle in the worst way. Then, another voice joined in. A smooth, commanding voice. You did well, till this point, the unknown man said. But the real test begins now. Peter frowned. Okay. New scary voice. That's probably bad. The announcement stopped. But Wilson Fisk, for the first time, was nervous and sweating heavily. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Fisk. Don't let the momentary gains blind you. The unknown man spoke as if he held all the power in that room. Of course, sir. Your methods have proven effective. The unknown voice chuckled, soft yet sharp. Flattery doesn't suit you, Wilson. Focus on the mission. Keep the pressure on them. Fisk nodded, adjusting his cufflinks. Understood. Meanwhile, Peter narrowed his eyes at the speakers. Whoever this was, he wasn't just another hired gun. Fisk has a boss? And that's when the floors started to rumble. A really bad sign. Sir. Celeste's voice rang in Peter's earpiece. Visuals from the levels beneath the penthouse show activation of unidentified super soldiers. Peter exhaled. You know, every time I think, hey, maybe this will be a normal day, something insane happens. Then, the ground shook. The walls cracked. And the next second. Boom. The floor exploded, sending debris flying. A hulking, armored figure emerged from the smoke, its glowing red eyes locking onto Peter like a predator spotting prey. Peter groaned. Great. Another giant dude trying to kill me. What else is new? Then a second figure stepped forward. And a third. More than a dozen armored super soldiers, all with different enhancements like cybernetic limbs, glowing energy cores, reinforced exoskeletons. Luke cracked his knuckles. Okay, now this looks like a party. Moon Knight, regardless which personality was in control, grinned. He adjusted his crescent blade. And I didn't even bring snacks. Can't help but wonder sometimes if this guy is crazier than Deadpool. And speak of the devil in red and black spandex, Deadpool, somehow appeared back in one piece. The merc clapped his hands. All right, everyone, let's Autobots roll out. Or, Defenders disassemble? X-Men. Execute? Whatever, just start punching things. Peter sighed. Why do I hang out with you people? Time to take down these Nomos. Plus Ultra. Now that sounds awesome. And with that, all hell broke loose. ===================================================================================================================================〕 if you're having fun reading and enjoying the story, spare this author some power stones. They're a huge motivation boost for me. I'll keep writing and posting new chapters for free, no matter what. Superscript 3. Comment. 10 comment. Vote. Chapter 24. The battle had been raging for what felt like an eternity. There was smoke and debris everywhere. The heroes were exhausted, but the enemies just kept coming, hulking super soldiers, enhanced with cybernetics, glowing energy cores, and genetic modification straight out of Mr. Sinister's worst experiments. It was bad. Like, end of Empire Strikes Back bad. Deadpool stood a few feet away from the Cyclops clone, who adjusted his visor like he was about to drop the most serious Masenko superscript one ever. You can't dodge my optic blasts forever, Deadpool, the clone said, voice deep and menacing. Deadpool tilted his head. Dodge? Bro, I live for this. He took out a hand mirror from nowhere. Let's see if you can handle a taste of your own medicine, Scott Evil. The clone fired a massive red beam. Deadpool casually angled the mirror, sending the beam straight back into the clone's face superscript 2. The clone staggered, visor smoking. That's not how physics works. Deadpool twirled the mirror. Buddy, we're in a fan FIC. Physics left the chat years ago. The clone growled and fired again. Deadpool pulled out another mirror. Then another. Then another. The optic blast ricocheted between them like a chaotic game of laser ping-pong. Pew pew pew. Finally, the beam hit the clone in the chest, sending him flying into a wall. Deadpool leaned over him. So, you want to talk about my car's extended warranty, or are we done? The clone groaned. I hate you. Deadpool wiped a fake tear. Ah, that means so much. Meanwhile, Misty and White Tiger were having a hard time facing the Wolverine clone with adamantium skeleton. You sure we should keep fighting this guy head-on? White Tiger whispered. Misty scoffed. It's 2 versus 1. We got this. The Wolverine clone lunged. In exactly 0.2 seconds, Misty was flying through furniture, and White Tiger was pinned under one very angry mutant. Okay, I admit it, Misty groaned, picking herself out of the broken furniture. We do not got this. The clone raised a clawed fist, then Deadpool's body crashed into him from above. Deadpool stood up, dusting himself off. Tagging in, ladies. Also, I totally meant to do that. The Cyclops clone stomped after him, visor sparking. White Tiger groaned. Oh, great. Now they teamed up. Misty cracked her knuckles. Guess that means we gotta work together too. White Tiger smirked. Wanna go high or low? Misty grinned. Low. I hate heights. Deadpool gasped. What? You're telling me you don't want to jump off buildings dramatically like Batman? Misty sighed. Just punch the clones, Wade. Fie-Ian, Deadpool whined, leaping into battle. And just like that, the most chaotic tag team in history was formed. Daredevil flipped backward as a metal fist slammed into the floor, making cracks like spider webs. The corrupted Colossus clone loomed over him, eyes glowing like a red-hot furnace. This guy is a force of nature. Daredevil muttered, dodging another fist coming for his head. The clone, unimpressed with art history surrounding them, grabbed a painting and hurled it at him like a frisbee. Daredevil ducked. I need to either regroup or retreat. The clone charged again, lifting an entire marble statue of Wilson Fisk. Oh, come on. Daredevil barely rolled out of the way before the statue obliterated the ground where he stood. He was fast, but this was getting ridiculous. Colossus lifted his steel arm, intending to turn him into a human pancake. Boom. A giant, yellow, stony fist crashed into Colossus's face, sending the metal giant stumbling backward. From the new hole in the wall, the thing stepped through, cracking his knuckles. Yo, DD. Mind if I take this one, he rumbled. Daredevil exhaled. Be my guest. The thing smirked, rolling his shoulders. Hey, Tin Can, let's see what happens when. Real. Rock meets metal. Colossus clone roared and charged. The thing introduced him to his other fist. It's Clobaron time. Peter ducked under a barrage of glowing playing cards as the Gambit clone flicked them at him like a demonic Vegas dealer. How about a game, Monday Ami, the clone sneered. I betcha 2 hands you ain't walking outta here. Spider-Man webbed 2 of the cards midair and slingshot them back. The clone dodged, rolling smoothly to the side. Felicia somersaulted past Peter, claws flashing. Mind if I cut in? The clone spun his staff, charging it with kinetic energy. Oh, Cherie, I love a lady who plays rough. Luke Cage stepped forward, cracking his neck. Yet? Well, you ain't gonna love this. The clone tried to swing, but Luke grabbed the staff midair and snapped it in half like a breadstick. The Gambit clone blinked. That ain't fair. Neither is cheating at poker, Luke said, before launching a right hook straight into his face. The clone crashed into a wall, slumped over, and didn't get up. Peter dusted off his hands. Alright, now that Gambit's all out of luck, let's get back to. Boom. A new pair of figures strode into the room. Madeline Pryor. A twisted Jean Grey clone with raw, unchecked psychic power. And an Iceman clone, his body pulsing with an eerie, unnatural cold. The temperature in the room dropped instantly. Felicia groaned. Oh, great. More clones. Peter sighed. Man, I hate clones. This is turning into the Star Wars prequels all over again. Luke grunted. You mean Attack of the Clones? Peter shuddered. Worse. The Clone Wars. The bad episodes. Before the 2 clones could attack. Phoom. A massive wall of flame shot through the air, blocking their path. Sorry we're late, but you know traffic in New York, Johnny Storm quipped as he hovered above them. Sue Storm stepped forward, shields floating around her. Are you guys all right? Peter gave a thumbs up. Just a little clone trauma. You. I'm good, she said, eyes narrowing at Madeline Pryor. Seems like this clone trauma is rather serious. Johnny grinned. By the way, Spy Day, after this whole Warzone thing, we all go grab some pizza. How about it? Peter dodged an ice spike. Let's not die first, and then yet, sure. Sue Storm held up her shields as Madeline's corrupted psychic energy slammed against them. Johnny Storm and the Iceman clone clashed. Songs of ice and fire, crashing against each other in an elemental showdown, were heard throughout the floor. Meanwhile, across the battlefield, Reed Richards had made his intro. And somehow gotten into a full WWE wrestling match with the evil Nightcrawler clone. You are absurdly stretchy, the clone grunted as he BAMF. Ed away. Reed extended his limbs like a rubber band, motioning Hawkeye and Black Widow to leave. Fascinatingly is the word. It's not about being stretchy, it's about the underlying molecular structure that helps me rearrange my body at will. Hawkeye and Black Widow sprinted past them. Just that science class could kill these evil clones. Clint muttered. Natasha nodded. Agreed. Meanwhile, Peter webbed up another soldier, then nudged Luke. Come in, we need to end this. Fisk is at the top. Luke smirked. Then let's break the ceiling. Peter and Luke burst through the penthouse doors. Peter flipped in, landing gracefully, while Luke just punched his way through the entrance like a wrecking ball with attitude. And there he was. Wilson Fisk. Except, this wasn't regular Fisk. This was Mecha Fisk. Towering armor. Advanced weaponry. Demonic poetry scribbled on it. A face so punchable it belonged in a museum. End result? Peter's spider sense screamed at him. Something bad was coming. Luke, wait. Too late. Luke had already charged and Fisk swung, sending Luke flying through the floor. 3 floors down. Peter blinked. Well. That happened. Fisk rolled his massive shoulders, the hydraulics in his suit hissing like an angry pressure cooker. You are nothing but a child playing hero, insect. You have no idea what real power is. Peter sighed, cracking his knuckles. Okay, first of all, that's literally what every villain says before they get decked. Second. Spider sense. He flipped sideways behind a pillar, just as a high-intensity sonic blast ripped through the air. That's new. Fisk didn't remain waiting, he caught up with the Spider-Man, surprisingly agile for the huge armor. He sent another sonic shockwave at Peter, that shattered windows, tore up furniture, and sent Peter into a mid-air spin. His rapid adaptability after a long period of rest, kicked in. While his UMF suit tried to compensate the shock received, Celeste glitched for a moment, creating minor distortions in his suit. Boom. But another shock came, causing Peter's balance to go haywire. The Kingpin moved fast, pulling out something from his suit. Oh crap. Something jabbed into his arm, through the small distortions in the suit. A sharp, unnatural pain burned through his bloodstream. His rapid adaptability went into overdrive, like a system overload. His muscles seized, his vision blurred, and suddenly everything hurt. Peter hit the ground hard. His limbs felt sluggish. His spider sense was going crazy. A new shadow arrived. The noise of footsteps grew closer and closer. And then a voice. Ah, finally. The infamous Spider-Man. Peter's head snapped up. A man stepped forward, emerging from the shadows. The dim light caught the edges of his face, red, raw, unnatural, and terrifyingly grotesque. His expression was one of amusement, yet his eyes told something different. He wasn't Johann Schmidt. No, this Red Skull was something else entirely. Younger. Sharper. Twisted. And he was smiling. Peter's stomach dropped. Oh, this is gonna suck. The Red Skull gave a mock bow. Surprised, Spider-Man. Peter didn't answer. His brain was too busy running 100 calculations a second, escape routes, weak points, weapons. Except he couldn't move properly, his hand-eye coordination was lost. His body moved a lot slower and differently than he wanted to. Red Skull took a slow step forward, savoring the moment. I should thank you, really. You sped up my plans. A minor setback, but now I get to introduce myself properly. His smirk widened. No, I am not Johann Schmidt. That rotting relic is dead and buried, as he should be. He touched his own face, almost reverently. I am more related to Captain Steve Rogers. And this? This is my own design. My own identity. I was never going to be his shadow. His voice hardened. I am his son superscript 3. Peter's eyes widened. Wait. Captain America's? Red Skull's chuckle was hollow. Oh yes. Rogers' perfect little legacy. And yet, no one remembers me. They never knew me. I had to carve my own name into history. Quite literally, in fact. He dragged a gloved hand down his scarred, crimson face. Do you know how long it takes to remove your own face? Hours. Days, even. The pain was exquisite. He exhaled, almost as if reminiscing. But in the end, I became something more. Something unforgettable. Peter stared. You know, most people just dye their hair when they want a fresh start, but hey, you do you. Red Skull ignored him. This city, your city, has been mine for years. I was its unseen ruler. I let the crime lords fight over the scraps I threw, while I prepared for something far greater. I orchestrated it all. Until you happened. He sneered. Every plan I laid out, every careful move I made, undone by some masked child playing hero. You weren't even a threat. I never cared about your identity. You were just a minor inconvenience. But now. His expression darkened. You're an infestation that needs to be burned out. Peter tensed, muscles coiling on instinct. Red Skull laughed. Ah, that confidence. That illusion of invincibility. You must be struggling right now, aren't you? Feeling powerless. Peter didn't answer. The bastard was enjoying this way too much. How did you like my little gift? Red Skull gestured toward Peter's sluggish movements. It's called the meta-adaptive serum. It traps your precious adaptability in an infinite loop, making it ineffective. You must be wondering how I got my hands on your precious secret. How I obtained the serum to counter it. Peter clenched his jaw. Red Skull smirked. The answer is simple, Mephisto. The price was significant. My most valuable henchman. He glanced at Fisk. But looking at you now. His eyes gleamed. I'd say it was worth it. Then he grinned. You see, Spider-Man, I have wielded far greater power than your little adaptability. His voice turned sharp, almost reverent. I once held the Tesseract in my hands. I touched the infinite. And now? Now, I will rebuild that power, starting with you. Peter was so done listening to this guy. Unfortunately, Red Skull wasn't done talking. I will break you. I will unmake everything you stand for. And when the world forgets you, when they erase your name from history, I will be the only thing that remains. He leaned closer. In other words. He grinned. Your life ends now. Peter gritted his teeth. His body was fighting itself. He had all the acquired abilities, yet couldn't move. For all he felt was, just pain. Red Skull revved up a chainsaw. Oh, come on. Do you understand how insignificant you are, he taunted, stepping forward. I don't even know who you are. But it's more fun this way. He raised the chainsaw. Rest in pieces, Spider-Man. Bang. The chainsaw flew out of Red Skull's hands. A figure somersaulted through the broken door, landing in the room with a dramatic pose. Spidey. Your Romeo is here, baby. Deadpool spun his pistols before holstering them, grinning. Need a hand? He pulled out 2 severed Wolverine hands. The Logan clone was kind enough to lend me some helping hands. He wiggled the fingers. Get it? Helping hands. Peter, still in pain, groaned. Wade, shut up. Deadpool gasped. You wound me, Spidey. But don't worry, I have an entire monologue ready. Peter barely rolled as Fisk punched a support beam, bringing part of the ceiling down. Deadpool flipped over the debris, wielding the Wolverine hands. All right, I call dibs on fat pressure cooker over there. You take Skeletor. He pressed on the severed hands. Snicked. Wolverine's claws popped out. Deadpool dual-wielded them like a maniac. Prepare for trouble. Dot. Peter, still struggling to stand, forced himself up. Back online, sir. Your rapid adaptability is trapped in a feedback loop. However, your acquired healing abilities will cleanse the serum in 5 minutes. Do not die in the meantime. Peter groaned. 5 minutes. Yes, sir. Or, as humans say, get good. He exhaled, rolling his shoulders. Fine. I can work with this. All right, Hitler Mort. Let's make this interesting. Deadpool laughed. And make it double. Equals 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 equals. Superscript 1. Masenko. Gohan's signature attack move. Superscript 2. Scott's kinetic beams. The beams are of kinetic energy, but can bounce off reflective surfaces and has been used multiple times, before in comics. Scott usually does this with the help of his secondary mutation. Superscript 3. Ultimate Marvel Universe storyline. In. Captain America got his girlfriend Gail Richards pregnant and Gail was heavily influenced by the government to keep the illegitimate birth a secret. Steve was already missing in action and considered dead, and so she put the child up for adoption. Contrary to their word, the government raised the child in a secret facility, hoping to mold him into the next Captain America. The child surpassed the Captain in every way and developed an inferiority complex. Dedicated in carving out his own identity, he became the Red Skull. The claws. Now you guys know why some random Wolverine clone had them adamantium claws. It was all for this epic moment. Equals 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 equals. Don't forget to hit me with the power stones, guys. Comment. 18 comment. Vote. Chapter 25. Elsewhere in the battle. Reed Richards stood calmly, his arms folded, as the Nightcrawler clone zipped around him in bursts of smoke and sulfur. BAMF. Behind him. BAMF. Above him. BAMF. To the side. Each teleportation came with a rapid strike, a punch, a kick, a tail swipe. And yet. Reed dodged effortlessly. The clone blinked. What the hell? Reed sighed, shaking his head. You're predictable. Nightcrawler clone smirked. You can't stop what you can't see. Reed sighed again. You're teleporting in a Fibonacci sequence. The clone stopped mid-attack. What? That half-second of hesitation was all Reed needed. His arm stretched out and coiled like a spring. This is something I picked up from one of Johnny's so-called anime. Wham! A perfectly timed fist collided with the clone's face exactly where he was about to teleport next. Nightcrawler clone didn't even get a chance to react. He flew across the room, crashing into the far wall and slumping to the ground. Reed flexed his fingers, unimpressed. Simple probability. Sue Storm stood with one hand on her hip, watching the Madeline Pryor clone pace like a caged animal. You think your little force fields can stop me? Madeline sneered, her eyes glowing with dark energy. Sue arched an eyebrow. No. But they can contain you. Before Madeline could react, a translucent force field snapped into existence around her. The clone's grin faltered. She pressed her hands against the barrier. You think this? Sue narrowed the field. The barrier shrank instantly, squeezing Madeline in place. Is a joke, the clone screeched, lashing out with a psychic blast. The energy rebounded inside the bubble like a rogue pinball. Madeline flinched. Oh, crap. The feedback hit her like a truck, and she dropped unconscious. Sue tapped the force field with a smirk. Oops. Guess you didn't think that through. Johnny Storm hovered in the air, flames dancing around his body as he stared down his opponent. So, Johnny said, cracking his knuckles. Fire versus ice classic. The Iceman clone grinned. Yet. But we both know how this ends. Johnny smirked. Yet, with you melted into a puddle. The clone lifted his hands, summoning a massive blizzard that surged toward Johnny like an avalanche. Johnny groaned. Seriously, Elsa? Let it go already. Instead of going supernova, Johnny zipped around, dodging the icy blasts with ease. He weaved through the air, getting closer with every pass. The Iceman clone scowled. Stop running and fight. Johnny laughed. I am fighting, Frosty. You're just too slow. Iceman snarled and launched a barrage of razor-sharp ice spears. Johnny rolled mid-air, flames bursting from his hands as he melted each one before they got close. Yawn, Johnny said. You got anything better? The clone slammed his hands onto the ground, sending ice spikes shooting up in all directions. Johnny barely dodged, rolling mid-air before blasting a concentrated beam of fire straight at the ice beneath the clone's feet. The ground instantly melted into slush. The Iceman clone stumbled, losing balance. Oh, Johnny grinned. Slippery when wet. Before the clone could recover, Johnny rocketed forward and delivered a fiery uppercut straight to his jaw. Wham! The clone shot up into the air and Johnny was already waiting. Game over, Elsa. With one final flaming roundhouse kick, Johnny sent the clone crashing into a frozen wall with enough force to shatter it. The Iceman clone slumped over, groaning weakly. Johnny landed smoothly, dusting imaginary snow off his shoulder. Man, I barely even broke a sweat. Just then, Natasha Romanoff strolled in, twirling a metal collar in her hand. Move. She snapped the power-dampening collar around the clone's neck. The ice instantly faded, leaving only a shivering, defeated mess. Johnny crossed his arms. You couldn't do that sooner. Natasha shrugged. I was busy with a teleporting mutant. Couldn't use this on them. Johnny sighed. Yeah, okay. Fair excuse. But next time, faster. Meanwhile, the Thing and Colossus clone E was locked in the most testosterone-fueled, brain cell-deficient slugfest of the century. Colossus clone grinned, cracking his metal knuckles. Not bad. You might actually make me try. The Thing rolled his massive shoulders. Yeah, I hear that a lot. They rushed each other again. Boom. The impact cracked the floor beneath them. Boom. A single punch sent both of them flying back, only for them to get up immediately. Colossus clone chuckled. You hit hard, but not hard enough. The Thing smirked. Then I guess I'll just have to hit you harder. They lunged again, fists colliding like tectonic plates. But the Thing had one last trick up his rocky sleeve. Hey, buddy, he smirked. Ever hear of a rock bottom? Colossus clone frowned. What is? Before Colossus clone could react, the Thing grabbed him, flipped him upside down, and locked his arms around his waist. Hope you got good insurance, pal. With a roar, the Thing leapt into the air, then drove Colossus clone's head straight into the floor in a brutal tombstone pile driver. Crash. The impact was so powerful it shattered 5 floors of the skyscraper, sending them both plummeting through concrete, steel, and glass. By the time the move ended, Colossus clone was out cold, buried in rubble. The Thing dusted off his hands. Twee. Somebody ring the damn bell. But the fight wasn't looking good for the SHIELD agents. Half of the SHIELD agents were out cold, scattered across the floor like they'd just been hit by a truck. Really big, really angry super soldier-shaped trucks. The remaining agents were struggling, outnumbered and outmatched. A hulking super soldier grabbed a SHIELD agent by the vest and flung him across the room like a ragdoll. Another agent barely dodged a punch that dented a metal wall behind him. A third super soldier grinned, cracking his knuckles. Weak. No challenge. Thwib. An arrow zipped through the air, slamming right into his forehead or at least, the metal plate covering it. The super soldier blinked. What was? Boom. The arrow exploded, sending him crashing into his buddies like a bowling pin strike. Sorry, was that your face? Hawkeye stepped into the fray, flipping another arrow in his fingers. He scanned the battlefield and then let loose. Thwib. 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 Electric arrows shocked a group of super soldiers, sending them into violent spasms. Smoke arrows blinded the next wave. One soldier lunged at him. Hawkeye spun around, shot an arrow point blank into his knee. The guy collapsed. My knee. Yet, Hawkeye muttered. You are not the first. Get in line. With a running leap, he kicked another soldier in the face, landing in a crouch. The shield agents groggily got back up, watching in awe. One of them muttered, where the hell were you? Hawkeye pulled back his bowstring. Fashionably late. He fired another arrow, this one bouncing off 3 walls before hitting a super soldier in the back of the head. The fight turned immediately. With Hawkeye covering them, S.H.I.E.L.D. regrouped and pushed back. Downstairs, Moon Knight and Psylocke were in the middle of a war zone. Super soldiers were tearing through police barricades, flipping cars, and hurling officers like toys. Hold the line, a cop shouted. Then a super soldier drop-kicked him into a police van. Psylocke sighed. We're losing. Moon Knight adjusted his cape. No, we're just fighting an uphill battle on a mountain that's also on fire. A super soldier rushed them, Psylocke spun slicing at his armor with her psychic blade. He stumbled, dazed. Moon Knight tackled him from the side, slamming his head into a police siren. The siren blared loudly. The super soldier groaned. Too loud. Moon Knight punched him again, into silence. Psylocke kicked another soldier through a windshield. We need backup. Moon Knight flipped a crescent dart. Or we just keep hitting them until they stay down. Psylocke sighed. Fine. But next time, we call at least Luke Cage. Meanwhile, a few floors below the penthouse, Luke Cage was still knocked out cold. One punch. The unbreakable man was broken. He lay there, on the floor like a discarded action figure, completely out of commission. If Psylocke knew the truth, she would have vomited blood on the spot, like some sex grand elder from a ciencia novel. Somewhere in the middle of the building, Black Cat, Misty Knight, and White Tiger were finishing up their own fight. Black Cat ducked under a punch and kicked a super soldier in the ribs, sending him crashing into a pile of crates. White Tiger flipped over another soldier, wrapped her legs around his head, and flung him to the ground. Misty Knight cracked her bionic arm. All right, last one left. The final super soldier growled, wiping blood from his nose. Then, a hit came from behind. Whack. Daredevil appeared, knocking him out with his billy club. Black Cat smirked. Took you guys long enough. Iron Fist and Colleen Wing walked up, both exhausted. Iron Fist wiped sweat from his forehead. Man, I hope the Spider-Man has finished the mission. Misty raised an eyebrow. You know, I never got why you called him the Dragon Warrior. Colleen laughed. Oh, that's a huge embarrassing story. Black Cat grinned. Do tell. Colleen smirked. Why don't we all go for drinks after, and I'll tell you. Iron Fist groaned. Courting death. Peter wasn't still at his best. His hand-eye coordination was a mess, making his movements sluggish. Every punch he threw felt off. But he was way stronger and way tougher than his opponent. Red Skull moved fast, landing a solid punch to Peter's ribs. He barely felt. Hand-eye coordination, 37%. Adaptation restoration, 2 minutes left. Peter coughed. Could you speed that up a little? Sir, would you like a motivational song? That depends. Suddenly music started playing in his earpiece. It's the eye of the tiger, it's the thrill of the fight. Peter blinked. That actually helps. Even though he didn't feel any pain, Peter was pushed back by the Red Skull. Red Skull kept on swinging his fists again, brutal, and aimed to take Peter's head clean off. Wham! A punch to the ribs. Crack. A knee to the gut. Smash. An elbow to the jaw. The villain grinned. You are not ready. But then, Peter's muscles adjusted, movements getting sharper. The sluggishness faded. Hand-eye coordination, 60%. Red Skull swing another punch. Peter caught it effortlessly. The shift was instant. Red Skull's confidence flickered. His grin faltered. His eyes darted to his trapped fist, then back to Spider-Man's eye lenses. And Peter? He just tilted his head. My turn. Wham! Red Skull slammed into the wall, coughing, his entire body aching. He looked up, just in time to see Peter walking toward him, rolling his shoulders like he was just getting warmed up. For the first time, Red Skull felt fear. Meanwhile, Deadpool was having the time of his life. Fisk swung and Deadpool ducked. Hey, careful. I just had my spine realigned. Peter sighed. All right, my turn. He shot a web at Fisk's mecha arm. With a single yank, Fisk staggered. Peter zipped forward, dodging a wild punch. He grabbed Fisk's wrist and suplexed mecha Fisk. Deadpool froze. Did you just? Peter webbed Fisk to the ground before he could recover. Deadpool clapped. Bro. I have never been more attracted to you. Peter rolled his eyes. He shot a web at the crumbling debris, yanking out Red Skull. With expert precision, he kept pulling and punching, making Red Skull look like a paddleball game. Fisk, do it. Cover me. Stay put. No monologues this time. Peter webbed Red Skull up. Red Skull growled. You. Peter slapped another web over his mouth. SHHH. The adults are talking. Deadpool whistled. All right, Spidey, I gotta admit, that was impressive. Peter dusted off his hands. Yeah, well, I'm fueled by justice and Eye of the Tiger. Fisk's demonic contract with Mephisto activated. His body grew larger, armor shifting around him with glowing red runes carved across it. His strength skyrocketed. Fisk smirked. You will never win. But then, Peter's body fully synced. Hand-eye coordination, 100%. System stable. Peter evaluated Fisk. Fisk swung a fist the size of a car, only for Peter to dodge it. His mind processed the fight in slow motion. Rune on the left shoulder. Structural integrity. Rune on the back. Reinforces the core. Chest rune. Primary energy source. Peter smirked. Target acquired. Step 1. Bait the attack. Step 2. Break the shoulder rune to weaken the structure. Step 3. Flip over and crack the back rune to disrupt his balance. Step 4. Aim for the chest rune. Step 5. Profit. Fisk roared, bringing down the massive fist again. Peter dodged sideways, sliding under his arm. He reared back and punched the shoulder rune. Crack. Fisk stumbled. His movements slowed. Deadpool gasped, not caring about the ongoing fight. We should make that our team name. Peter rolled his eyes. What? Tigers of Justice? No. Fisk swung wildly, Peter flipped over him, landing on his back. Pow. A punch shattered the second rune. Fisk roared, as his balance wavered. Peter zipped forward, fist cocked back. Say good night, Kingpin. Boom. His fist slammed straight into Fisk's chest rune. The armor cracked, the magic shattered, and Fisk collapsed in a heap. Peter dusted off his hands. And that's checkmate. Deadpool pouted. Ah, come on, let's at least think about the name. Peter picked up the severed Wolverine arms, inspecting the claws. Mind if I keep these? Deadpool nodded. Oh, 100%. Just don't poke yourself. Healing factor not included. Peter hesitated, then smirked. One more thing. Deadpool crossed his arms. Oh boy, here we go. Omega Red's down there, buried under all that rubble. I need you to take these hands, grab some carbonadium from him and leave quietly. No one can know. Deadpool blinked. And how exactly do you expect me to? Peter simply shoved Deadpool down the hole. Thump. Deadpool's voice echoed from below. I hate you. Peter smirked while throwing the torn Wolverine hands down. Love you too, buddy. With Fisk down and the clones defeated, S.H.I.E.L.D. secured the area. Peter exhaled. Finally, some peace. Then Natasha walked up, arms crossed. You look like hell. Peter grinned. You should see the other guy. ==================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================10 Real Iceman at his peak, will require Johnny to go supernova to defeat him. And that would only lead to the bad ending. Comment. 12 Comment. Vote.